Section 0 of the Freedmen's Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Freedmen's Book by Lydia Maria Child. To the Freedmen. To the loyal and brave Captain Robert Small, hero of the steamboat Planter, this volume is respectfully dedicated by L. Maria Child, to the Freedmen. I have prepared this book expressly for you, with the hope that those of you who can read will read it aloud to others, and that all of you will derive fresh strength and courage from this true record of what colored men have accomplished under great disadvantages. I have written all the biographies over again, in order to give you as much information as possible in the fewest words. I take nothing for my services, and the book is sold to you at the cost of paper, printing, and binding. Whatever money you pay for any of the volumes will be immediately invested in other volumes to be sent to freedmen in various parts of the country, on the same terms. And whatever money remains in my hands when the book ceases to sell will be given to the Freedmen's Aid Association to be expended in schools for you and your children. Your old friend, L. Maria Child. End of To the Freedmen. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Section 1 of the Freedmen's Book by Lydia Maria Child. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ignatius Sancho by L. Maria Child. This was the name of a remarkable African, who excited a good deal of interest in his day. His father and mother were stolen from Africa and put on board a slave ship in 1729, which was 136 years ago. He was born during the passage, and when the vessel arrived at Carthagena, in South America, he was baptized by the name of Ignatius. His mother died soon after, and his father, seeing no means of escape from slavery, killed himself in a fit of despair. The man who took possession of the little orphan, and claimed to be his master, carried him to England, and gave him to 3 unmarried sisters who lived at Greenwich. He was then about 2 years old, a bright, lively, funny little creature. As he grew older he showed such an inquisitive mind, said so many droll things, and was so full of mischief, that the ladies named him Sancho, after a very comical character in a famous old Spanish novel. He was very eager in the pursuit of knowledge, but this commendable disposition was not approved by the ladies. They thought that all a black servant had occasion to know was how to obey orders, and that it was not necessary or proper for him to learn to read and write. But nature had given Ignatius a very lively mind and a very susceptible heart, and neither of them could be kept quiet. He early plunged into love affairs, and was always overrunning with fun and frolic. Doubtless he was a great trial to the respectable maiden ladies, who were training him for a servant, and he on his part thought them very sour, severe, and disagreeable. Sometimes when they were angry with him, they reminded him that he had been a slave, and threatened to send him into slavery again. This excited uneasiness in his mind, and kindled resentment. The Duke of Montague lived in the neighborhood, and his attention was attracted by the bright, frank countenance of the black boy. He entered into conversation with him occasionally, and was so much struck by his intelligence and wit that he told the ladies their servant was a remarkable lad, and that his earnest desire to improve his mind ought to be gratified. They persisted in their opinion that knowledge was a very improper and dangerous thing for a black servant. But the Duke introduced him to the Duchess, and they both encouraged him to learn to read and write. They lent him books, and were greatly entertained by his bright remarks concerning what he read. It was a great grief to Ignatius when the friendly Duke died. He besought the Duchess to receive him into her service, and she consented. He remained in her household as long as she lived. At her death she left him an annuity of about $150 a year, and he had $350 which he had laid up from his wages. He might have made this sum the foundation of a comfortable little property, but nature had made him very full of fun and frolic. He had such lively manners, and uttered so many pleasant jokes, that his company was much sought for. This proved a temptation too strong for him. He accepted invitations to go to taverns, where he gambled away his earnings. He had a great passion for going to the theatre, and his conduct with regard to women was far from being correct. But he soon saw the error of his ways, and resolved to reform. He went to the chaplain of Montague House, and begged to be taken into his service, where he remained several months. The descendants of his old friend the Duke encouraged him to persevere in his good resolutions, and when the young Duke saw that he continued sober and industrious, he took him into his employ. By the blessing of the Heavenly Father, another saving influence came to help him into the paths of virtue. He formed a serious attachment for a very worthy young woman from the West Indies, to whom he was soon after married. He remained in the employ of the Duke of Montague until he was about 44 years old. Frequent attacks of the gout, and clumsiness resulting from a hereditary tendency to corpulence, rendered him unfit to continue in the service to which he had so long been accustomed. His good friend and patron the Duke assisted him to establish a small shop for groceries. By economy and industry, he and his good wife managed to rear and educate well a numerous family of children. He always retained his love of learning, and was such a diligent reader that he was well acquainted with the current literature of that time. He was treated with respect and attention by many intelligent and educated people. Though not so full of fun as he was in his younger days, his conversation was entertaining. The letters he wrote to various persons abound with good sense, and show that he was very affectionate and devoted as a husband and father. He evidently regarded his wife as the best blessing of his life. In one of his letters to a friend he says, "The hot weather does not befriend Mrs. Sancho, but time will, I hope. If true worth could plead exemption from pain and sickness, she would, by divine right, enjoy the best of health." On another occasion he writes, "I can compare her to nothing so properly as a diamond in the dirt. But, my friend, that is fortune's fault, not mine, for had I the power, I would case her in gold." Years later he writes, "Dame Sancho would be better in health, if she cared less. I am her barometer. If a sigh escapes me, it is answered by a tear in her eye. I often assume gaiety to illume her dear sensibility with a smile, which 20 years ago almost bewitched me, and which still constitutes my highest pleasure. May such be your lot, my friend. What more can friendship wish you than to glide down the stream of time with a partner of congenial principles and fine feelings, whose very looks speak tenderness and sentiment?" After a severe illness he wrote to a friend, "I had excruciating pains and great lack of patience. Mrs. Sancho had a week of it. Gout did not sweeten my temper. It was washing week, and she had to attend the shop. God bless her and reward her. She is good, good in heart, good in principle, good by habit." The children appear to have been the delight of his heart. He called them Sanchonettas, which would be the Italian way of saying little Sanchos. He was never tired of describing their little winning ways. At the end of a letter to one of his friends he wrote, "Lydia trots about amazingly, and Kitty imitates her, with this addition, that she is as mischievous as a monkey." But little William, his youngest, was evidently his pet. To another of his friends he wrote, "You cannot imagine what hold little Billy gets of me. He grows, he prattles, every day he learns something new. The rogue is fond of me to excess. By his good will he would be always in the shop with me. The little monkey! He clings round my legs, and if I chide him or look sour, he holds up his little mouth to kiss me." Ignatius Sancho had a very kind heart. It hurt his feelings very much to see any animal tormented. He tried to get some laws passed to prevent cruel market men from abusing their donkeys, and he always tried to be a friend to everybody that was in distress. In one of his letters he says, "The joy of giving and of making happy is almost the attribute of a god. There is as much sweetness conveyed to the senses by doing a right good-natured deed as our frame can consistently bear." Such a disposition is better than a remarkable intellect. But he had a quick intellect also, and generally took sensible views of things. Writing to a young colored friend who had been somewhat wild, he says, "Look round upon the miserable fate of almost all of our unfortunate color. See slavery added to ignorance. See the contempt of the very wretches who roll in affluence from our labors. Hear the ill-bred, heart-racking abuse of the ignorant vulgar. If you tread as cautiously as the strictest rectitude can guide you, you must suffer from this. But if you are armed with truth and conscious integrity, you will be sure of the plaudits and countenance of the good. You are a happy lad. You have had kind benefactors to whom you ought to look up with reverence, and humbly beg the Almighty to give you strength to imitate them in doing good. Your parts are as quick as most men's. If you urge your speed in the race of virtue with the same zeal you have exhibited in error, you will recover to the satisfaction of your noble patrons, and to the glory of yourself." Some philosopher, whose name I forget, wished for a window in his breast, that the world might see his heart. I recommend him to your imitation. Vice is a coward. To be truly brave a man must be truly good. You hate the name of cowardice. Then detest a lie and shun liars. Be above revenge. If others have taken advantage either of your guilt or your distress, punish them only with forgiveness, and if you can serve them at any future time, do it. I sincerely congratulate thee upon thy repentance. It is thy birthday to real happiness." To one of the white gentlemen who liked to correspond with him, he wrote, "There is something so amazingly grand and affecting in contemplating the works of the Divine Architect, either in the moral or the intellectual world, that I think one may rightly call it the cordial of the soul, the best antidote against pride and discontent. The friendly warmth of that glorious planet the sun, the leniency of the air, the cheerful glow of the atmosphere, make me involuntarily cry, 'Lord, what is man that thou in thy mercy art so mindful of him? Or what is the son of man, that thou so parentally carest for him?' Sometimes when I endeavor to turn my thoughts inward, to review the powers or properties the indulgent, all-wise Father has endowed me with, I am struck with wonder and with awe. Poor insignificant worm as I am, in comparison with superior beings, mortal like myself. At the head of our riches I reckon the power of reflection. Where doth it lie? Search every member, from the toe to the nose. They are all ready for action, but they are all dead to thought. It is that breath of life which the sacred Architect breathed into the nostrils of the first man. We feel and acknowledge it, but it is quite past the power of definition. Then to think of the promise of never-ending existence! To rise, perhaps by the regular progression from planet to planet, to behold the wonders of immensity, to pass from good to better, increasing in goodness, in knowledge, in love, to glory in our Redeemer, to joy in ourselves, to be acquainted with prophets, sages, heroes, and poets of old times, and to join in the symphony with angels. To a white young friend, who had obtained a situation in India, he wrote: "It is with sincere pleasure I hear you have a lucrative establishment. Your good sense will naturally lead you to a proper economy, as distant from frigid parsimony as from heedless extravagance. As you may have some time for recreation, give me leave to obtrude my poor advice. I have heard it more than once observed of fortunate adventurers, that they come home rich in purse, but wretchedly barren in intellect. My dear Jack, the mind wants food as well as the stomach. Why, then, should not one wish to increase in knowledge as well as in money? The poet Young says, 'Books are fair virtue's advocates and friends.' My advice to you is, to lay by something every year to buy a little library. You have to thank God for strong natural parts. You have a feeling, humane heart. You write with sense and discernment. Improve yourself, my dear Jack. Then, if it should please God to return you to your friends with a fortune, the embellishments of your mind may be ever considered as greatly superior to your riches, and only inferior to the goodness of your heart. This is a good old adage. A few books and a few friends, and those well chosen." The same young friend wrote a letter to his father from Bombay, in India, in which he wrote: "The inhabitants here, who are chiefly blacks, are a set of canting, deceitful people, of whom one must have great caution." Ignatius Sancho was always ready to defend the despised and the oppressed, and his sympathy was all the more lively if they were of his own color. He at once wrote to his young friend: "In one of your letters to your father you speak with honest indignation of the treachery and chicanery of the natives of India. My good friend, you should remember from whom they learned those vices. The first visitors from Christian countries found them a simple, harmless people; but the cursed avidity for wealth urged those first visitors, and all the succeeding ones, to such acts of deception and wanton cruelty, that the poor ignorant natives soon learned their knavish arts, and turned them upon their teachers. As a resident of your country, Old England, I love it. I love it for its freedom. For the many blessings I enjoy in it, England shall ever have my warmest wishes, prayers, and blessings. But I must observe, and I say it with reluctance, that the conduct of your country has been uniformly wicked in the East Indies, in the West Indies, and on the coast of Guinea. The grand object of English navigators, and indeed of all the navigators of Christian nations, has been money, money, money. Commerce was meant by the goodness of Deity to diffuse the various goods of the earth into every part, to unite mankind with the blessed bonds of brotherly love and mutual dependence. Enlightened Christians should diffuse the riches of the gospel of peace, together with the commodities of their respective lands. If commerce were attended with strict honesty and religion for companions, it would be a blessing to every shore it touched at. The poor wretched Africans are blessed with a most fertile and luxuriant soil, but they are rendered miserable by what Providence meant for a blessing. The abominable traffic in slaves, and the horrid cruelty and treachery of the petty kings, is encouraged by their Christian customers. They carry them strong liquors, powder, and bad firearms to inflame them to madness, and to furnish them with the hellish means of killing and kidnapping. It is a subject that sours my blood. I mention these things to guard my friend from being too hasty in condemning a people who have been made much worse by their Christian visitors. Wherever thou residest, make human nature thy study. Whatever may be the religion or the complexion of men, study their hearts. Let simplicity, kindness, and charity be thy guides, and with these even savages will respect you, while God will bless you." The writings of Reverend Lawrence Sterne, who was living in England at that time, were well calculated to inspire humanity towards animals and kindly feelings toward the poor. These writings were very popular, and two of the characters conspicuous in them, called Uncle Toby and Corporal Trim, were great favorites with the public. Ignatius Sancho especially delighted in the writings of Sterne, and in 1776, when he was about 47 years old, he addressed a letter to him as follows: "Reverend Sir, it would perhaps look like an insult upon your humanity to apologize for the liberty I am taking. I am one of those people whom the vulgar and illiberal call niggers. The first part of my life was rather unlucky, as I was placed in a family who judged ignorance to be the best and only security for obedience. By unwearied application I got a little reading and writing. Through God's blessing, the latter part of my life has been truly fortunate, for I have spent it in the service of one of the best families in the kingdom. My chief pleasure has been books. How very much, good sir, am I, among millions, indebted to you for the character of your amiable Uncle Toby! I declare I would walk 10 miles in dog days to shake hands with the honest corporal. Your sermons have touched me to the heart, and I hope have amended it. In your 10th discourse I find this very affecting passage: "Consider how great a part of our species, in all ages down to this, have been trodden under the feet of cruel and capricious tyrants, who would neither hear their cries nor pity their distresses. Consider slavery, what a bitter draught it is, and how many millions are made to drink of it. I am sure you will forgive me if I beseech you to give some attention to slavery, as it is practised at this day in the West Indies. That subject, handled in your striking manner, would perhaps ease the yoke of many. But if only one, what a feast for a benevolent heart! And sure I am, you are an Epicurean in acts of charity. You, who are universally read and as universally admired, could not fail. Dear sir, think that in me you behold the uplifted hands of thousands of my brother Moors. You pathetically observe that grief is eloquent. Figure to yourself their attitudes, hear their supplications, and you cannot refuse." Mr. Sterne wrote the following reply: July 27, 1766. "There is a strange coincidence, Sancho, in the little events of this world, as well as the great ones. I had been writing a tender tale of the sorrows of a poor friendless negro girl, and my eyes had scarce done smarting with it, when your letter, in behalf of so many of her brethren and sisters, came to me. But why her brethren or your brethren, Sancho, any more than mine? It is by the finest tints and the most insensible gradations that nature descends from the fairest face to the sootiest complexion. At which of these tints are the ties of blood to cease? And how many shades lower in the scale must we descend ere mercy is to vanish with them? It is no uncommon thing, my good Sancho, for one half of the world to use the other half like brutes, and then endeavor to make them so. For my part, I never look westward when I am in a pensive mood, without thinking of the burdens our brothers and sisters are there carrying. If I could ease their shoulders from 1 ounce of them, I declare I would this hour set out upon a pilgrimage to Mecca for their sakes. It casts a sad shade upon the world, that so great a part of it are, and have so long been, bound in chains of darkness and chains of misery. I cannot but respect you and felicitate you, that by so much laudable diligence you have broken the chains of darkness, and that by falling into the hands of so good and merciful a family you have been rescued by Providence from the chains of misery. And so, good-hearted Sancho, adieu. Believe me, I will not forget your letter. Yours, Lawrence Sterne. The last sickness of Ignatius Sancho was very painful, but he was tenderly cared for by his good wife. He was 52 years old when he died. After his death a small volume was published, containing a number of his letters, some articles he had written for the newspapers, and an engraved likeness of him, which looks very bright and good-natured. The book was published by subscription, in which a large number of the English nobility and some distinguished literary men joined. End of Ignatius Sancho. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Section 2 of the Freedmen's Book, by Lydia Maria Child. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Extract from the 10th Psalm. The wicked in his pride doth persecute the poor. He hath said in his heart, God hath forgotten. He hideth his face. He will never see it. Thou hast seen it, for thou beholdest mischief and spite, to requite it with thy hand. The poor committeth himself unto thee. Thou art the helper of the fatherless. Lord, thou hast heard the desire of the humble. Thou wilt cause thine ear to hear. Thou wilt prepare their heart to judge the fatherless and the oppressed, that the man of the earth may no more oppress. End of Extract from the 10th Psalm. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Section 3 of the Freedmen's Book, by Lydia Maria Child. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Prejudice Reproved, by Lydia H. Sigourney. God gave to Afric's sons a brow of sable dye, and spread the country of their birth beneath a burning sky. With a cheek of olive he made the little Hindoo child, and darkly stained the forest tribes that roam our western wild. To me he gave a form of fairer, whiter clay, but am I, therefore, in his sight, respected more than they? No, 'tis the hue of deeds and thoughts he traces in his book, 'tis the complexion of the heart on which he deigns to look. Not by the tinted cheek that fades away so fast, but by the color of the soul, we shall be judged at last. End of Prejudice Reproved. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Section 4 of the Freedmen's Book, by Lydia Maria Child. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Benjamin Banneker, by L. Maria Child. This remarkable man was born near the village of Ellicott Mills, Baltimore County, Maryland, in 1732. That was 133 years ago, when there were very few schools and very few books in this country, and it was not as easy as it now is for even white people to obtain a tolerably good education. His parents were both black, and though they were free, they were too poor to do much for their bright boy. They sent him to a school in the neighborhood, where he learned reading and writing and a little of arithmetic. His father was a slave at the time of his marriage, but his wife was a free woman, and she was so energetic and industrious that she soon earned money enough to buy his freedom. Then they worked together, and earned enough to buy a few acres of land and build a small cabin. Benjamin was obliged to labor diligently when he was at home from school, but every spare moment he could catch he was ciphering and planning how to make things. As his parents grew old, he had to work early and late to support himself and help them. His mother always continued active enough to do the indoor work. When she was 70 years old, if she wanted to catch a chicken she would run it down without appearing to be tired. The place was thinly peopled, and the few neighbors they had took no particular notice of Benjamin, though he had the name of being a bright, industrious lad. His hands worked hard, but his brain was always busy. He was particularly fond of arithmetic, and was always working out sums in his head. He took notice of everything around him, observed how everything was made, and never forgot one word of what he had learned at school. In this way he came to have more knowledge than most of his white neighbors, and they began to say to one another, "That black Ben is a smart fellow. He can make anything he sets out to. And how much he knows! I wonder where he picked it all up." At 30 years old he made a clock, which proved an excellent timepiece. He had never seen a clock, for nobody in that region had such an article. But he had seen a watch, and it occupied his thoughts very much. It seemed to him such a curious little machine that he was very desirous to make something like it. The watch was made of gold and silver and steel, but Benjamin Banneker had only wood for material, and the rudest kind of tools to work with. It was a long while before he could make the hand that marked the hours, and the hand that marked the minutes, and the hand that marked the seconds, correspond exactly in their motions, but by perseverance he succeeded at last. He was then about 30 years old. This was the first clock ever made in this country. It kept time exactly, and people began to talk about it as a wonderful thing for a man to do without instruction. After a while the Ellicott family, who owned the mills, heard of it and went to see it. Mr. Elias Ellicott, a merchant in Baltimore, became very much interested in the self-taught machinist. He lent him a number of books, among which were some on astronomy, a science which treats of the sun, moon, and stars. Banneker was so interested in this new knowledge that he could think of nothing else. He sat up all night to watch the planets, and to make calculations about their motions. Mr. Ellicott went to see him to explain to him how to use some of the tables for calculations contained in the books he had lent him. But he found, to his great surprise, that the earnest student had studied them all out himself, and had no need of help. It was not long before he could calculate when the sun or the moon would be eclipsed, and at what time every star would rise and set. He was never known to make a mistake in any of his astronomical calculations, and he became so exact that he pointed out 2 mistakes made by celebrated astronomers in Europe. In order to pursue his favorite studies without interruption, he sold the land which his parents had left him, and bought an annuity with the money, on which he lived in the little cabin where he was born. He was so temperate and frugal that he needed very little to support him, and when it was necessary to have more than his annuity, he could always earn something by going out to work. But as he was no longer seen in the fields late and early, his ignorant white neighbors began to talk against him. They peeped into his cabin and saw him asleep in the daytime. They did not know that he had been awake all night watching the stars, and ciphering out his calculations. In fact, they did not know that the planets moved at all, and if he had told them that he could calculate their movements exactly, they would only have laughed at him. I suppose they felt some ill will towards him because he was black, and yet knew so much more than they did. And perhaps it excited their envy that the Ellicott family and other educated gentlemen liked to go to his cabin and talk with him about his studies and observations. But Banneker was wise enough not to enter into any quarrels because they called him a lazy, good-for-nothing fellow. He endeavored to live in such a way that they could not help respecting him. He was always kind and generous, ready to oblige everybody, and not at all inclined to boast of his superiority. When he was 59 years old, he made an almanac. It is a very difficult job to calculate all about the changes of the moon, and the rising and ebbing of the tides, and at what time the sun will rise and set every day all the year round. And it was a much more difficult task then than it is now, because now there is a great improvement in astronomical books and instruments. But notwithstanding Banneker's limited means and scanty education, he made an excellent almanac. It was published by Goddard and Angell of Baltimore, In a preface they say, "We feel gratified to have an opportunity of presenting to the public, through our press, what must be considered an extraordinary effort of genius, a complete and accurate ephemeris for the year 1792, calculated by a sable son of Africa. It has met the approbation of several of the most distinguished astronomers of America, and we hope a philanthropic public will give their support to the work, not only on account of its intrinsic merit, but from a desire to controvert the long-established illiberal prejudice against the blacks." This was the first almanac ever made in this country. It contained much useful information of a general nature, and interesting selections in prose and verse. Before it was printed, Banneker sent a manuscript copy, in his own handwriting, to Thomas Jefferson, then Secretary of State, and afterward President of the United States. After apologizing for the liberty he took in addressing a person whose station was so far above his own, he says, "Those of my complexion have long been considered rather brutish than human, scarcely capable of mental endowments. But in consequence of the reports that have reached me, I hope I may safely admit that you are measurably friendly and well disposed towards us. I trust that you agree with me in thinking that one universal Father hath given being to us all, that he has not only made us all of one flesh, but has also, without partiality, afforded us all the same sensations, and endowed us all with the same faculties, and that however various we may be in society or religion, however diversified in situation or color, we are all of the same family, and all stand in the same relation to him. Now, sir, if this is founded in truth, I apprehend you will readily embrace every opportunity to eradicate the absurd and false ideas and opinions which so generally prevail with respect to us. Suffer me, sir, to recall to your mind that when the tyranny of the British Crown was exerted to reduce you to servitude, your abhorrence thereof was so excited that you publicly held forth this true and invaluable doctrine, worthy to be recorded and remembered in all succeeding ages. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, and that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Your tender feelings for yourselves engaged you thus to declare. You were then impressed with proper ideas of the great value of liberty, and the free possession of those blessings to which you were entitled by nature. But, sir, how pitiable is it to reflect that, although you were so fully convinced of the benevolence of the Father of mankind, and of his equal and impartial distribution of those rights and privileges which he had conferred upon them, that you should at the same time counteract his mercies in detaining, by fraud and violence, so numerous a part of my brethren under groaning captivity and cruel oppression, that you should at the same time be found guilty of that most criminal act which you detested in others with respect to yourselves. Sir, I freely and most cheerfully acknowledge that I am of the African race, and in that color which is natural to them I am of the deepest dye. But with a sense of most profound gratitude to the Supreme Ruler of the universe, I confess that I am not under that state of tyrannical thraldom and inhuman captivity to which so many of my brethren are doomed. I have abundantly tasted of those blessings which proceed from that free and unequalled liberty with which you are favored. Sir, I suppose your knowledge of the situation of my brethren is too extensive for it to need a recital here. Neither shall I presume to prescribe methods by which they may be relieved, otherwise than by recommending to you and others to wean yourselves from those narrow prejudices you have imbibed with respect to them, and to do as Job proposed to his friends. Put your souls in their souls' stead. Thus shall your hearts be enlarged with kindness and benevolence toward them, and you will need neither the direction of myself nor others in what manner to proceed. I took up my pen to direct to you, as a present, a copy of an almanac I have calculated for the succeeding year. I ardently hope that your candor and generosity will plead with you in my behalf. Sympathy and affection for my brethren has caused my enlargement thus far. It was not originally my design. The almanac is the production of my arduous study. I have long had unbounded desires to become acquainted with the secrets of nature, and I have had to gratify my curiosity herein through my own assiduous application to astronomical study, in which I need not recount to you the many difficulties and disadvantages I have had to encounter. I conclude by subscribing myself, with most profound respect, your most humble servant, B. Banneker. To this letter Jefferson made the following reply: Sir, I thank you sincerely for your letter and for the almanac it contained. Nobody wishes more than I do to see such proofs as you exhibit that nature has given to our black brethren talents equal to those of the other colors of men, and that the appearance of a want of them is owing only to the degraded condition of their existence, both in Africa and America. I can add, with truth, that no one wishes more ardently to see a good system commenced for raising the condition, both of their body and mind, to what it ought to be, as fast as the imbecility of their present existence, and other circumstances which cannot be neglected, will admit. I have taken the liberty of sending your almanac to Monsieur Condorcet, Secretary of the Academy of Sciences at Paris, and to members of the Philanthropic Society, because I considered it a document to which your whole color had a right, for their justification against the doubts which have been entertained of them. I am, with great esteem, sir, your most obedient servant, Thomas Jefferson. In 1803, Mr. Jefferson invited the astronomer to visit him at Monticello, but the increasing infirmities of age made it imprudent to undertake the journey. His almanac sold well for 10 years, and the income, added to his annuity, gave him a very comfortable support. And what was still a greater satisfaction to him was the consciousness of doing something to help the cause of his oppressed people, by proving to the world that nature had endowed them with good capacities. After 1802 he found himself too old to calculate any more almanacs, but as long as he lived he continued to be deeply interested in his various studies. He was well informed on many other subjects besides arithmetic and astronomy. He was a great reader of history, and he kept a journal which showed that he was a close observer of the vegetable world, of the habits of insects, and of the operations of nature in general. That his busy mind drew inferences from what he observed is evident from the following entry in his journal: Standing at my door to-day, I heard the discharge of a gun, and in 4 or 5 seconds of time the small shots came rattling about me, which plainly demonstrates that the velocity of sound is greater than that of a common bullet. After the Constitution of the United States was adopted in 1789, commissioners were appointed to determine the boundaries of the District of Columbia. They invited Banneker to be present and assist them in running the lines, and he was treated by them with as much respect as if he had been of their own color. His almanacs were much praised by scientific men, and they often visited him in his humble little cabin. But these attentions never made him pert and vain. He rejoiced in his abilities and acquisitions, because he thought they might help to raise the condition of his oppressed brethren. But he always remained modest and unobtrusive in his manners. He died in 1804, in the 72nd year of his age. His friend Mr. Benjamin H. Ellicott collected various facts concerning him which have been published. In a letter on this subject Mr. Ellicott says, "During the whole of his long life he lived respectably, and was much esteemed by all who became acquainted with him, more especially by those who could fully appreciate his genius and the extent of his acquirements. His mode of life was extremely regular and retired. Having never married, he lived alone, cooking his own victuals and washing his own clothes. He was scarcely ever absent from home, yet there was nothing misanthropic in his character. A gentleman who knew him speaks of him thus: 'I recollect him well. He was a brave-looking, pleasant man, with something very noble in his appearance. His mind was evidently much engrossed in his calculations, but he was glad to receive the visits we often paid him.' Another writes, 'When I was a boy, I became very much interested in him. His manners were those of a perfect gentleman. He was kind, generous, hospitable, humane, dignified, and pleasing. He abounded in information on all the various subjects and incidents of the day, was very modest and unassuming, and delighted in society at his own house. Go there when you would, by day or night, there was constantly in the middle of the floor a large table covered with books and papers. As he was an eminent mathematician, he was constantly in correspondence with other mathematicians in this country, with whom there was an interchange of questions of difficult solution. His head was covered with thick white hair, which gave him a venerable appearance. His dress was uniformly of superfine drab broadcloth, made in the old style of a plain coat with straight collar, a long waistcoat, and a broad-brimmed hat. His color was not jet black, but decidedly negro. In size and personal appearance he bore a strong resemblance to the statue of Benjamin Franklin at the Library in Philadelphia. The good which Banneker did to the cause of his colored brethren did not cease with his life. When the Abbé Gregoire pleaded for emancipation in France, and when Wilberforce afterward labored for the same cause in England, the abilities and character of the black astronomer were brought forward as an argument against the enslavement of his race. And from that day to this, the friends of freedom have quoted him everywhere as a proof of the mental capacity of Africans. They found them slaves, but who that title gave? The God of nature never formed a slave. Though fraud or force acquire a master's name, nature and justice must remain the same. Nature imprints upon whate'er we see that has a heart and life in it. Be free. Cowper. End of Benjamin Banneker. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Section 5 of the Freedmen's Book, by Lydia Maria Child. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ethiopia, by Frances E. W. Harper. Yes, Ethiopia shall stretch her bleeding hands abroad. Her cry of agony shall reach up to the throne of God. The tyrant's yoke from off her neck, his fetters from her soul, the mighty hand of God shall break, and spurn the base control. Redeemed from dust and freed from chains, her sons shall lift their eyes. From cloud-capped hills and verdant plains shall shouts of triumph rise. Upon her dark, despairing brow shall play a smile of peace, for God shall bend unto her woe, and bid her sorrows cease. 'Neath sheltering vines and stately palms shall laughing children play, and aged sires with joyous psalms shall gladden every day. Secure by night, and blessed by day, shall pass her happy hours, nor human tigers hunt for prey within her peaceful bowers. Then, Ethiopia, stretch, oh stretch thy bleeding hands abroad. thy cry of agony shall reach and find redress from God. End of Ethiopia. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Section 6 of the Freedmen's Book, by Lydia Maria Child. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Hour of Freedom, by William Lloyd Garrison. The hour of freedom, come it must. Oh, hasten it in mercy, Heaven! When all who grovel in the dust shall stand erect, their fetters riven. When glorious freedom shall be won by every caste, complexion, clime. When tyranny shall be o'erthrown, and color cease to be a crime. End of The Hour of Freedom. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Section 7 of the Freedmen's Book, by Lydia Maria Child. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. William Bowen, by L. Maria Child. William Bowen was born in 1735, 130 years ago. He was the slave of a man who lived near Mount Holly, in New Jersey. His master and most of the neighbors belonged to the Society of Friends, commonly called Quakers. That society made it a rule that none of their members should hold a slave long before the people of any other sect were convinced that slavery was wrong. But at the time William Bowen was born, some of the Quakers did hold slaves, though many of their members were preaching against it. They were a very friendly and conscientious people, and as William grew up among them he naturally imbibed many of their ideas. However, like most boys, he did not think very seriously about religion until the importance of it was impressed upon his mind by the following circumstance. In the time of the old French War, when he was a mere lad, his master sent him into the woods to cut down trees. The Indians were fighting on the side of the French, and they often killed the Americans. Some of them came into the neighborhood of Mount Holly, and when he went home at night, after his day's work in the woods, he would often hear that Indians had been lurking about in the neighborhood, and that somebody had been shot by their sharp arrows. This made him very much afraid to work alone in the woods. He was always thinking that Indians might be hidden among the bushes, and if a bird flew off her nest it sounded to him like the whizzing of an arrow. It was very still in the forest, and it seemed very solemn to look up at the sky through the tall trees. William thought to himself, "What if the Indians should kill me before I have any time to think about it? Am I fit to die?" He thought he was not fit to die, and he longed earnestly to know what he ought to do to become fit to die. He had heard the Quakers talk about a light which God had placed in the soul, to show men what was wrong, and he said it went through his mind like a flaming sword that if he would be fit to die he must follow this inward light in every particular, even in the most trifling things. So he began to be very thoughtful about every action of his life, and if he felt uneasy about anything he was tempted to do, he said to himself, "This is the inward light, showing me that the thing is wrong. I will not do it." Pursuing this course, he became careful not to do anything which did not bring peace to his soul, and as the soul can never be peaceful when it disobeys God, he was continually traveling towards Zion while he strove to follow this inward light in his soul, and the more humbly he tried to follow it, the clearer the light became. He did not always keep in the straight path. Sometimes he did or said something wrong. Then peace went away from his mind. But he confessed his sin before God, and prayed for strength not to do wrong any more. By humility and obedience he again found the path of peace. Religion comes in many different ways to human souls. This was the way it came to William Bowen. All who knew him saw that his religious feeling was deep and sincere, for it brought forth fruit in his daily life. He never made others unhappy by indulging freaks of temper. He was extremely temperate, scrupulously honest, and very careful never to say anything but the exact truth. His character was so excellent that all the neighbors respected and trusted him. Many said it was a shame to keep him in slavery, and his master became uneasy about it. People said to him from time to time, "William, thy master talks of letting thee be free." He heard it so often that it became an old story, and he thought nothing would ever come of it. But one day his master was walking with him as he went to his work in the fields, and suddenly he inquired whether he would like to be free. William was silent for a while, and then began to talk about the work he was to do. But the question dwelt on his mind, and excited his hopes. He told one of his friends about it, and when he was asked, "What didst thou say, William?" he replied, "I did not say anything, for I thought he might know I would like to be free." When he was nearly 28 years old, his master offered to make a contract with him by which he could obtain his freedom. He was soon after married to a worthy young woman, and by industry and strict economy they were able in a few years to buy a few acres of land, and build a comfortable house. He led a peaceful and diligent life, doing good to others whenever he could, and harming no one. His conscience was extremely tender. He would never eat anything made of sugar manufactured by slaves, and he would never wear any garments made of cotton raised by slave labor. He thought slavery was so wrong that he did not feel easy to connect himself with it, even in the remotest degree. He was equally scrupulous about telling the truth. One of his neighbors, a rich white man, was very much in the habit of borrowing his tools. One day, when he had been using his grindstone, he thanked him for it, and William answered in the customary way, "Thou art welcome." But soon he began to ask himself, was that the exact truth? His mind was troubled by doubts about it, and finally he went to his neighbor and said, "When I told thee thou wert welcome, I spoke mere complimentary words, according to custom. For the truth is, I do honestly think thou art better able to have a grindstone of thy own than I am." He had also a very nice sense of justice with regard to the rights of property. Nothing would induce him to use what belonged to another person without first obtaining leave. One day, when he was mowing in the meadows, he accidentally killed a fat partridge with his scythe. The other workmen advised him to take it home for his wife to roast, but he replied, "Nay, the partridge does not belong to me. It belongs to the owner of the meadow." Accordingly he carried it to his employer. Another time, when he was working with others in the woods, they found an empty cabin, wherein they stowed their provisions, and lodged for a fortnight, till they had finished cutting the timber. After William returned home, he took an early opportunity to tell the owner of the cabin what he had done, and to offer payment for the accommodation. He constantly attended Quaker meetings, and followed their peculiar customs in dress and language, but he was not admitted into full membership with that religious society till he was nearly 80 years old, though he had made application to join it 30 years before. He was scrupulously neat in his person. His linen was always very white, and his light drab-colored clothes showed no speck of dirt. He wore his beard long, and as he grew old it became very white. His curly hair also was white as snow. His dark face was very conspicuous in the midst of all this whiteness, and gave him an odd appearance. But he had such a friendly, pleasant expression of countenance, and there was so much modest dignity in his manners, that he inspired respect. A stranger once said to one of his wealthy neighbors, "I wonder that boys and giddy young folk don't ridicule that old black man. His dress and appearance are so very peculiar." The neighbor replied, "William Bowen is a religious man, and everybody respects him. The light-minded are so much impressed by his well-known character that they are restrained from making fun of his singular appearance." He died in his 90th year, not from any disease, but the mere weakness of old age. His faculties were clear, and his mind serene and cheerful to the last. He spoke of his approaching death with the greatest composure, saying that he had no wish about the manner of his exit from this life, and that he was resigned to the divine will in all things. One of the last things he said was, "I am glad to see that the feeling against slavery is growing among the Society of Friends. Once I felt as if I was alone in my testimony against that wicked system." After his death the Society of Friends at Mount Holly wrote a memorial concerning his character, which was read in their yearly meeting. It concluded thus: "In early life he was concerned to do justly, love mercy, and walk humbly with his God. By close attention to the light of Christ within, he was enabled not only to bear many precious testimonies faithfully to the end of his days, but also to bring forth those fruits of the Spirit which redound to the glory of God and the salvation of the soul. As he lived, so he died, a rare pattern of a self-denying follower of Christ. Mark the perfect man, and behold the upright, for the end of that man is peace." End of William Bowen. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Section 8 of the Freedmen's Book, by Lydia Maria Child. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Anecdote of General Washington. During the War of the Revolution, Primus Hall was the colored servant of Colonel Pickering, with whom General Washington often held long consultations. One night, finding they must be engaged till late, he proposed to sleep in the colonel's tent, provided there was a spare blanket and straw. Primus, who was always eager to oblige the commander-in-chief, said, "Plenty of straw and blankets." When the long conference was ended, the two officers lay down to rest on the beds he had prepared. When he saw they were asleep, he seated himself on a box, and, leaning his head on his hand, tried to take as comfortable a nap as he could. General Washington woke in the night, and, seeing him nodding there, called out, "Primus!" The servant started to his feet, and exclaimed, "What do you wish for, General?" "You told me you had plenty of straw and blankets," replied Washington, "but I see you are sitting up all night for the sake of giving me your bed." "It is no matter about me," rejoined Primus. "Yes, it is," replied General Washington. "If one of us must sit up, I will take my turn. But there is no need of that. The blanket is wide enough for two. Come and lie down with me." Primus, who reverenced the commander-in-chief as he did no other mortal, protested against it. But Washington threw open the blanket and said, "Come and lie down, I tell you. There is room enough for both, and I insist upon it." The tone was too resolute to admit of further parley, and the general and his colored friend slept comfortably under the same blanket till morning. End of Anecdote of General Washington. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Section 9 of the Freedmen's Book, by Lydia Maria Child. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Prayer of the Slave, by Bernard Barton. O Father of the human race, the white, the black, the bond, the free, thanks for thy gift of heavenly grace, vouchsafed through Jesus Christ to me. This, mid oppression's every wrong, has borne my sinking spirits up, made sorrow joyful, weakness strong, and sweetened slavery's bitter cup. Hath not a Saviour's dying hour made e'en the yoke of thraldom light? Hath not thy Holy Spirit's power made bondage freedom, darkness bright? Thanks then, O Father, for the gift which through thy gospel thou hast given, which thus from bonds and earth can lift the soul to liberty and heaven. But not the less I mourn their shame, who, mindless of thy gracious will, call on the Holy Father's name, yet keep their brethren bondmen still. Forgive them, Lord, for Jesus' sake, and when the slave thou hast unbound, the chains which bind the oppressor break. Thus be thy love's last triumph crowned. End of Prayer of the Slave. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Section 10 of the Freedmen's Book by Lydia Maria Child. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Toussaint Louverture, Part 1, by L. Maria Child. Everywhere thy name shall be redeemed from color's infamy, and men shall learn to speak of thee as one of earth's great spirits, born in servitude and nursed in scorn, casting aside the weary weight and fetters of its low estate, in that strong majesty of soul which knows no color, tongue, or clime, which still hath spurned the base control of tyrants through all time. John G. Whittier. On the western coast of Africa, a tribe called the Aradas are said to be superior to most of the other tribes in intelligence and strength of will. The son of their chief, named Gauganu, was seized by a prowling band of slave traders one day when he was out hunting. He was packed in the hold of a European ship, with a multitude of other unfortunate victims, and carried to the island of Haiti to be sold. This is one of the largest of the West India Islands, and lies between Cuba and Puerto Rico. It was first discovered by Spaniards, who found it inhabited by mild-tempered Indians, leading a very simple and happy life. These natives called their island Haiti, which in their language signified a land of mountains. A lofty ridge of mountains runs across it, and gives it a solemn, dreary appearance when seen in the distance. But it is a very beautiful and fertile island. The high rocky precipices, piled one above another, look down on broad flowery plains, flowing with water, and loaded with tropical fruits. When the Spaniards established a colony there, they introduced the cultivation of sugar, cotton, and coffee to supply the markets of Europe. They compelled the native Indians to work so hard, and treated them so badly, that the poor creatures died off very fast. Then they sent men in ships to Africa to steal negroes to work for them. They founded a city in the eastern part of the island, and named it St. Domingo, and the whole island came to be called by that name by European nations. The French afterward took possession of the western part of the island. Their principal city was named Cap François, which means French Cape. The African prince Gauganu was sold in the market of that city. He was more fortunate than slaves generally are. He was bought by the manager of a sugar plantation belonging to a French nobleman, named the Count de Breda. He was kind-hearted, and was very careful to employ none but humane men to take charge of his laborers. The condition of the young African was also less desolate than it would have been, by reason of his finding on the Breda estate several members of the Aradas tribe, who, like him, had been stolen from their homes. They at once recognized him as the son of their king, and treated him with the utmost respect. In process of time he married a black slave, who is said to have been handsome and virtuous. They joined the Roman Catholic Church, which was the established religion of France and the French islands. Of their 8 children, the oldest, born in 1743, 122 years ago, was named Toussaint. The day of his birth is not certainly known. It has been said to have been on the 20th of May, but from his name it seems more likely that it was on the 1st of November. In Catholic countries almost every day of the year is set apart to the worship of some saint, and a child born on the day of any particular saint is very apt to receive his name from that day. The 1st of November is a festival of the Church, called All Saints' Day, and Toussaint, in the French language, means All Saints. In the neighborhood of Gauganu lived a very honest, religious old black man, named Pierre Baptiste. He had been in the service of Jesuit missionaries, and had there learned to read and write, also a little of geometry. By help of the Catholic prayer book he learned some prayers in Latin, and found out their meaning in French. This man stood godfather for Toussaint at his baptism, and as the boy grew older it was his pleasure to teach him what little he himself knew. The language of the Arradas tribe was always spoken in the family of Gauganu, but from his godfather Toussaint learned to speak tolerably good French, which was the language of the whites in the western part of St. Domingo. It is said that Gauganu was allowed to cultivate a little patch of ground for his family, and that some of his fellow slaves were permitted to assist him occasionally. This indulgence indicates that he stood well in his master's opinion, but in common with other slaves it is probable that he and his wife toiled early and late in the fields or the sugar-house, and that their family were huddled together in a hut too small to allow of their observing the laws of cleanliness or modesty. For several years Toussaint was so feeble and slender that his parents called him by a name which signified the little lath. But he gained strength as he grew older, and by the time he was 12 years old he could beat all the boys in running, jumping, and leaping. It was the business of young slaves to tend the flocks and herds. They generally neglected and abused the creatures under their care, because they themselves were accustomed to hard treatment. But Toussaint was of a kindly disposition, and there was less violence on his master's plantation than elsewhere. It was remarked in the neighborhood that he differed from other boys in his careful and gentle treatment of the animals under his care. He was naturally a silent and thoughtful child, and probably this tendency was increased by being much alone, watching the browsing cattle in the stillness of the great valleys. Perhaps also the presence of the mountains and the sky made him feel serious and solemn. His pious godfather told him legends of Catholic saints, which he had heard among the missionaries. All these things combined to give him a religious turn of mind, even in his boyhood. From his own father he learned a great deal about Africa and the customs that prevailed in the tribe of his grandfather, king of the Arradas; also the medicinal qualities of many plants, which afterwards proved very useful to him. Nothing is recorded of the moral and intellectual character of his father, but Toussaint always respected him highly, and when he was himself an old man he spoke of him as a good parent, who had trained him well by lessons of honor and virtue. Toussaint Breda, as he was called, from the name of the estate on which he worked, early acquired a reputation for intelligence, sobriety, and industry. The manager of the estate, M. Bayou de Libertas, was so much pleased with his conduct and manners that he made him his coachman, a situation much coveted by the slaves, as being more easy and pleasant than most of their tasks. His kindness to animals fitted him for the care of horses, and he was found as faithful in this new business as he had been while he was a herdsboy. He was afterwards promoted to an office of greater trust, being made steward of the sugar-house. Having arrived at manhood, he began to want a home of his own. Most of the slaves took up together without any form of marriage, that being one of the bad customs which grows out of slavery. But Toussaint was religious, and it would have troubled his conscience to live in that bad way. He had become attached to a widow named Susan, who had one little son called Placide. She was not handsome, but he loved her for her good sense, good temper, and modest manners. They were married according to the ceremonies of the Catholic Church. He adopted her little boy, and brought him up as tenderly as he did his own children. The manager allowed him a small patch of ground for vegetables, and all the hours they could snatch from the plantation labors he and his wife devoted to the cultivation of their little garden. Monsieur Bayou de Libertas was such a humane and considerate man that life in his service seems to have been as happy as the condition of slaves can be. Long afterward, Toussaint, speaking of this period of his life, said, "My wife and I went hand in hand to labor in the fields. We were scarcely conscious of the fatigues of the day. Heaven always blessed our toil. We had abundance for ourselves, and the pleasure of giving to other blacks who needed it. On Sundays and festival days my wife, my parents, and myself went to church. Returning to our cottage, we had a pleasant meal, passed the remainder of the day in family intercourse, and closed it by prayer, in which all took part." Thus contented in his humble station, and faithfully performing his duties, he gained the respect and confidence of both blacks and whites. Many of the slaves in the French colonies were cruelly treated, as is always the case wherever slavery exists. Toussaint could not avoid seeing a great deal of wrong and suffering inflicted on people of his color, and he was doubtless grateful to God that his lot was so much better than theirs. But he was too intelligent and thoughtful not to question in his own mind why either he or they should be held in bondage merely on account of the complexion which it had pleased God to give them. He was fond of reading, and Monsieur Bayou de Libertas, contrary to the usual custom, allowed him the use of his books. He read one volume at a time, and tried to understand it thoroughly. He devoted every spare moment to it, and while he was at work he was busily thinking over what he had read. It took complete possession of his soul for the time, and he would repeat extracts from it to his companions for weeks after. In this earnest way he read several books of ancient history, biography, and morals, and a number of military books. There was a French author called the Abbé Raynal, who was much opposed to slavery. In some way or other, one of his books fell into the hands of Toussaint Breda, and made a deep impression on him. It contained the following sentence: "What shall be done to overthrow slavery? Self-interest alone governs kings and nations. We must look elsewhere. A courageous chief is all the negroes need. Where is he? Where is that great man whom Nature owes to her vexed, oppressed, and tormented children? He will doubtless appear. He will come forth and raise the sacred standard of liberty. This venerable signal will gather round him his companions in misfortune. More impetuous than the torrents, they will everywhere leave the indelible traces of their just resentment. Everywhere people will bless the name of the hero who shall have re-established the rights of the human race." When Abbé Raynal wrote those prophetic words, he did not foresee that they would meet the eye of the very man he called for; and the humble slave, when he read them, did not hear in them the voice of his own destiny. While he was diligently toiling for his humane masters, and seizing every opportunity to increase his small stock of knowledge, the island of St. Domingo was growing very rich by agriculture and commerce. The planters acquired enormous wealth, built splendid houses, and lived in luxury, laziness, and dissipation, upon the toil of the poor unpaid negroes. 20,000 slaves were imported from Africa every year to make up the deficiency of those who were killed by excessive toil and cruel treatment. These new victims, men and women, had the name of their purchaser branded on their breastbones with red-hot iron. But men never violate the laws of God without suffering the consequences, sooner or later. Slavery was producing its natural fruits of tyranny and hatred, cruelty and despair. The reports of barbarity on one side and suffering on the other attracted attention in Europe, and benevolent and just men began to speak and write against slavery as a wicked and dangerous institution. The Abbé Gregoire, a humane bishop of the Catholic Church, introduced the agitating question into the French Assembly, a body similar to our Congress. He also formed a society called Les Amis des Noirs, which means the friends of the blacks. Of course this was very vexatious to slaveholders in the French colonies. They knew very well that if the facts of slavery were made known, every good man would cry out against it. Political parties were formed in St. Domingo. Some of the planters wanted to secede from France and set up an independent government. Others wanted to increase their political power by having a colonial assembly established in the island, by means of which they could mainly manage their own concerns as they chose. For this purpose they sent deputies to France, but their request gave rise to the question, who should have the right to be members of such an assembly? And for the following reasons that question was very annoying to the haughty slaveholders of St. Domingo. In the United States of America, slaveholders made a law that the child shall follow the condition of the mother. Consequently, every child of a slave woman was born a slave, however light its complexion might be. This was a very convenient arrangement for white fathers, who wanted to sell their own children. In the French colonies, the law was, the child shall follow the condition of its father. The consequence was that all the children the planters of St. Domingo had by their slaves were born free. This was, of course, a numerous class. In fact, their numbers were 2/3 as great as those of the whites. There were at that time in St. Domingo 30,000 whites, 20,000 free mulattoes, and 500,000 black slaves. Not unfrequently the white planters sent their mulatto children to France to be educated like gentlemen. Many of them acquired great wealth and held numerous slaves. But they were a class by themselves. However rich and educated they might be, they were kept trampled down in a degraded and irritating position, merely on account of their color. They despised the negro slaves, from whom they had descended on the mother's side, and they in their turn were despised by the whites, whose children they were, because their color connected them with the enslaved race. They were not allowed to be doctors, lawyers, or priests. They could hold no public office. They could not inherit the name or the property of their fathers. They could not attend school with white boys, or sit at a white man's table, or occupy the same portion of a church with him, or be buried in the same graveyard. They were continually insulted by whites, but if they dared to give a blow in return, the penalty was to have the right hand cut off. This class of free mulattoes claimed that, being numerous and wealthy, and the payers of taxes, they had a right to send representatives to the colonial assembly to look after their interests. They had the more hopes of gaining this point, because a great revolution was then going on in France, and the friends of liberty and equality were daily growing stronger there. When the white planters sent deputies to France, the mulattoes sent deputies also, with a present of more than $1 million, and an offer to mortgage a 1/5 part of all their property toward the payment of the French national debt. All they asked in return was that the law should put them on an equality with white men. Being slaveholders, they manifested the same selfishness that white slaveholders did. They declared that they asked redress of grievances only for oppressed freemen, that they had no wish to change the condition of the negroes who were slaves. This petition was drawn up in 1790, and sent to Paris by a wealthy colored man named Augier. It excited lively discussion in the National Assembly of France. One of the members, named Lamotte, who owned large estates in St. Domingo, said, I am one of the largest proprietors in that island, but I would lose all that I possess there rather than disown principles which justice and humanity have consecrated. I am not only in favor of admitting men of color into the colonial assemblies, but I also go for the emancipation of the negro slaves." After animated discussion, the reply received by the mulatto deputies from the President of the Assembly was, "No portion of the French nation shall in vain claim its rights from the representatives of the French people." When the white planters of St. Domingo heard of this, they were filled with wrath. In one place a mulatto named Lacombe, whose only crime it was that he had signed the petition, was seized and hung. In another place the mob seized a highly respected old white magistrate and cut off his head, because he had drafted for the mulattoes a very moderate petition, begging to be released from some of the hardships under which they had so long suffered. When the colored deputy Ogé returned from France and demanded that mulattoes should have the rights of citizenship, which had been decreed to them by the French Assembly, soldiers were sent to seize him, and he was sentenced to have all his limbs broken on a wheel, and then to have his head cut off. Besides the classes of which I have spoken, there was another class in St. Domingo called Petit Blancs, which means small whites. They were so called to distinguish them from the large landed proprietors. They occupied a position not unlike that of the class known as poor whites in the slave-holding portion of the United States. They were ready instruments to carry out the vengeance of the infuriated planters. They seized every opportunity to insult the free mulattoes, and to inflict cruelty and outrage on the negro slaves. They went about as patrols, traversing the plantations and bursting into negro huts at all times of night, under the pretense that they were plotting insurrection. The poor ignorant slaves did not understand what all this mobbing and murdering was for, but finding themselves so much suspected and abused without cause, they became weary of their lives. Many committed suicide; others tried to poison their tormentors. At Port-au-Prince an attempt was made to get up an insurrection. 50 slaves, suspected of being connected with it, were beheaded, and their heads, stuck on poles, were set up by the hedges in a row. While the fire was thus kindling under their feet, the white planters came out in open defiance of the French government, and refused to take the oath of allegiance. They called on the English for aid, and offered to make the island over to Great Britain. The mulattoes were filled with dismay, for the French government was their only hope. They had hitherto kept aloof from the negroes, but now, seeing the necessity of curbing the power of the white planters at all hazards, they instigated the already exasperated slaves to seize this favorable moment of commotion and rise against their masters. They did rise, on the 22nd of August, 1791. All at once the sky was red with the reflection of burning houses and cane fields. The cruelties which they had witnessed or suffered, they now, in their turn, inflicted on white men, women, and children. It was a horrible scene. Toussaint was working as usual on the Breda estate, when he heard that the planters had called in the aid of the English, and that 4,000 negroes had risen in insurrection. He exerted his great influence with his fellow slaves to prevent the destruction of houses and cane fields on the Breda estate. For a month he kept the insurgents at bay, while he helped M. Bayou de Libertas to convey a cargo of sugar on board a Baltimore ship, for the support of his family, and aided his mistress to collect such articles of value as could conveniently be carried away. Then he secretly conveyed them to the same ship, and it was an inexpressible relief to his heart when he saw them sailing away, bound for the shores of the United States. The armed negroes increased in numbers, and marshaled themselves under an intelligent leader named Jean-François. When the French governor in St. Domingo called upon them to lay down their arms, their leaders replied for them. We have never thought of failing in the respect and duty we owe to the representatives of the King of France. The King has bewailed our lot and broken our chains; but those who should have proved fathers to us have been tyrants, monsters unworthy the fruits of our labors. Do you ask the sheep to throw themselves into the jaws of the wolf? To prove to you, excellent sir, that we are not so cruel as you may think, we assure you that we wish for peace with all our souls, but on condition that all the whites, without a single exception, leave the Cape. Let them carry with them their gold and their jewels. All we seek is our liberty. God grant that we may obtain it without shedding of blood. Believe us, it has cost our feelings very much to have taken this course; but victory, or death for freedom, is our profession of faith, and we will maintain it to the last drop of our blood." The negroes were mistaken in supposing that Louis XVI., King of France, had broken their chains, or that the king's party, called Royalists, were trying to do anything for their freedom. It was the revolutionary party in France, called the Republicans, who had declared themselves in favor of emancipating the negro slaves, and giving the free mulattoes their civil rights. The main body of the negroes had been kept in the lowest ignorance, and of course could not understand the state of political parties. The world was ringing with French doctrines of liberty and equality, to be applied to men of all colors, and they could not help hearing something of what was so universally talked of. The Spaniards in the eastern part of St. Domingo were allies of the French king, and they wanted the negroes to help them fight the French planters, who were in rebellion against the king. In order to give them a strong motive for doing so, they told them that Louis XVI. Had been cast into prison in France, and that they were going to kill him because he wanted to emancipate the slaves in his colonies. They readily believed that it was so, because they saw their masters in arms against the king. Therefore they called their regiments the King's Own, and carried flags on which were inscribed, "Long live the King," the ancient system of government. The slaveholders mounted the English cockade, and entered into alliance with Great Britain, while their revolted slaves joined the Spanish. The war raged horribly on both sides. Jean-François was of a gentle disposition, and disposed to be merciful; but the two other leaders of the negroes, named Jeannot and Biassou, were monsters of revenge and cruelty. The bleeding heads of white men surrounded their camps, and the bodies of black men hung on trees round the camps of the planters. This state of things shocked the soul of Toussaint Breda. Much as he desired the freedom of his own race, he was reluctant to join an enterprise marked by so many cruelties. Conscience forbade him to enlist on the side of the slaveholders, and he would gladly have remained neutral; but he found that men of his own color were suspicious of him because he had adhered so faithfully to M. Bayou de Libertas. He joined the black insurgents, but, resolved not to take part in their barbarities, he occupied himself with healing the wounded, an office for which he was well qualified by his tender disposition and knowledge of medicinal plants. After a while, however, the negroes were compelled to retreat before the superior discipline of the white troops, and feeling greatly the need of intelligent officers, they insisted upon making Toussaint aide de camp to Biassou, under the title of brigadier. He desired, above all things, that hostilities should cease, that the negroes should return to their work, and that the planters should consent to cease from oppressing them. A very little justice and kindness would have pacified the revolted slaves, but the slaveholders were so full of rage and pride that if a slave attempted to return to his master, however sincere he might be, he was instantly put to death. 3 commissioners came from France to try to negotiate a peace between the contending parties. The blacks sent deputies to the Colonial Assembly to help the French commissioners in this good work, but the planters treated their overtures with haughtiness and contempt. It is said that Toussaint wept when he saw the hopes of peace vanish. It was plain that his people must resist their tyrants, or be forever hopelessly crushed. He was then 50 years old, in the prime of his bodily and mental strength. By becoming a leader he felt that he might protect the ignorant masses, and restrain those who were disposed to cruelty. Perhaps he remembered the prediction of the Abbé Raynal, and thought that he was the appointed deliverer, a second Moses, sent by God to bring his people out of bondage. From that time henceforth he made it the business of his life to conquer freedom for his race, but never in a bloodthirsty spirit. End of Toussaint L'Ouverture, Part 1. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Section 11 of the Freedmen's Book, by Lydia Maria Child. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Toussaint L'Ouverture, Part 2, by L. Maria Child. Biassou was so enraged by the contemptuous manner in which their deputies had been treated, that he gave orders to put to death all the white prisoners in their camps. But Toussaint remonstrated, and succeeded in saving their lives. His superior intelligence gave him great influence, and he always exerted it on the side of humanity. He also manifested extraordinary courage and sagacity in the very difficult position in which he was placed. He was surrounded by conflicting parties, fighting against each other, agreeing only in one thing, and that was hostility to the negroes, all of them ready to make the fairest promises and to break them as soon as they had gained their object. France was in a state of revolutionary confusion, and rumors were very contradictory. One thing was certain: their former masters were fighting against the King of France, and instinct led them to take the other side. Toussaint deemed it wisest to keep under the protection of their Spanish allies, and fight with them for the king's party. By a succession of battles he gained possession of several districts in the mountains, where he entrenched his forces strongly, and tried to bring them under regular military discipline. He was very strict, and allowed no disobedience of orders. He forbade his soldiers to go about plundering or revenging past injuries. His motto was, "No retaliation," a noble Christian motto, totally disregarded by men whose opportunities for enlightened education were 1,000 times greater than his. When he felt himself secure in the mountain districts, he invited the white planters of that region to return and cultivate the estates which they had abandoned in their terror. He promised them that their persons and property should be protected, and he faithfully kept his word. In his language and in his actions he was always saying to the whites, "Why will you force us to fight? I cherish no revenge against you. All I want is the freedom of my race." His energy and ingenuity in availing himself of every resource and supplying every deficiency were truly wonderful. On one occasion a map was greatly needed, in order to plan some important campaign, and no map could be procured. Toussaint, having made diligent inquiries of various persons well acquainted with the portion of the country to be traversed, employed himself in making a map. By help of the little geometry taught him by his godfather, he projected a map, and marked down the important towns, mountains, and rivers, with the distances between them. No trait in the character of Toussaint Breda was stronger than his domestic affections. He was devotedly attached to his wife and children, and he had not seen them for 7 months. At last an interval of quiet enabled him to visit the Spanish part of the island, whither he had sent them for security. The Spanish authorities, in acknowledgment of his services, received him with the greatest distinction. Toussaint thanked them, but humbly ascribed his successes to a superintending Providence. Always strict in religious observances, he went to the church to offer prayers. His general, the Spanish Marquis Sermona, seeing him kneel to partake of the communion, said, In this lower world God visits no purer soul than his. But the Spanish had no regard for the rights and welfare of the negroes. They used them while they had need of their help, and were ready to oppress them when it served their own interests. News came from France that the Republican party were triumphant, and that the king had been beheaded. The Spanish had nothing further to gain by adhering to the defeated royalist party. Accordingly, Spain and Britain entered into a league to divide the island of St. Domingo between them and restore slavery. On the contrary, the Republican party in France, assembled in convention at Paris, February, 1794, proclaimed freedom to the slaves in all the French colonies; and as the government was now in their hands, there was no doubt of their having power to protect those they had emancipated. Under these circumstances, there was but one course for Toussaint to take. He left the Spanish, and joined the French forces, by whom he was received with acclamation. His rude bands of untaught negroes had now become a well-disciplined army. They were proud of their commander, and almost worshipped him. Under his guidance they performed wonders, proving themselves equal to any troops in the world. Toussaint was on horseback night and day. It seemed as if he never slept. Wherever he was needed he suddenly appeared, and as he seemed to be wanted in 20 places at once, his followers thought he had some powers of witchcraft to help him. But the witchcraft consisted in his superior intelligence, his remarkable activity, his iron constitution, and his iron will. His heart was never of iron. In the midst of constant warfare he paid careful attention to the raising of crops, and if women and children, black or white, were suffering with hunger, he caused them to be supplied with food. He and his brave officers and troops everywhere drove the English before them. The French general Laveaux appointed him second to himself in command, and in his proclamation to that effect he declared, "This is the man who the Abbé Raynal foretold would rise to be the liberator of his oppressed race." One day when he had gained some important advantage, a white officer exclaimed, "General Toussaint makes an opening everywhere." His black troops heard the words, and feeling that he had made an opening for them, from the dungeon of slavery to the sunlight of freedom, they shouted, "L'ouverture! L'ouverture!" which being translated into English means, "The opening." From that day henceforth he was called Toussaint l'Ouverture. The English general Maitland, finding him so formidable, wished to have a conference with him to negotiate terms of accommodation. The request was granted, and such was his confidence in the black chieftain that he went to his camp with only 3 attendants, through miles of country full of armed negroes. One of the French officers wrote to General Toussaint that it would be an excellent opportunity to take the English commander prisoner. General Maitland was informed of this while he was on his way, but he said, "I will trust General Toussaint. He never breaks his promise." When he arrived, General Toussaint handed him 2 letters, saying, "There is a letter I have received, advising me to detain you as prisoner, and there is my reply. I wish you to read them before we proceed to business, that you may know I am incapable of such a base action." The answer he had written was, "I have promised this Englishman my protection, and he shall have it." The English, seeing little prospect of conquering him by force, or outwitting him by stratagem, tried to bribe him to their interest. They offered to make him king of St. Domingo, to establish him with a sufficient naval force, and give freedom to the blacks, if he would come over to their side. But the English still held slaves in the neighboring islands, while the French had proclaimed emancipation in all their colonies. He felt grateful to the republican government of France, and he resolved to stand by it. The only crown he coveted was the freedom of his race. He pursued the English vigorously till he drove them from the island. Yet he had no desire to harm them, any further than was inevitable for the protection of his people. An English naval officer, named Rainsford, being driven on the coast of St. Domingo by a violent storm, was arrested as a spy. A court-martial was held, at which General Christophe presided, in the absence of General Toussaint. Rainsford was convicted and sentenced to die. He was put into a dungeon to wait till the sentence was signed by General Toussaint. The women of the island pitied the stranger, and often sent him fruit and sweetmeats. When Toussaint returned, he examined into the case, and said, "The trial appears to have been fair, and the sentence just, according to the rules of war. But why should we execute this stranger? He is alone, and can do us no harm. His death would break his mother's heart. Let us have compassion on her. Let us send him home, that he may tell the English what sort of people we are, and advise them not to attempt to reduce us to slavery." Having cleared the island of foreign enemies, Toussaint exerted all his abilities to restore prosperity. He discharged the greater part of the regular troops, and sent them to till the soil. At that time, men were afraid to trust to immediate unconditional emancipation. They had not then learned by experiment that it is the wisest policy, as well as the truest justice. Toussaint feared that when the former slaves were disbanded from the army, they would sink into laziness and vice, and thus cause the name of freedom to be evil spoken of. Therefore, with the view of guarding public morals, he instituted a kind of apprenticeship. He ordained that they should work 5 years for their masters, on condition of receiving 1/4 of the produce, out of which the cost of their subsistence was to be defrayed. Regulations were made by which the laborers became a sort of proprietors of the soil, but I do not know what were the terms. He did everything to encourage agriculture, and tried to impress on the minds of the blacks that the permanence of their freedom depended in great measure upon their becoming owners and cultivators of land. He proclaimed a general amnesty to men of all colors and all parties, even to those who had fought with the English against their own country. He invited the return of all fugitives who were willing to become good citizens, and by public discourses and proclamations promised them pardon for the past and protection for the future. Before any important measure was carried into execution, he summoned all the people to church, where, after prayers were offered, he discoursed to them upon the prospects of the republic, and what he considered essential to its future peace and prosperity. He ordered prayers to be said night and morning at the head of the regiments. The discipline of the army was so strict that some accused him of severity, but the soldiers almost idolized him, which I think they would not have done if he had not proved to them that he was just as well as strict. After such a long period of foreign and civil war, it required a very firm and judicious hand to restore order and security. His troops, once lawless and savage, had become perfectly orderly under his regulations. They committed no thefts on the plantations, and no pillage in the cities. He opened to all nations an unrestricted commerce with St. Domingo, and he had the honor of being the first ruler in the world who introduced a system of free trade. In the distribution of offices he sought out the men that were best fitted, without regard to complexion. In many things he seemed to favor the whites more than the blacks, probably from his extreme fear of not being impartial, perhaps also because he knew the whites distrusted him and needed to be conciliated, while people of his own color had entire confidence in him. But the most obstinate prejudices gradually gave way before the wisdom and uprightness of his government. White planters, who had been accustomed to talk of him as a revolted slave and a lawless brigand, began to acknowledge that he was a conscientious man and a wise legislator. A general feeling of security prevailed, activity in business was restored, and wealth began to flow in through its former channels. But with all his prudence and efforts at universal conciliation, he could not at once heal the old animosities that had so long rankled in the breasts of men. Some of the returned French planters resumed their old habits of haughtiness and contempt toward the negroes. Some of the proprietors, both white and black, in their haste to grow rich, overworked their laborers, and in addition to these causes of irritation, it was whispered round that the whites were influencing the French government to restore slavery. In one of the northern districts a proposition was made to disband the black troops. This excited suspicion, and they rose in rebellion. Buildings were fired, and 300 whites slaughtered. Toussaint hastened to the scene of action, and by assurances and threats quelled the tumult. The command of that district was in the hands of General Moyse, the son of Toussaint's brother Paul. He disliked the system of conciliation pursued toward the whites, and had expressed his opinions in terms less respectful than was proper toward a man of his uncle's age and character. The agricultural returns from his district had been smaller than from other portions of the island, and when Toussaint remonstrated with him for neglecting that department, he replied, "Whatever my old uncle may see fit to do, I cannot consent to be the executioner of my race by causing them to be worked to death. All your orders are given in the name of France, but to serve France is to serve the interests of the whites, and I shall never love the whites till they give me back the eye I lost in battle." When the insurrection broke out in his district, the relatives of the slaughtered whites complained to General Toussaint that his nephew had not taken any efficient measures to put down the riot, and the black insurgents excused themselves by saying General Moyse approved of their rising. A court-martial was held, and General Moyse and several of the ringleaders were condemned to be shot. The execution of this sentence excited a good deal of ill-feeling toward Toussaint. He was loudly accused of favoring the whites more than he did his own color, and to this day it is remembered against him in the island. It certainly is the harshest action recorded of Toussaint Louverture. But it must be remembered that he had invited the whites to come back, and had given them promises of protection, because he thought the peace and prosperity of the island could best be promoted in that way, and having done so, it was his duty to see that their lives and property were protected. Moreover, he knew that the freedom of his race depended upon their good behavior after they were emancipated, and that insurrections would furnish the French government with a pretext for reducing them to slavery again. If he punished any of the ringleaders with death, he could not, without partiality, pardon his own nephew, who had been condemned by the same court-martial. In this matter it is fair to judge Toussaint by his general character, and that leaves no room to doubt that severity was painful to him, and that when he resorted to it, he was actuated by motives for the public good. That he forgave offences against himself was shown by his treatment of the mulattoes, who made trouble in the island about the same time. They had never been pleased to see one of the black slaves, whom they had always despised, placed in a situation which made him so much superior to any of themselves. They manifested their dissatisfaction in a variety of ways. They did their utmost to increase the feeling that he showed partiality to the whites. In several instances attempts were made to take his life. At one time the plume in his military cap was shot away. On another occasion balls passed through his carriage, and his coachman was killed, but he happened to be riding off on horseback in another direction. This hostile feeling led the mulattoes to an extensive conspiracy to excite rebellion against his government. Toussaint was forewarned of it, and the attempt was put down. 11 of the leaders were carried to the Cape and imprisoned. Toussaint called a meeting of the civil and military authorities, and ordered the building to be surrounded by black troops while the mulatto prisoners were brought in under guard. They looked extremely dejected, expecting nothing but death. But he announced to them that, deeming the forgiveness of injuries a Christian duty, he pardoned what they had attempted to do against him. He gave them money to defray their traveling expenses, told them they were at liberty to return to their homes, and gave orders that they should be protected on the way. As he passed out of the building, they showered blessings on his head, and the air was filled with shouts of "Long live Toussaint l'Ouverture!" These outbreakings of old hatreds were local and short-lived. The confidence in Toussaint's goodness and ability was almost universal, and his popularity was so great with all classes that he might have made himself emperor if he would. But through all the changes in France he had been faithful to the French government, and now to the habit of loyalty was added gratitude to that government for having proclaimed freedom to his race. Next to the emancipation of his people, he sought to serve the interests of France. Personal ambition never tempted him from the path of duty. When the affairs of the colony seemed to be arranged on a secure basis, he manifested willingness to resign the authority which he had used with so much wisdom and impartiality. He published a proclamation, in which he said, "Penetrated with that which is set forth in our Lord's Prayer, forgive us our transgressions, as we forgive those who transgress against us. I have granted a general amnesty. Fellow citizens not less generous than myself endeavor to have the past forgotten. Receive misled brethren with open arms, and let them in the future be on their guard against the snares of bad men. Civil and military authorities, my task is accomplished. It now belongs to you to take care that harmony is no more disturbed. Allow no one to reproach those who went astray, but have now returned to their duty. But notwithstanding my proclamation of amnesty, watch bad men closely, and do not spare them if they excite disturbance. A sense of honor should guide you all. A true, confiding peace is necessary to the prosperity of the country. It must be your work to establish such a peace. Take no rest until you have accomplished it." The people refused to accept the resignation of their friend and benefactor, as they styled him. He replied, "If I undertake the administration of civil affairs, I must have a solid rock to stand on, and that rock must be a constitutional government." Feeling the necessity of laws and regulations suited to the altered state of the country, he called a meeting of deputies from all the districts to draft a constitution. Of these 9 deputies, 8 were white and 1 a mulatto. They were selected for their learning and ability. Very likely Toussaint's habitual caution led him to choose men from the 2 classes that had been hostile to him, that there might be no pretext for saying he used his popularity with the blacks to carry any measure he wished. Among other things, this constitution provided that slavery should never more exist in St. Domingo, that all who were born there were free citizens of the French Republic. It also provided that offices were to be distributed according to virtue and ability, without regard to color. The island was to be ruled by 1 governor, appointed for 5 years, with a proviso that the term might be prolonged as a reward for good conduct. But in consideration of the important services rendered to the country by General Toussaint l'Ouverture, he was named governor for life, with power to appoint his successor. This was early in the summer of 1800. The Constitution, approved by Toussaint and published, was accepted by the people with solemn formalities and demonstrations of joy. This new colonial government was to go into operation provisionally until it should receive the sanction of the authorities in France. General Napoleon Bonaparte was then at the head of the French government, under the title of First Consul. Governor Toussaint wrote to him that in the absence of laws, after the Revolution in St. Domingo, it had been deemed best to draft a constitution. He added, "I hasten to lay it before you for your approbation, and for the sanction of the government which I serve. All classes of citizens here have welcomed it with joy, which will be renewed when it is sent back with the sanction of the French government." Some writers have accused Toussaint of personal ambition because he consented to be governor for life. He himself said it was because circumstances had given him influence which he could exert to unite a divided people, and that he deemed changes of administration might be injurious until the new order of things had become more settled. He assumed all the outward style that had been considered befitting the rank of governor and commander-in-chief. He had an elegant carriage and a number of handsome horses. When he rode out, he was followed by attendants in brilliant military dress, and he himself wore a rich uniform. On stated days he gave reception parties, to which magistrates, military officers, distinguished strangers, and influential citizens were invited. There was a good deal of splendor in the dresses on such occasions, but he always appeared in the simple undress uniform of a general officer. At these parties, whites, blacks, and mulattoes mingled together with mutual politeness, and it is said that the style of manners was easy and elegant. All rose when the governor entered, and none seated themselves until he was seated. This was a strange experience for a black man, who was formerly a slave, and it had been brought about under the blessing of God, solely by the strength and excellence of his own character. All prejudices gave way before his uncommon intelligence, well-tried virtues, and courteous dignity of manner. Every evening he gave free audience to all the people who chose to call. His dress was such as the landed proprietors usually wore. However weary he might be, he made the circuit of the rooms, and said something to each one on the subjects most likely to interest them. He talked with mothers about their children, and urged upon them the great importance of giving them religious instruction. Not unfrequently he examined the children in their catechisms, and gave a few words of fatherly advice to the young folks. He has been accused of vanity for assuming so much pomp in his equipage, and gentility in his dress. Doubtless he had some vanity. No human being is free from it. But I believe very few men, of any color, could have passed through such extraordinary changes as he did, and preserved their balance so well. In the style he assumed, he was probably somewhat influenced by motives of policy. He was obliged to receive many distinguished French gentlemen, and he knew they attached great importance to dress and equipage. The blacks also were fond of splendor, and it gratified them to see their great chieftain appear in princely style. The free mulattoes, who despised his mean birth, would have spared no ridicule if he had been neglectful of outward appearances, and in his peculiar situation it was important to command respect in every way. His person also needed every borrowed advantage that it could obtain. His figure was short and slim, and his features were homely, though his bright, penetrating eyes gave his face an expression of animation and intelligence. With these disadvantages, and a deficiency of education, betrayed by imperfect grammar, it is wonderful how he swayed assemblies of men whenever he addressed them. The secret lay in his great earnestness. Whatever he said it with his whole soul, and therefore it took possession of the souls of others. Though he paid so much attention to external show in public, his own personal habits were extremely simple and frugal. There was a large public house at the Cape, called the Hotel of the Republic, frequented by whites and blacks, officers and privates. Toussaint Louverture took a seat at the table in any chair that happened to be vacant. If any one rose to offer him a higher seat, he would bow courteously and reply, "Distinctions are to be observed only on public occasions." His food consisted of vegetable preparations, and he drank water only. He had a wonderful capacity of doing without sleep. During the years that so many public cares devolved upon him, it is said he rarely slept more than 2 hours out of the 24. He thought more than he spoke, and what he said was uttered in few words. Surrounded as he was by inquisitive and treacherous people, this habit of reserve was of great use to him. Enemies accused him of being deceitful. The charge was probably grounded on the fact that he knew how to keep his own secrets, for there are many proofs that he was in reality honest and sincere. It is singular how he escaped the contagion of impurity which always pollutes society where slavery exists, but his respect and affection for his wife was very constant, and he was always clean in his manners and his language. A colored lady appeared at one of his reception parties, dressed very low at the neck, according to the prevailing Parisian fashion. When he had greeted her, he placed a handkerchief on her shoulders and said in a low voice, "Modesty is the greatest ornament of woman." His ability and energy as a statesman were even more remarkable than his courage and skill as a military leader. He was getting old, and he was covered with the scars of wounds received in many battles, but he travelled about with wonderful rapidity, inspecting everything with his own eyes, and personally examining into the conduct of magistrates and officers. Often, after riding some distance in a carriage, he would mount a swift horse and ride off in another direction, while the coach went on. In this way he would make his appearance suddenly at places where he was not expected, and ascertain how things went on in his absence. It was a common practice with him to traverse from 100 to 150 miles a day. After giving his evening audience to the people, he sat up late into the night answering letters, of which he received not less than 100 daily. He dictated to 5 secretaries at once, so long that he tired them all, and he examined every letter when finished, that he might be sure his dictation had not been misunderstood. The eastern part of the island had been ceded to the French by treaty, but had never been given up by the Spanish, who still held slaves there. Complaints were brought to General Toussaint that the Spaniards kidnapped both blacks and mulattoes from the western part of the island, where all were free, and carried them off to sell them to slave traders. Resolved to destroy slavery, root and branch, throughout the island, in January, 1801, he marched into the Spanish territory at the head of 10,000 soldiers. The Spanish blacks were desirous to come under French dominion, in order to secure their freedom, and the whites offered but slight resistance. Having taken possession of the territory in the name of the French Republic, he issued a proclamation, in which he declared that all past offences should be forgotten, and that the welfare and happiness of Spaniards and Frenchmen should be equally protected. He then assembled his troops in the churches, and caused prayers of thanksgiving to be offered for the success of their enterprise, almost without bloodshed. Most of the wealthy Spanish slaveholders made arrangements to depart to Cuba and other neighboring islands, but the main body of the people received General Toussaint with the greatest distinction. As he passed through the principal towns, he was everywhere greeted with thunder of artillery, ringing of bells, and loud acclamations of the populace. Under his wise and watchful administration, all classes were protected, and all parts of the country became prosperous. The desolations occasioned by so many years of warfare were rapidly repaired. Churches were rebuilt, schools established, waste lands brought under cultivation, and distances shortened by new and excellent roads. The French commissioner Room was struck with admiration of his plans, and pronounced him to be a philosopher, a legislator, a general, and a good citizen. The Frenchman Lavoque, who was well acquainted with him and the condition of the people, said to Bonaparte, "Sire, let things remain as they are in St. Domingo. It is the happiest spot in your dominions." The historian Lacroix, though prejudiced against blacks, wrote, that the island was preserved to the French government was solely owing to an old negro who seemed to bear a commission from heaven. Strangers who visited St. Domingo expressed their surprise to see cities rising from their ashes, fields waving with harvests, and the harbors filled with ships. Planters who had fled with their families to various parts of the world heard such good accounts of the activity of business and the security of property, that many of them so far overcame their repugnance to be governed by a negro as to ask permission to return. This was easily obtained, and they were received by the governor without anything on his part which they might deem offensive familiarity, but with a dignified courtesy which prevented familiarity, or airs of condescension on their side. He had annually sent some token of remembrance to M. Bayou de Libertas, then residing in the United States. He now wrote to invite him to return to St. Domingo. The invitation was gladly accepted. When he arrived, he was received with marked kindness, but with dignified reserve. Governor Toussaint evidently did not wish bystanders to be reminded of the former relation that existed between them as overseer and slave. "Return to the plantation," said he, "and take care of the interests of the good old master. See that the blacks do their duty. Be firm, but just. You will thus advance your own prosperity, and at the same time increase the prosperity of the colony." End of Toussaint L'Ouverture, Part 2. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Section 12 of the Freedmen's Book by Lydia Maria Child. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Toussaint L'Ouverture, Part 3, by L. Maria Child. This return of the old slaveholders excited some uneasiness among the black laborers; but Toussaint, who often spoke to them in simple parables, sprinkled a few grains of rice into a vessel of shot, and shook it. "See," said he, "how few grains of white there are among the black." At that time General Napoleon Bonaparte had become very famous by his victories, and had recently been made ruler of France. There were many points of resemblance between his career and that of the hero of St. Domingo. It was a common thing for people to say, "Napoleon is the first of the whites, and Toussaint L'Ouverture is the first of the blacks." If General Toussaint had known the real character of Napoleon, he would not have felt flattered by being compared with such a selfish, tyrannical, and treacherous man; but, like the rest of the world, he was dazzled by his brilliant reputation, and felt that it was a great honor to him to be called the Black Napoleon. The vainest thing that is recorded of him is that on one of his official letters to Bonaparte he wrote, "To the first of the whites from the first of the blacks." It was a departure from his usual habits of dignity, and was also poor policy; for Bonaparte had been rendered vain by his great success, and he was under the influence of aristocratic planters from St. Domingo, who would have regarded it as a great insult to couple their names with a negro. General Toussaint soon had reason to suspect he had been mistaken in the character of the famous man, whom he had so much admired. He wrote several deferential letters to Bonaparte, on official business, but the First Consul never condescended to make any reply. It was soon rumored abroad that proprietors of estates in St. Domingo, residing in France, were urging him to send an army to St. Domingo to reduce the blacks again to slavery. Governor Toussaint could not believe that the French government would be persuaded to break the solemn promises it had made to the colony. But when he sent General Vincent to Paris to obtain Bonaparte's sanction to the new constitution, the wicked scheme was found to be making rapid progress. In vain General Vincent remonstrated against it, as a measure cruel and dangerous. In vain he represented the contented, happy, and prosperous state of the island. In vain did many wise and good men in Paris urge that such a step would be unjust in itself, and very disgraceful to France. The First Consul turned a deaf ear to all but the haughty old planters from St. Domingo. The Legislative Assembly in France, though still talking loudly about liberty and the rights of man, were not ashamed to propose the restoration of slavery and the slave trade in the colonies; and the wicked measure was carried by a vote of 212 against 65. In May, 1801, Bonaparte issued a decree to that effect, but he afterwards considered it prudent to announce that the islands of St. Domingo and Guadeloupe were to be accepted. When this news reached St. Domingo, the people were excited and alarmed. They asked each other anxiously, "How long shall we be accepted?" On that point no assurances were given, and all suspected that the French government was dealing with them hypocritically and treacherously. The soul of Toussaint was on fire. If the names of the men who voted for the restoration of slavery were mentioned in his presence, his eyes flashed and his whole frame shook with indignation. He published a proclamation, in which he counseled obedience to the mother country, unless circumstances should make it evident that resistance was unavoidable. In private, he said to his friends, "I took up arms for the freedom of my color. France proclaimed it, and she has no right to nullify it. Our liberty is no longer in her hands. It is in our own. We will defend it or perish." General Toussaint had sent his 2 eldest sons to Paris to be educated. As a part of the plan of deception, General Bonaparte invited the young men to visit him. He spoke of their father as a great man, who had rendered very important services to France. He told them he was going to send his brother-in-law, General Leclerc, with troops to St. Domingo, but he assured them that it was not for any hostile purpose. It was merely to add to the defense of the island. He wished them to go with General Leclerc and tell their father that he intended him all protection, glory, and honor. The next day Bonaparte's Minister of Marine invited the young men to a sumptuous dinner, and at parting presented each with a splendid military uniform. The inexperienced youths were completely dazzled and deceived. In January, 1802, General Leclerc sailed with 60 ships and 30,000 of Bonaparte's experienced troops. When Governor Toussaint received tidings that a French fleet was in sight, he galloped to the coast they were approaching, to take a view of them. He was dismayed, and for a moment discouraged. He exclaimed, "All France has come to enslave St. Domingo. We must perish." He had no vessels, and not more than 16,000 men under arms. But his native energy soon returned. The people manifested a determination to die rather than be enslaved again. He resolved to attempt no attack on the French, but to act wholly on the defensive. Leclerc's army attacked Fort Liberty, killed half the garrison, and forced a landing on the island. Toussaint entrenched himself in a position where he could harass the invaders, and the peaceful, prosperous island again smoked with fire and blood. Leclerc, still aiming to accomplish Bonaparte's designs by hypocrisy, scattered proclamations among the blacks of St. Domingo, representing that Toussaint kept them in a kind of slavery on the plantations, but that the French had come to set them wholly free. This did not excite the rebellion which he intended to provoke, but it sowed the seeds of doubt and discontent in the minds of some. At the same time that he was playing this treacherous game, he sent Toussaint's 2 sons to their father, accompanied by their French tutor, to deliver a letter from the First Consul, which ought to have been sent 3 months before. The letter was very complimentary to General Toussaint, but it objected to the constitution that had been formed, and spoke in a very general way about the liberty which France granted to all nations under her control. It counseled submission to General Leclerc, and threatened punishment for disobedience. The tone of the letter, though apparently peaceful and friendly, excited distrust in the mind of General Toussaint, which was increased by the fact that the letter had been so long kept from him. Knowing the strength of his domestic affections, orders had been given that if he surrendered, his son should remain with him; but if he refused, they were to return to the French camp as hostages. Though his heart yearned toward his children, from whom he had been so long separated, he said to their tutor, 3 months after date you bring me a letter which promises peace, while the action of General Leclerc is war. I had established order and justice here. Now all is confusion and misery. Take back my sons. I cannot receive them as the price of my surrender. Tell General Leclerc hostilities will cease on our part when he stops the progress of his invading army." His sons told him how kindly they had been treated by Bonaparte, and what promises he had made concerning St. Domingo, promises which had been repeated in the proclamation brought by General Leclerc. Toussaint had had too severe an experience to be easily deceived by fair words. He replied, "My sons, you are no longer children. You are old enough to decide for yourselves. If you wish to be on the side of France, you are free to do so. Stay with me, or return to General Leclerc, whichever you choose. Either way I shall love you always." Isaac, his oldest son, had been so deceived by flattery and promises that he declared his wish to return to the French camp, feeling very sure that his father would be convinced that Bonaparte was their best friend. But Placide, his stepson, said, "My father, I will remain with you. I dread the restoration of slavery, and I am fearful about the future of St. Domingo." Who can tell what a pang went through the father's heart when he embraced Isaac and bade him farewell? General Leclerc was very angry when he found that his overtures were distrusted. He swore that he would seize Toussaint before he took his boots off. He forthwith issued a proclamation declaring him to be an outlaw. When General Toussaint read it to his soldiers, they cried out with one accord, "We will die with you." He said to his officers, "When the rainy season comes, sickness will rid us of our enemies. Till then, there is nothing before us but flame and slaughter." Orders were given to fire the towns as the French army approached, and to deal destruction upon them in every way. He gathered his army together at the entrance of the mountains, and, aided by his brave generals Christophe and Dessalines, kept up active skirmishing with the enemy. Horrible things were done on both sides. The Bay of Mancenille was red with blood of negro prisoners slaughtered by the French. The blacks, infuriated by revenge and dread of slavery, killed white men, women, and children without mercy. General Dessalines was of a savage temper, and incited his troops to the most ferocious deeds. But the natural kindliness of the negro character was manifested on many occasions, even in the midst of this horrible excitement. In many cases they guided their old masters to hiding places in the mountains or forests, and secretly conveyed them food. Toussaint, with only a plank to sleep on and a cloak to cover him, was constantly occupied with planning attacks and ambuscades, and preaching on Sundays, exhorting the people, with fiery eloquence, to remember that the cause of liberty was the cause of God. General Leclerc, meanwhile, was disappointed to find so many difficulties in the way of his wicked project. His troops wilted under the increasing heat of the climate, and began to murmur. He issued proclamations, promising, in the most solemn manner, that the freedom of all classes in St. Domingo should be respected. These assurances induced several black regiments to go over to the French. Toussaint's brother Paul and 2 of his ablest generals, Belair and Maurepas, did the same. Still the commander-in-chief, aided by Christophe and Dessalines, kept up a stout resistance. But news came that fresh troops were coming from France, and Christophe and Dessalines had an interview with General Leclerc, in which, by fair promises, he succeeded in gaining them over to the French side. A messenger was then sent to ask for a conference with General Toussaint. Solemn assurances were repeated that the freedom of the blacks should be protected, and a proposition was made that he should be colleague with General Leclerc in the government of the island, and that his officers should retain their rank in the army. With reinforcements coming from France, and with his best generals gained over, Toussaint had no longer hopes of defeating the invaders, though he might send out skirmishes to annoy them. He had too little faith in the promises of General Leclerc to consent to take an oath of office under him. He therefore replied, "I might remain a brigand in the mountains, and harass you with perpetual warfare, so far as your power to prevent it is concerned. But I disdain fighting for mere bloodshed, and in obedience to the orders of the First Consul, I yield to you. For myself, I wish to live in retirement, but I accept your favorable terms for the people and the army." With 400 armed horsemen he set out for the Cape, to hold the proposed conference with General Leclerc. On the way, the people, thinking peace was secured without the sacrifice of their freedom, hailed him as their benefactor. Girls strewed flowers in his path, and mothers held up their children to bless him. General Leclerc received him with a salute of artillery, and made a speech in which he highly complimented his bravery, magnanimity, and good faith, and expressed a hope that, though he chose to live in retirement, he would continue to assist the government of the island by his wise counsels. In the presence of the troops on both sides, he took an oath on the cross to protect the freedom of St. Domingo. With the same solemn formalities, General Toussaint promised that the treaty of peace should be faithfully observed. The next day he explained fully to his officers and soldiers what were the terms of the treaty, and impressed upon their minds that such a promise could not be violated without committing the sin of perjury. He thanked them all for their courage and devotedness they had shown under his command, embraced his officers, and bade them an affectionate farewell. They shed tears, and expressed the greatest reluctance to part with him. But he told them that such a course would best conduce to public tranquillity. The soldiers were inconsolable. They followed him, calling out in the saddest tones, "Have you deserted us?" He replied, "No, my children, do not be uneasy. Your officers are all under arms, and at their posts." 12 years had passed since he was working on the Breda estate, and seeing houses and cane fields on fire in every direction, had said to his wife, "The slaves have risen." Since that time, his life had been one scene of excitement, danger, ceaseless exertion, and overwhelming responsibility. He had been commander-in-chief of the armies of St. Domingo during 5 years, and governor of the island about 1 year. Now, with a heart full of anxiety for his people, but cheered by hopes of domestic happiness, he retired, far from the scene of his official splendor, to Ennery, a beautiful valley among the mountains. Surrounded by his family, he busied himself with clearing up the land and cultivating oranges, bananas, and coffee. The people round about often came to him for advice, and he freely assisted his neighbors in making repairs and improvements. Strangers often visited him, and when he rode abroad he was greeted with every demonstration of respect. General Leclerc, meanwhile, was attacked by a new and terrible enemy. His troops, unused to the climate, were cut down by yellow fever, as a mower cuts grass. In this situation, had Toussaint excited the blacks against them, they might have been exterminated. But he had sworn to observe the treaty, and he was never known to break his word. The kind-hearted negroes, in many cases, took pity on the suffering French soldiers. They carried them many little comforts, and even took them into their houses, and nursed them tenderly. Meanwhile General Leclerc's difficulties increased. His troops were dying fast under the influence of the hot season. Provisions were getting scarce. He wanted to disband the negro troops that had joined him, but they were wide awake and suspicious on the subject of slavery, and he dared not propose to disarm them. He was so treacherous himself that he could not believe in the sincerity of others. He was always suspecting that Toussaint would again take command of the blacks, and attack the remnant of his army, while it was enfeebled by disease. Bonaparte also felt that the popularity of Toussaint stood much in the way of his accomplishing the design of restoring Slavery. It was desirable to get him out of the way upon some pretext. The French officers made him the object of a series of petty insults, and wantonly destroyed the fruit on his grounds. By these means they hoped to provoke him to excite an insurrection, that they might have an excuse for arresting him. His friends warned him that these continual insults and depredations foreboded mischief, and that he ought not to submit to them. He replied, "It is a sacred duty to expose life when the freedom of one's country is in peril, but to rouse the people to save one's own life is inglorious." Finding private remonstrances of no use, he reported to the French headquarters that he and his neighbors were much annoyed by the conduct of the French troops, and that the people in the valley were made very uneasy by their rude manners and their depredations on property. He received a very polite answer from General Brunet, inviting him to come to his house to confer with him on that and other matters connected with the public tranquillity. The letter closed with these words: "You will not find all the pleasures I would wish to welcome you with, but you will find the frankness of an honorable man, who desires nothing but the happiness of the colony, and your own happiness. If Madame Toussaint, with whom it would give me the greatest pleasure to become acquainted, could accompany you, I should be gratified. If she has occasion for horses, I will send her mine. Never, General, will you find a more sincere friend than myself." Toussaint, who was sincerely desirous to preserve the public peace, and who was too honest to suspect treachery under such a friendly form, went to General Brunet's headquarters, with a few attendants, on the 10th of June, 1802. He was received with the greatest respect and cordiality. His host consulted with him concerning the interests of the colony, and they examined maps together till toward evening, when General Brunet left the room. An officer with 20 armed men entered, saying, "The Captain General has ordered me to arrest you. Your attendants are overpowered. If you resist, you are a dead man." Toussaint's first impulse was to defend himself, but seeing it would be useless against such numbers, he resigned himself to his hard fate, saying, "Heaven will avenge my cause." His papers were seized, his house rifled and burned, his wife and children captured, and at midnight they were all carried on board the French ship Hero, without being allowed to take even a change of clothing. His wrists were chained. He was locked in a cabin guarded by soldiers with fixed bayonets, and not permitted to hold any communication with his family. As the vessel sailed away from St. Domingo, Toussaint, gazing on the outline of its mountains for the last time, said, "They have cut down the tree of liberty, but the roots are many and deep, and it will sprout again." Toussaint Louverture was even then incapable of imagining the base designs against him. He supposed that he had been accused of something, and was to be carried to France for trial. Conscious of uniform fidelity to the French government, he felt no uneasiness as to the result, though the treachery and violence with which he had been treated in return for his great services made him very sad. Arrived on the shores of France, he was removed to another vessel, and allowed only a few moments to say farewell to his wife and children. They embraced him with tears, and begged him to remember them, who had always loved him so dearly. From the vessel, instead of being carried to Paris for trial, as he expected, he was hurried into a carriage, and, followed by a strong guard, was carried to the dismal Castle of Joux, near the borders of Switzerland. That ancient castle stands among the mountains of Jura, on the summit of a solid rock 500 feet high. He was placed in a deep, dark dungeon, from the walls of which the water dripped continually. This was in August, 1802; but though it was summer elsewhere, it was damp and cold in Toussaint's dreary cell. The keeper was allowed about 4 shillings a day to provide food for him, and one faithful servant, who had accompanied the family from St. Domingo, was allowed to remain with him. His spirits were kept up for some time with the daily expectation of being summoned to attend his trial; but time passed on, and he could obtain no tidings from the French government or from his family. In a letter to General Bonaparte, beseeching him to let him know of what he was accused, and to grant him a trial, he wrote: "I have served my country with honor, fidelity, and integrity. All who know me will do me the justice to acknowledge this. At the time of the Revolution I spent all I had in the service of my country. I purchased but one small estate, on which to establish my wife and family. I neglected nothing for the welfare of St. Domingo. I made it my duty and pleasure to develop all the resources of that beautiful colony. Since I entered the service of the Republic I have not claimed a penny of my salary. I have taken money from the treasury only for public use. If I was wrong in forming a constitution, it was through my desire to do good, and thinking it would please the government under which I served. I have had the misfortune to incur your displeasure, but I am strong in the consciousness of integrity and fidelity, and I dare affirm that among all the servants of the state no one is more honest than myself." This letter is still in existence, and some of the words are blotted out by tears that fell while the noble captive was writing it. Bonaparte paid no attention to this manly appeal. After weary waiting, Toussaint wrote again: "First Consul, it is a misfortune to me that I am not known to you. If you had thoroughly known me while I was in St. Domingo, you would have done me more justice. I am not learned, I am ignorant, but my heart is good. My father showed me the road to virtue and honor, and I am very strong in my conscience in that matter. If I had not been so devoted to the French government I should not be here. All my life I have been in active service, and now I am a miserable prisoner, without power to do anything, sunk in grief, and with health impaired. I ask you for my freedom, that I may labor for the support of my family. For my venerable father, now 105 years old, who is blind and needs my assistance; for my dearly loved wife, who, separated from me, cannot, I fear, endure the afflictions that overwhelm her; and for my cherished family, who have made the happiness of my life. I call on your greatness. Let your heart be softened by my misfortunes." This touching appeal met with the same fate as the first. Bonaparte even had the meanness to forbid the prisoner's wearing an officer's uniform. When he asked for a change of clothing, the cast-off suit of a soldier and a pair of old boots were sent him. There seemed to be a deliberate system of heaping contempt upon him. The daily sum allowed for his food was diminished, and the cold winds of autumn began to howl round his dungeon. They doubtless thought that so old a man, accustomed to tropical warmth and the devotion of a loving family, would die under the combined influence of solitude, cold, and scanty food; but his iron constitution withstood the severe test. The next step was to deprive him of his faithful servant, Mars Plaisir. Seeing him weep bitterly, Toussaint said to him: "Would I console thee under this cruel separation! Be assured I shall never forget thy faithful services. Carry my last farewell to my wife and family." The farewell never reached them. Mars Plaisir was lodged in another prison, lest he should tell of the slow murder that was going on in the castle of Joux. Toussaint's supply of food was gradually diminished, till he had barely enough to keep him alive, merely a little meal daily, which he had to prepare for himself in an earthen jug. The walls sparkled with frost, and the floor was slippery with ice, except immediately around his little fire. Thus he passed through a most miserable winter. He was thin as a skeleton, but still he did not die. As a last resort, the governor of the castle went away, and took the keys of the dungeon with him. He was gone 3 days, and when he returned, Toussaint was lying stiff and cold on his heap of straw. Doctors were called in to examine him, and they certified that he died of apoplexy. This was in April, 1803, after he had been more than 8 months in that horrid dungeon, and when he was a little more than 60 years old. The body was buried in the chapel under the castle. It was given out to the world that the deceased prisoner was a revolted slave, who had been guilty of every species of robbery and cruelty, and that he had been thrown into prison for plotting to deliver the island of St. Domingo into the hands of the English. When the family of Toussaint l'Ouverture were informed of his death, they were overwhelmed with grief, though they had no idea of the horrid circumstances connected with it. The 2 oldest sons tried to escape from France, but were seized and imprisoned. The French government feared the consequences of their returning to St. Domingo. The youngest son soon after died of consumption. Madame Toussaint sank under the weight of her great afflictions. Her health became very feeble, and at times her mind wandered. When the power of Bonaparte was overthrown and a new government introduced into France, a pension was granted for her support, and her 2 sons were released from prison. She died in their arms in 1816. There was great consternation in St. Domingo when it was known that Toussaint l'Ouverture had been kidnapped and carried off. There was an attempt at mutiny among the black soldiers, but the leaders were shot by the French, and the spirit of insurrection was put down for a time. No tidings could be obtained from Toussaint, and after a while he was generally believed to be dead. But his prediction was fulfilled. The tree of liberty that had been cut down did sprout again. Bonaparte sent new troops to St. Domingo to supply the place of those cut off by yellow fever. The French officers frequently subjected black soldiers to the lash, a punishment which had never been inflicted upon them since the days of slavery. An active slave trade was carried on with the other French colonies, where slavery had been restored, and people were frequently smuggled away from St. Domingo and sold. The mulattoes found out that people of their color were sold, as well as blacks. They had formerly acted against their mother's race, not because they were worse than other men, but because they had the same human nature that other men have. Being free-born, and many of them educated and wealthy, and slaveholders also, they despised the blacks who had always been slaves. But when slavery touched people of their own color, they were ready to act with the negroes against the whites. Toussaint's generals, though they still held their old rank in the army, grew more and more distrustful of the French. When General Christophe accepted an invitation to dine with General Leclerc, he ordered his troops to be in readiness for a sudden blow. The French officer who sat next to him at table urged him to drink a great deal of wine, but Christophe was on his guard, and kept his wits about him. At last he repulsed the offer of wine with great rudeness, whereupon Leclerc summoned his guard to be in readiness, and began to accuse Toussaint of treachery to the whites. "Treachery!" exclaimed the indignant Christophe. "Have you not broken oaths and treaties and violated the sacred rights of hospitality? Those whose blood flows for our liberty are rewarded with prison, banishment, death." Friends, soldiers, heroes of our mountains are no longer around me. Toussaint, the pride of our race, the terror of our enemies, whose genius led us from slavery to liberty, who adorned peace with lovely virtues, whose glory fills the world, was put in irons, like the vilest criminal. General Leclerc deemed it prudent to preserve outward composure, for General Christophe had informed him that troops were in readiness to protect him. But notwithstanding many ominous symptoms of discontent among the blacks and mulattoes, he blindly persevered in carrying out the cruel policy of Bonaparte. Shiploads of slaves were brought into St. Domingo and openly sold. Then came a decree authorizing slaveholders to resume their old authority over the blacks. Bitterly did Toussaint's officers regret having trusted to the promises of the French authorities. The consciousness of having been deceived made the fire of freedom burn all the more fiercely in their souls. The blacks were everywhere ready to die rather than be slaves again. In November, 1803, General Christophe published a document in which he said: "The independence of St. Domingo is proclaimed. Toward men who do us justice we will act as brothers, but we have sworn not to listen with clemency to any one who speaks to us of slavery. We will be inexorable, perhaps even cruel, towards those who come from Europe to bring among us death and servitude. No sacrifice is too costly, and all means are lawful, when men find that freedom, the greatest of all blessings, is to be wrested from them." The closing scenes of the Revolution were too horrible to be described. General Rochambeau, who commanded the French army after the death of General Leclerc, was a tyrannical and cruel tool of the slaveholders. Everywhere colored men were seized and executed without forms of law. Maurepas, who had been one of Toussaint's most distinguished generals, was seized on suspicion of favoring insurrection. His epaulets were nailed to his shoulders with spikes. He was suspended from the yard-arm of a vessel, while his wife and children and 400 of his black soldiers were thrown over to the sharks before his eyes. The trees were hung with the corpses of negroes. Some were torn to pieces by bloodhounds trained for the purpose. Some were burnt alive. 16 of Toussaint's bravest generals were chained by the neck to the rocks of an uninhabited island, and left there to perish. Most of these victims were firm in the midst of their tortures, and died with the precious word freedom on their lips. A mother whose daughters were going to be executed said to them, "Be thankful, you will not live to be the mothers of slaves." I am happy to record that all the whites were not destitute of feeling. Some sea captains, who were ordered to take negroes out to sea and drown them, contrived to aid their escape to the mountains, or landed them on other shores. The blacks, driven to desperation, became as cruel as their oppressors. They visited upon white men, women, and children all the barbarities they had seen and suffered. The wife of General Paul, brother of Toussaint, was dragged from her peaceful home and drowned by French soldiers. This murder made him perfectly crazy with revenge. Though naturally of a mild disposition, he thenceforth had no mercy on anybody of white complexion. His old father, Gauguenou, who survived Toussaint about a year, was filled with the same spirit, and the last words he uttered were a malediction on the whites. The spirit of the infernal regions raged throughout all classes, and it was all owing to the wickedness of Slavery. On the last day of November, 1803, little more than a year after the abduction of Toussaint, the French were driven from the island, never more to return. The colony, which might have been a source of wealth to them, if Toussaint had been allowed to carry out his plans, was lost to France forever. St. Domingo became independent, under its old name of Haiti, and General Christophe, who was as able as Toussaint, but more ambitious, was proclaimed emperor. A law was passed, and still remains in force, that no white man should own a foot of soil on the island, but white Americans and Europeans reside there, and transact various kinds of business under the protection of equal laws. Perhaps it sometimes seemed to Toussaint, in the loneliness of his dungeon, as if all his great sacrifices and efforts for his oppressed race had been in vain. But they were not in vain. God raised him to do a great work, which he faithfully performed, and his spirit is still marching on. Slavery becomes more and more odious in the civilized world, and nation after nation abolishes it. 50 years after the death of Toussaint, all the slaves in the French colonies were emancipated. How his spirit must rejoice to look on the West Indies now! In 1850 the grave of Toussaint l'Ouverture was discovered by some engineers at work on the Castle of Joux. His skull was placed on a shelf in the dungeon where he died, and is shown to travellers who visit the place. For a long while great injustice was done to the memory of Toussaint l'Ouverture, and also to the blacks who fought so fiercely in the resistance of slavery. For the histories of St. Domingo were written by prejudiced French writers, or by equally prejudiced mulattoes. But at last the truth is made known. Candid, well-informed persons now acknowledge that the blacks of St. Domingo sinned cruelly because they were cruelly sinned against, and Toussaint l'Ouverture, seen in the light of his own actions, is acknowledged to be one of the greatest and best men the world has ever produced. A very distinguished English poet, named Wordsworth, has written an admirable sonnet to his memory. The celebrated Harriet Martineau, of England, has made him the hero of a beautiful novel. Wendell Phillips, one of the most eloquent speakers in the United States, has eulogized his memory in a noble lecture, delivered in various parts of the country before thousands and thousands of hearers; and James Redpath has recently published in Boston a biography of Toussaint l'Ouverture, truthfully portraying the pure and great soul of that martyred hero. Well may the freedmen of the United States take pride in Toussaint l'Ouverture, as the man who made an opening of freedom for their oppressed race, and by the greatness of his character and achievements proved the capabilities of black men. It is better to be a lean freeman than a fat slave. A proverb in Haiti. End of Toussaint l'Ouverture, Part 3. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Section 13 of the Freedmen's Book, by Lydia Maria Child. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Aspirations of Mingo. A slave in one of our Southern States, named Mingo, was endowed with uncommon abilities. If he had been a white man, his talents would have secured him an honorable position. But being colored, his great intelligence only served to make him an object of suspicion. He was thrown into prison to be sold. He wrote the following lines on the walls, which were afterward found and copied. A Southern gentleman sent them to a friend in Boston as a curiosity, and they were published in the Boston Journal many years ago. The night after Mingo wrote them, he escaped from the slave prison, but he was tracked and caught by bloodhounds, who tore him in such a shocking manner that he died. By that dreadful process his great soul was released from his enslaved body. His wife lived to be an aged woman, and was said to have many of his poems in her possession. Here are the lines he wrote in his agony while in prison. Good God! And must I leave them now? my wife, my children in their woe. 'Tis mockery to say I'm sold, but I forget these chains so cold which goad my bleeding limbs, though high my reason mounts above the sky. Dear wife, they cannot sell the rose of love that in my bosom glows. Remember, as your tears may start, they cannot sell the immortal part. Thou sun, which lightest bond and free, tell me, I pray, is liberty the lot of those who noblest feel and oftest to Jehovah kneel? Then I may say, but not with pride, I feel the rushings of the tide of reason and of eloquence, which strive and yearn for eminence. I feel high manhood on me now, a spirit glory on my brow. I feel a thrill of music roll, like angel harpings through my soul, while Poesy with rustling wings upon my spirit rests and sings. He sweeps my heart's deep-throbbing lyre, who touched Isaiah's lips with fire. May God forgive his oppressors. End of The Aspirations of Mingo. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Section 14 of the Freedmen's Book by Lydia Maria Child. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Bury Me in a Free Land by Frances E. W. Harper. Make me a grave where'er you will, in a lowly plain or a lofty hill. Make it among the earth's humblest graves, but not in a land where men are slaves. I ask no monument proud and high, to arrest the gaze of the passers-by. All that my yearning spirit craves is bury me not in a land of slaves. End of Bury Me in a Free Land. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Section 15 of the Freedmen's Book by Lydia Maria Child. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Phyllis Wheatley by L. Maria Child. Phyllis Wheatley was born in Africa, and brought to Boston, Massachusetts, in the year 1761, a little more than 100 years ago. At that time people in Massachusetts held slaves. The wife of Mr. John Wheatley of Boston had several slaves, but they were getting too old to be very active, and she wanted to purchase a young girl whom she could train up in such a manner as to make her a good domestic. She went to the slave market for that purpose, and there she saw a little girl with no other clothing than a piece of dirty, ragged carpeting tied around her. She looked as if her health was feeble, probably owing to her sufferings in the slave ship and to the fact of her having no one to care for her after she landed. Mrs. Wheatley was a kind, religious woman, and though she considered the sickly look of the child an objection, there was something so gentle and modest in the expression of her dark countenance that her heart was drawn toward her, and she bought her in preference to several others who looked more robust. She took her home in her chaise, put her in a bath, and dressed her in clean clothes. They could not at first understand her, for she spoke an African dialect, sprinkled with a few words of broken English, and when she could not make herself understood, she resorted to a variety of gestures and signs. She did not know her own age, but from her shedding her front teeth at that time she was supposed to be about 7 years old. She could not tell how long it was since the slave traders tore her from her parents, nor where she had been since that time. The poor little orphan had probably gone through so much suffering and terror, and had been so unable to make herself understood by anybody, that her mind had become bewildered concerning the past. She soon learned to speak English, but she could remember nothing about Africa, except that she used to see her mother pour out water before the rising sun, Almost all the ancient nations of the world supposed that a great spirit had his dwelling in the sun, and they worshipped that spirit in various forms. One of the most common modes of worship was to pour out water or wine at the rising of the sun, and to utter a brief prayer to the spirit of that glorious luminary. Probably this ancient custom had been handed down, age after age, in Africa, and in that fashion the untaught mother of the little Phyllis continued to worship the god of her ancestors. The sight of the great splendid orb, coming she knew not whence, rising apparently out of the hills to make the whole world glorious with light, and the devout reverence with which her mother hailed its return every morning, might naturally impress the child's imagination so deeply that she remembered it after she had forgotten everything else about her native land. A wonderful change took place in the little forlorn stranger in the course of a year and a half. She had not only learned to speak English correctly, but she was able to read fluently in any part of the Bible. She evidently possessed uncommon intelligence and a great desire for knowledge. She was often found trying to make letters with charcoal on the walls and fences. Mrs. Wheatley's daughter, perceiving her eagerness to learn, undertook to teach her to read and write. She found this an easy task, for her pupil learned with astonishing quickness. At the same time she showed such an amiable, affectionate disposition that all members of the family became much attached to her. Her gratitude to her kind, motherly mistress was unbounded, and her greatest delight was to do anything to please her. When she was about 14 years old, she began to write poetry, and it was pretty good poetry too. Owing to these uncommon manifestations of intelligence, and to the delicacy of her health, she was never put to hard household work, as was intended at the time of her purchase. She was kept constantly with Mrs. Wheatley and her daughter, employed in light and easy services for them. Her poetry attracted attention, and Mrs. Wheatley's friends lent her books, which she read with great eagerness. She soon acquired a good knowledge of geography, history, and English poetry. Of the last she was particularly fond. After a while they found she was trying to learn Latin, which she so far mastered as to be able to read it understandingly. There was no law in Massachusetts against slaves learning to read and write, as there have been in many of the states, and her mistress, so far from trying to hinder her, did everything to encourage her love of learning. She always called her affectionately "my Phyllis," and seemed to be as proud of her attainments as if she had been her own daughter. She even allowed her to have a fire and light in her own chamber in the evening, that she might study and write down her thoughts whenever they came to her. Phyllis was of a very religious turn of mind, and when she was about 16 she joined the Orthodox Church, that worshipped in the Old South Meeting House in Boston. Her character and deportment were such that she was considered an ornament to the church. Clergymen and other literary persons who visited at Mrs. Wheatley's took a good deal of notice of her. Her poems were brought forward to be read to the company, and were often much praised. She was not unfrequently invited to the houses of wealthy and distinguished people, who liked to show her off as a kind of wonder. Most young girls would have had their heads completely turned by so much flattery and attention, but seriousness and humility seemed to be natural to Phyllis. She always retained the same gentle, modest deportment that had won Mrs. Wheatley's heart when she first saw her in the slave market. Sometimes when she went abroad she was invited to sit at a table with other guests, but she always modestly declined, and requested that a plate might be placed for her on a side table. Being well aware of the common prejudice against her complexion, she feared that some one might be offended by her company at their meals. By pursuing this course she manifested a natural politeness, which proved her to be more truly refined than any person could be who objected to sit beside her on account of her color. Although she was tenderly cared for and not required to do any fatiguing work, her constitution never recovered from the shock it had received in early childhood. When she was about 19 years old, her health failed so rapidly that physicians said it was necessary for her to take a sea voyage. A son of Mr. Wheatley's was going to England on commercial business, and his mother proposed that Phillis should go with him. In England she received even more attention than had been bestowed upon her at home. Several of the nobility invited her to their houses, and her poems were published in a volume, with an engraved likeness of the author. In this picture she looks gentle and thoughtful, and the shape of her head denotes intellect. One of the engravings was sent to Mrs. Wheatley, who was delighted with it. When one of her relatives called, she pointed it out to her, and said, "Look at my Phillis. Does she not seem as if she would speak to me?" Still the young poetess was not spoiled by flattery. One of the relatives of Mrs. Wheatley informs us that not all the attention she received, nor all the honors that were heaped upon her, had the slightest influence upon her temper and deportment. She was still the same single-hearted, unsophisticated being. She addressed a poem to the Earl of Dartmouth, who was very kind to her during her visit to England. Having expressed a hope for the overthrow of tyranny, she says, "Should you, my lord, while you peruse my song, wonder from whence my love of freedom sprung, whence flow these wishes for the common good, by feeling hearts alone best understood. I, young in life, by seeming cruel fate, was snatched from Afric's fancied happy state. What pangs excruciating must molest, what sorrows labor in my parents' breast! Steeled was that soul, and by no misery moved, that from a father seized his babe beloved. Such was my case, and can I then but pray others may never feel tyrannic sway?" The English friends of Phillis wished to present her to their king, George III., who was soon expected in London; but letters from America informed her that her beloved benefactress, Mrs. Wheatley, was in declining health, and greatly desired to see her. No honors could divert her mind from the friend of her childhood. She returned to Boston immediately. The good lady died soon after. Mr. Wheatley soon followed; and the daughter, the kind instructress of her youth, did not long survive. The son married and settled in England. For a short time Phillis stayed with a friend of her deceased benefactress. Then she hired a room and lived by herself. It was a sad change for her. The War of the American Revolution broke out. In the autumn of 1776, General Washington had his headquarters at Cambridge, Massachusetts, and the spirit moved Phillis to address some complimentary verses to him. In reply, he sent her the following courteous note: "I thank you most sincerely for your polite notice of me in the elegant lines you enclosed. However undeserving I may be of such encomium, the style and manner exhibit a striking proof of your poetical talents. In honor of which, and as a tribute justly due to you, I would have published the poem, had I not been apprehensive that, while I only meant to give the world this new instance of your genius, I might have incurred the imputation of vanity. This, and nothing else, determined me not to give it a place in the public prints. If you should ever come to Cambridge, or near headquarters, I shall be happy to see a person so favored by the Muses, and to whom nature has been so liberal and beneficent in her dispensations. I am, with great respect, your obedient humble servant, George Washington." The early friends of Phillis were dead, or scattered abroad, and she felt alone in the world. She formed an acquaintance with a colored man by the name of Peters, who kept a grocery shop. He was more than commonly intelligent, spoke fluently, wrote easily, dressed well, and was handsome in his person. He offered marriage, and in an evil hour she accepted him. He proved to be lazy, proud, and harsh-tempered. He neglected his business, failed, and became very poor. Though unwilling to do hard work himself, he wanted to make a drudge of his wife. Her constitution was frail, she had been unaccustomed to hardship, and she was the mother of 3 little children, with no one to help her in her household labors and cares. He had no pity on her, and instead of trying to lighten her load, he made it heavier by his bad temper. The little ones sickened and died, and their gentle mother was completely broken down by toil and sorrow. Some of the descendants of her lamented mistress at last heard of her illness, and went to see her. They found her in a forlorn situation, suffering for the common comforts of life. The Revolutionary War was still raging. Everybody was mourning for sons and husbands slain in battle. The country was very poor. The currency was so deranged that a goose cost $40, and other articles in proportion. In such a state of things, people were too anxious and troubled to think about the African poetess, whom they had once delighted to honor. Or if they transiently remembered her, they took it for granted that her husband provided for her. And so it happened that the gifted woman who had been patronized by wealthy Bostonians, and who had rolled through London in the splendid carriages of the English nobility, lay dying alone, in a cold, dirty, comfortless room. It was a mournful reverse of fortune, but she was patient and resigned. She made no complaint of her unfeeling husband, but the neighbors said that when a load of wood was sent to her, he felt himself too much of a gentleman to saw it, though his wife was shivering with cold. The descendants of Mrs. Wheatley did what they could to relieve her wants, after they discovered her extremely destitute condition; but, fortunately for her, she soon went where the wicked cease from troubling, and where the weary are at rest. Her husband was so generally disliked that people never called her Mrs. Peters. She was always called Phillis Wheatley, the name bestowed upon her when she first entered the service of her benefactress, and by which she had become known as a poetess. End of Phillis Wheatley. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Section 16 of the Freedmen's Book by Lydia Maria Child. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Pertinent Question by Frederick Douglass. Is it not astonishing that while we are plowing, planting, and reaping, using all kinds of mechanical tools, erecting houses and constructing bridges, building ships, working in metals of brass, iron, and copper, silver and gold, that while we are reading, writing, and ciphering, acting as clerks, merchants, and secretaries, having among us lawyers, doctors, ministers, poets, authors, editors, orators, and teachers, that while we are engaged in all manner of enterprises common to other men, digging gold in California, capturing the whale in the Pacific, breeding sheep and cattle on the hillside, living, moving, acting, thinking, planning, living in families as husbands, wives, and children, and above all, confessing and worshipping the Christian's God, and looking hopefully for immortal life beyond the grave. Is it not astonishing, I say, that we are called upon to prove that we are men? End of A Pertinent Question. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Section 17 of the Freedmen's Book by Lydia Maria Child. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Works of Providence by Phillis Wheatley. Written at 16 years of age. Arise, my soul, on wings enraptured rise, to praise the Monarch of the earth and skies, whose goodness and beneficence appear, as round its centre moves the rolling year; or when the morning glows with rosy charms, or the sun slumbers in the ocean's arms. Of light divine be a rich portion lent, to guide my soul and favor my intent. Celestial Muse, my arduous flight sustain, and raise my mind to a seraphic strain. Adored forever be the God unseen, who round the sun revolves this vast machine, though to his eye its mass a point appears. Adored the God that whirls surrounding spheres, who first ordained that mighty Sol should reign, the peerless monarch of the ethereal train. Of miles twice 40 millions is his height, and yet his radiance dazzles mortal sight, so far beneath. From him the extended earth vigor derives, and every flowery birth. Vast through her orb she moves, with easy grace, around her Phoebus in unbounded space. True to her course, the impetuous storm derides, triumphant o'er the winds and surging tides. Almighty, in these wondrous works of thine, what power, what wisdom, and what goodness shine! And are thy wonders, Lord, by men explored, and yet creating glory unadored? Creation smiles in various beauty gay, while day to night and night succeeds to day. That wisdom which attends Jehovah's ways shines most conspicuous in the solar rays. Without them, destitute of heat and light, this world would be the reign of endless night. In their excess, how would our race complain? Abhorring life, how hate its lengthened chain? From air or dust what numerous ills would rise! What dire contagion taint the burning skies! What pestilential vapor, fraught with death, would rise, and overspread the lands beneath? Hail, smiling morn, that from the orient main ascending, dost adorn the heavenly plain. So rich, so various are thy beauteous dyes, that spread through all the circuit of the skies, that full of thee my soul in rapture soars, and thy great God, the cause of all, adores. O'er beings infinite his love extends, his wisdom rules them, and his power defends. When tasks diurnal tire the human frame, the spirits faint, and dim the vital flame, then, too, that ever-active bounty shines, which not infinity of space confines. The sable veil, that night in silence draws, conceals effects, but shows the Almighty cause. Night seals in sleep the wide creation fair, and all is peaceful but the brow of care. Again gay Phoebus, as the day before, wakes every eye but what shall wake no more. Again the face of nature is renewed, which still appears harmonious, fair, and good. May grateful strains salute the smiling morn, before its beams the eastern hills adorn. End of The Works of Providence. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Section 18 of the Freedmen's Book by Lydia Maria Child. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Dying Christian by Frances E. W. Harper. The silver cord was loosened we knew that she must die. We read the mournful token in the dimness of her eye. Like a child oppressed with slumber, she calmly sank to rest, with her trust in her Redeemer, and her head upon his breast. She faded from our vision, like a thing of love and light, but we feel she lives forever, a spirit pure and bright. End of The Dying Christian. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Section 19 of the Freedmen's Book by Lydia Maria Child. This recording is in the public domain. Kindness to Animals by L. Maria Child. There are not many people who are conscientious about being kind in their relations with human beings, and therefore it is not surprising that still fewer should be considerate about humanity to animals. But the Father of all created beings made dumb creatures to enjoy existence in their way, as he made human beings to enjoy life in their way. We do wrong in his sight if we abuse them, or keep them without comfortable food and shelter. The fact that they cannot speak to tell of what they suffer makes the sad expression of their great, patient eyes the more touching to any compassionate heart. Fugitive slaves, looking out mournfully and wearily upon a cold, unsympathizing world, have often reminded me of overworked and abused oxen. For though slaves were endowed by their Creator with the gift of speech, their oppressors have made them afraid to use it to complain of their wrongs. In fact, they have been in a more trying situation than abused oxen, for they have been induced by fear to use their gift of speech in professions of contentment with their bondage. Therefore those who have been slaves know how to sympathize with the dumb creatures of God, and they, more than others, ought to have compassion on them. The great and good Toussaint Louverture was always kind to the animals under his care, and I consider it by no means the smallest of his merits. It is selfish and cruel thoughtlessness to stand laughing and talking, or to be resting at ease, while horses or oxen are tied where they will be tormented by flies or mosquitoes. Last summer I read of a horse that was left fastened in a swamp, where he could not get away from the swarm of venomous insects, which stung him to death, while his careless, hard-hearted driver was going about forgetful of him. It would trouble my conscience ever afterward if I had the death of that poor helpless animal to answer for. There is a difference in the natural disposition of animals, as there is in the dispositions of men and women. But generally speaking, if animals are bad-tempered and stubborn, it is owing to their having been badly treated when they were young. When a horse has his mouth hurt by jerking his bridle, it irritates him, as it irritates a man to be violently knocked about, and in both cases such treatment produces an unwillingness to oblige the tormentor. Lashing a horse with a whip to compel him to draw loads too heavy for his strength makes him angry and discouraged, and at last, in despair of getting any help for his wrongs, he stands stock-still when he finds himself fastened to a heavy load, and no amount of kicking or beating will make him stir. He has apparently come to the conclusion that it is better to be killed at once than to die daily. Slaves who are under cruel taskmasters also sometimes sink down into utter discouragement, and do not seem to care for being whipped to death. The best way to cure the disheartened and obstinate laborer is to give him just wages and kind treatment, and the best way to deal with the discouraged and stubborn horse is to give him light loads and humane usage. It is a very bad custom to whip a horse when he is frightened. It only frightens the poor creature all the more. Habits of running when frightened, or of shearing at the sight of things to which they are not accustomed, is generally produced in horses by mismanagement when they are colts. By gentle and rational treatment better characters are formed. both in animals and human beings. There was a gentleman in the neighborhood of Boston who managed colts so wisely that all who were acquainted with him wanted a horse of his training. He was very firm with the young animals. He never allowed them to get the better of him, but he was never in a passion with them. He cured them of bad tricks by patient teaching and gentle words, holding them tight all the while, till they did what he wanted them to do. When they became docile, he rubbed their heads and patted their necks, and talked affectionately to them, and gave them a handful of oats. In that way he obtained complete control over them. He never kicked them or jerked their mouths with the bridle. He never whipped them or allowed a whip to be used, and the result was that they learned to love him, and they were always ready to do as he bade them. I have read of a horse that was so terrified by the sound of a drum that if he heard it, even from a distance, he would run furiously and smash to pieces any carriage to which he was harnessed. In consequence of this, he was sold very cheap, though he was a strong, handsome animal. The man who sold him said he had whipped and whipped him to cure him of the trick, but it did no good. People laughed at the man who bought him, and said he had thrown money away upon a useless and dangerous creature. But he replied, "I have some experience in horses, and I think I can cure him." He resolved to use no violence, but to deal rationally and humanely with the animal, as he would like to be dealt with if he were a horse. He kept him without food till he had become very hungry, and then he placed a pan of oats before him on the top of a drum. As soon as he began to eat, the man beat upon the drum. The horse reared and plunged and ran furiously round the enclosure. He was led back to the stable without any provender. After a while, oats were again placed before him on top of a drum. As soon as the drum was beaten, the horse reared and ran away. I suppose he remembered the terrible whippings he had whenever he heard a drum, and so he thought the thing that made the noise was an enemy to him. The third time the experiment was tried, he had become excessively hungry. He pricked up his ears and snorted when he heard the sound of the drum. But he stood still, and looked at the oats wistfully, while the man played a loud, lively tune. Finding the noise did him no harm, he at last ventured to taste of the oats, and his owner continued to play all the while he was eating. When the breakfast was finished, he patted him on the neck and talked gently to him. For several days his food was given to him in the same way. He was never afraid of the sound of a drum afterward. On the contrary, he learned to like it, because it made him think of sweet oats. The fact is, reasonable and kind treatment will generally produce a great and beneficial change in vicious animals, as well as in vicious men. End of Kindness to Animals. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Section 20 of the Freedmen's Book, by Lydia Maria Child. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. James Forten, by L. Maria Child. James Forten was born in 1766, nearly 100 years ago. His ancestors had lived in Pennsylvania for several generations, and so far as he could trace them, they had never been slaves. In his boyhood the War of the American Revolution began. The states of this Union were then colonies of Great Britain. Being taxed without being represented in the British Parliament, they remonstrated against it as an act of injustice. The king, George III., was a dull, obstinate man, disposed to be despotic. The loyal, respectful petitions of the colonies were treated with indifference or contempt, and at last they resolved to become independent of England. When James Forten was about 14 years old, he entered into the service of the colonial navy, in the ship Royal Louis, commanded by Captain Decatur, father of the celebrated Commodore. It was captured by the British ship Amphion, commanded by Sir John Beazley. Sir John's son was on board as midshipman. He was about the same age as James Forten, and when they played games together on the deck, the agility and skill of the brown lad attracted his attention. They became much attached to each other, and the young Englishman offered to provide for the education of his colored companion, and to help him on in the world, if he would go to London with him. But James preferred to remain in the service of his native country. The lads shed tears at parting, and Sir John's son obtained a promise from his father that his friend should not be enlisted in the British army. This was a great relief to the mind of James, for his sympathies were on the side of the American colonies, and he knew that colored men in his circumstances were often carried to the West Indies and sold into slavery. He was transferred to the prison ship Old Jersey, then lying near New York. He remained there through a raging pestilence on board, until prisoners were exchanged. After the war was over, he obtained employment in a sail loft in Philadelphia, where he soon established a good character by his intelligence, honesty, and industry. He invented an improvement in the management of sails, for which he obtained a patent. As it came into general use, it brought him a good deal of money. In process of time he became owner of the sail loft, and also of a good house in the city. He married a worthy woman, and they brought up a family of 8 children. But though he had served his country faithfully in his youth, though he had earned $100,000 by his ingenuity and diligence, and though his character rendered him an ornament to the Episcopal Church, to which he belonged, yet so strong was the mean and cruel prejudice against his color, that his family were excluded from schools where the most ignorant and vicious whites could place their children. He overcame this obstacle at great expense by hiring private teachers in various branches of education. By the unrivalled neatness and durability of his work, and by the uprightness of his character, he obtained extensive business, and for more than 50 years employed many people in his sail loft. Being near the water, he had opportunities, at 12 different times, to save people from drowning, which he sometimes did at the risk of his own life. The Humane Society of Philadelphia presented him with an engraving, to which was appended a certificate of the number of people he had saved, and the thanks of the society for his services. He had it framed and hung in his parlor, and when I visited him in 1835 he pointed it out to me, and told me he would not take $1,000 for it. He likewise told me of a vessel engaged in the slave trade, the owners of which applied to him for rigging. He indignantly refused, declaring that he considered such a request an insult to any honest or humane man. He always had the cause of the oppressed colored people warmly at heart, and was desirous to do everything in his power for their improvement and elevation. He early saw that colonizing free blacks to Africa would never abolish slavery, but that on the contrary it tended to prolong its detestable existence. He presided at the first meeting of colored people in Philadelphia, to remonstrate against the Colonization Society. He was an earnest and liberal friend of the Anti-Slavery Society, and almost the last words he was heard to utter were expressions of love and gratitude to William Lloyd Garrison for his exertions in behalf of his oppressed race. He never drank any intoxicating liquor, and was a steadfast supporter of the Temperance Society. Being of a kindly and humane disposition, he espoused the principles of the Peace Society. His influence and pure example were also given to those who were striving against licentiousness. Indeed, he was always ready to assist in every good word and work. He died in 1842, at the age of 76 years. His funeral procession was one of the largest ever seen in Philadelphia. Thousands of people, of all classes and all complexions, having united in this tribute of respect to his character. End of James Forten. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Section 21 of the Freedmen's Book by Lydia Maria Child. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Meeting in the Swamp by L. Maria Child. In 1812 there was war between the United States and Great Britain, and many people thought it likely that a portion of the British army would land in some part of the Southern States and proclaim freedom to the slaves. The more intelligent portion of the slaves were aware of this, and narrowly watched the signs of the times. Mr. Duncan of South Carolina was an easy sort of master, generally thought by his neighbors to be too indulgent to his slaves. One evening, during the year I have mentioned, he received many requests for passes to go to a great Methodist meeting, and in every instance complied with the request. After a while he rang the bell for a glass of water, but no servant appeared. He rang a second time, but waited in vain for the sound of coming footsteps. Thinking over the passes he had given, he remembered that all the house servants had gone to Methodist meeting. Then it occurred to him that Methodist meetings had lately been more frequent than usual. He was in the habit of saying that his slaves were perfectly contented, and would not take their freedom if he offered it to them. Nevertheless, the frequency of Methodist meetings made him a little uneasy, and brought to mind a report he had heard that the British were somewhere off the coast and about to land. The next morning he took a ride on horseback, and in a careless way asked the slaves on several plantations where was the Methodist meeting last night. Some said it was in one place, and some in another, a circumstance which made him think still more about the report that the British were going to land. He bought a black mask for his face, and a suit of negro clothes, and waited for another Methodist meeting. In a few days his servants again asked for passes, and he gave them. When the last one had gone, he put on his disguise, and followed them over field and meadow, through woods and swamps. The number of dark figures steering toward the same point continually increased. If any spoke to him as they passed, he made a very short answer, in the words and tones common among slaves. At last they arrived at an island in the swamp, surrounded by a belt of deep water, and hidden by forest trees matted together by a luxuriant entanglement of vines. A large tree had been felled for a bridge, and over this dusky forms were swarming as thickly as ants into a new-made nest. After passing through a rough and difficult path, they came out into a large level space, surrounded by majestic trees, whose boughs interlaced and formed a roof high overhead, from which hung down long streamers of Spanish moss. Under this canopy were assembled hundreds of black men and women. Some were sitting silent and thoughtful, some eagerly talking together, and some singing and shouting. The blaze of pine torches threw a strong light on some, and made others look like great black shadows. Mr. Duncan felt a little disturbed by the strange, impressive scene, and was more than half disposed to wish himself at home. For some time he could make nothing out of the confused buzz of voices and chanting of hymns, but after a while a tall man mounted a stump and requested silence. "I suppose most all of ye know," said he, "that at our last meeting we concluded to go to the British, if we could get a chance. But we didn't all agree what to do about our masters. Some said we couldn't keep our freedom without we killed the whites, but others didn't like the thoughts of that. We've met again to-night to talk about it. And now, boys, if the British land here in Caroliny, what shall we do about our masters?" As he sat down, a tall, fierce-looking mulatto sprang upon the stump at one leap and exclaimed, "Scourge them as they have scourged us! Shoot them as they have shot us! Who talks of mercy to our masters?" "I do," said an aged black man, who rose up tottering as he leaned both hands on a wooden staff. "I do, because the blessed Jesus always talked of mercy. They shot my bright boy Joe, and sold my pretty little Sally. But thanks to the blessed Jesus, I feel it in my poor old heart to forgive 'em. I've been a member of a Methodist church these 30 years, and I've heard many preachers, white and black, and they all tell me Jesus said, 'Do good to them that do evil to you, and pray for them that spite you.' Now I say, let us love our enemies, let us pray for 'em, and when our masters flog us, let us sing, 'You may beat upon my body, but you cannot harm my soul. I shall join the 40,000 by and by.'" When the tremulous chants ceased, a loud altercation arose. Some cried out for the blood of the whites, while others maintained that the old man's doctrine was right. Louder and louder grew the sound of their excited voices, and the disguised slaveholder hid himself away deeper among the shadows. In the midst of the confusion, a young man of graceful figure sprang on the stump, and, throwing off a coarse cotton frock, showed his back and shoulders deeply gashed by a whip and oozing with blood. He made no speech, but turned round and round slowly, while his comrades held up their torches to show his wounds. He stopped suddenly, and said with stern brevity, "Blood for blood." "Would you murder 'em all?" inquired a timid voice. "Dey don't all cruelize us." "Dar's Massa Campbell," pleaded another. "He neber have his boys flogged. You wouldn't murder him, would you?" "No, no," shouted several voices. "We wouldn't murder him." "I wouldn't murder my master," said one of Mr. Duncan's slaves. "I don't want to work for him for nothing. I'se done got tired of that. But he shan't be killed, if I can help it, for he's a good master." "Call him a good master if ye like," said the youth with the bleeding shoulders. "If the white men don't cut up the backs that bear their burdens, if they don't shoot the limbs that make 'em rich, some are fools enough to call 'em good masters. What right have they to sleep in soft beds, while we, who do all the work, lie on the hard floor? Why should I go in coarse rags to clothe my master in broadcloth and fine linen, when he knows and I know that we are sons of the same Father? Ye may get on your knees to be flogged if ye like, but I'm not the boy to do it." His high, bold forehead and flashing eye indicated an intellect too active and a spirit too fiery for slavery. The listeners were spellbound by his superior bearing, and for a while he seemed likely to carry the whole meeting in favor of revenge. But the aged black, leaning on his wooden staff, made use of every pause to repeat the words, "Jesus told us to return good for evil," and his gentle counsel found response in many hearts. A short man with roguish eyes and a laughing mouth rose up and looked round him with an expression of drollery that made everybody begin to feel good-natured. After rubbing his head a little, he said, "I don't know how to talk like Bob, 'cause I never had no chance, but I's thought a heap. Many a time I's asked myself how de white man always git his foot on de black man. Sometimes I think one thing, and sometimes I think another thing, and dey all get jumbled up in my head, jes like seed in de cotton. At last I finds out how de white man always git he foot on de black man." He took from his old torn hat a bit of crumpled newspaper, and smoothing it out, pointed at it, while he exclaimed, "Dat's de way they do it. Dey got de knowledge, and dey don't let poor nigger have de knowledge. Maybe de British land, and maybe de British no land, but I tell ye, boys, de white man can't keep he foot on de black man, if de black man git de knowledge. I's gwine to tell ye how I got de knowledge. I sot my mind on learning to read, but my old boss he de most begrudgefullest massa,
and I knows he wouldn't let me learn. So when I sees leetle massa wid he book, I ax him, what you call dat? He tells me dat's A. So I take old newspaper and ax Missus, may I hab dis to rub de boots? She says yes. Den, when I find A, I looks at him till I know him very well. Den I ax leetle massa, what you call dat? He say dat's B. I look at him till I knows him very well. Den I find C-A-T, and I ax little massa what dat spell, and he tell me cat. Den, after a great long time, I read de newspaper, and dar I find out dat de British gwine to land. I tell all de boys, and dey says mus' hab Methodist meeting. And what you think dis nigger did todder day? You know Jim, Massa Governor's boy? Wal, I wants mighty bad to tell Jim that the British goin' to land, but he libed 10 mile off, and old boss never let me go. Well, Massa Governor come to Massa's, and I bring his hoss to the gate. I makes bow and says, "How Jim do, Massa Governor?" He tells me Jim very well. Den I tells him Jim and I was leetle boy together, and I wants to send Jim something. He tells me Jim have 'nuff of everything. I says, "Oh, yes, Massa Governor, I knows you good massa, and Jim have everything he want. But Jim and I were leetle boy together, and I want to send Jim some baccy." Massa Governor laugh and say, "Very well, Jack." So I gives him de baccy in de berry bit ob newspaper dat tell de British goin' to land. I marks it with brack coal, so Jim be sure to see it. And Massa Governor hisself carry it. Massa Governor hisself carry it. I has to laugh every time I thinks on't. He clapped his hands, shuffled with his feet, and ended by rolling heels over head with peals of laughter. The multitude joined loudly in his merriment, and it took some time to restore order. There was a good deal of speaking afterward, and some of it was violent. A large majority were in favor of being merciful to the masters, but all, without exception, agreed to join the British if they landed. With thankfulness to Heaven, Mr. Duncan again found himself in the open field, alone with the stars. Their glorious beauty seemed to him clothed in new and awful power. Groups of shrubbery took startling forms, and the sound of the wind among the trees was like the unsheathing of swords. He never forgot the lesson of that night. In his heart he could not blame his bondmen for seeking their liberty, and he felt grateful for the merciful disposition they had manifested toward their oppressors. For alone that night, in the solemn presence of the stars, his conscience told him that slavery was oppression, however mild the humanity of the master might make it. He did not emancipate his slaves, for he had not sufficient courage to come out against the community in which he lived. He felt it a duty to warn his neighbors of impending danger, but he could not bring himself to reveal the secret of the meeting in the swamp, which he knew would cause the death of many helpless creatures, whose only crime was that of wishing to be free. After a painful conflict in his mind, he contented himself with advising the magistrates not to allow any meetings of the colored people for religious purposes until the war was over. I have called him Mr. Duncan, but I have in fact forgotten his name. Years after he witnessed the meeting in the swamp, he gave an account of it to a gentleman in Boston, and I have stated the substance of it as it was told to me. End of The Meeting in the Swamp. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Section 22 of the Freedmen's Book, by Lydia Maria Child. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Reasonable Request. We are natives of this country. We ask only to be treated as well as foreigners.
Not a few of our fathers suffered and bled to purchase its independence. We ask only to be treated as well as those who fought against it. We have toiled to cultivate it, and to raise it to its present prosperous condition. We ask only to share equal privileges with those who come from distant lands to enjoy the fruits of our labor. Rev. Peter Williams, colored rector of St. Philip's Church, New York, 1835. End of A Reasonable Request. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Section 23 of the Freedmen's Book by Lydia Maria Child. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Slave Poet. Mr. James Horton, of Chatham County, North Carolina, had a slave named George, who early manifested remarkable intelligence. He labored with a few other slaves on his master's farm, and was always honest, faithful, and industrious. He contrived to learn to read, and every moment that was allowed him for his own he devoted to reading. He was especially fond of poetry, which he read and learned by heart, wherever he could find it. After a time he began to compose verses of his own. He did not know how to write, so when he had arranged his thoughts in rhyme, he spoke them aloud to others, who wrote them down for him. He was not contented in slavery, as you will see by the following verses which he wrote. Alas! and am I born for this, to wear this slavish chain, deprived of all created bliss, through hardship, toil, and pain? How long have I in bondage lain, and languished to be free? Alas! and must I still complain, deprived of liberty? O Heaven! and is there no relief this side the silent grave, to soothe the pain, to quell the grief and anguish of a slave? Come, Liberty! thou cheerful sound roll through my ravished ears. Come, let my grief in joys be drowned, and drive away my fears. Say unto foul oppression, Cease! Ye tyrants, rage no more, and let the joyful trump of peace now bid the vassals soar. O Liberty! thou golden prize, so often sought by blood, we crave thy sacred sun to rise, the gift of nature's God. Bid slavery hide her haggard face, and barbarism fly. I scorn to see the sad disgrace in which enslaved I lie. Dear Liberty! upon thy breast I languish to respire, and like the swan unto her nest, I'd to thy smiles retire. George's poems attracted attention, and several were published in the newspaper called the Raleigh Register. Some of them found their way into the Boston newspapers, and were thought remarkable productions for a slave. His master took no interest in any of his poems, and knew nothing about them, except what he heard others say. Dr. Caldwell, who was then president of the University of North Carolina, and several other gentlemen, became interested for him, and tried to help him to obtain his freedom. In 1829 a little volume of his poems, called The Hope of Liberty, was printed in Raleigh by Gales and Son. The pamphlet was sold to raise money enough for George to buy himself. He was then 32 years old, in the prime of his strength both in mind and body. He was to be sent off to Liberia as soon as he was purchased, but he had such a passion for liberty that he was willing to follow her to the ends of the earth, though he would doubtless have preferred to have been a free man at home, among old friends and familiar scenes. He was greatly excited about his prospects, and eagerly set about learning to write. When he first heard the news that influential gentlemen were exerting themselves in his behalf, he wrote: "'Twas like the salutation of the dove, borne on the zephyr through the lonesome grove, when spring returns and winter's chill is past, and vegetation smiles above the blast. The silent harp, which on the osiers hung, again was tuned, and manumission sung. Away by hope the clouds of fear were driven, and music breathed my gratitude to heaven." It would have been better for him if his hopes had not been so highly excited. His poems did not sell for enough to raise the sum his master demanded for him, and his friends were not sufficiently benevolent to make up the deficiency. In 1837, when he was 40 years old, he was still working as a slave at Chapel Hill, the seat of the University of North Carolina. It was said at that time that he had ceased to write poetry. I suppose the poor fellow was discouraged. If he is still alive, he is 67 years old, and I hope it will comfort his poor bruised heart to know that some of his verses are preserved, and published for the benefit of those who have been his companions in slavery, and who, more fortunate than he was, have become free men before their strength has left them. End of The Slave Poet. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Section 24 of the Freedmen's Book, by Lydia Maria Child. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ratie, A True Story of a Little Hunchback, by Mattie Griffith. I want to tell you a story of a poor little slave girl who lived and died away down south. This little girl's name was Rachel, but they used to call her Ratie. She was a hunchback and a dwarf, with an ugly black face, coarse and irregular features, but a low, pleasant voice and nice manners. Nobody ever scolded Ratie, for she never deserved it. She always did her work, the little that was assigned her, with a cheerful heart and willing hand. This work was chiefly to gather up little bits of chips in baskets, or collect shavings from the carpenters' shops, and take them to the cabins or the great kitchen, where they were used for kindling fires. She had a sweet, gentle spirit, and a low, cheery laugh that charmed everybody. Even the white folks who lived up at the great house loved her, and somehow felt better when she was near. Ratie used to go out into the fields on summer days, or in the early spring, and pick the first flowers. Later in the season she caught the butterflies or grasshoppers, but she never hurt them. She would look at the bright spangled wings of the butterflies, or the green coats of the pretty, chirping grasshoppers, with an eye full of admiration, and she always seemed sorry when she gave them up. The lambs used to run to her and eat from her hands. If she went into the park, the deer came to her side lovingly, and the young fawns sported and played around her. No one harmed Ratie, or expected harm from her. Poor little hunchback! Many an idle traveller has paused in his slow wanderings to listen to her song, as she sat on the wayside stump, knitting stockings for the work-people, and singing old snatches of songs, and airs that bring back to the heart glimpses of the paradise of our lost childhood. No broad-throated robin ever poured out a wilder, fuller gush of melody than the songs of this untaught child. Little Ratie's days were passed in the same even routine, without thought or chance of change. Up at the house they loved her, and her young mistresses used to supply her with cast-off ribbons and shawls and fancy trappings from their own wardrobes, which she prized very much, delighting to deck out her odd little person with these old fineries. Once, as she sat singing on an old stile, and knitting a stocking, a rough sort of gentleman, driving by in his neat little tilbury, stopped and listened to Ratie's song. When he looked at the strange child, he felt a little shocked, but he called out in a loud voice, "Halloo, Dumpy Blackie, here's a fit for your song," and he tossed her a small coin. "Take that, and give me another song." The child was pleased with the gift, took it up from where it had rolled on the ground at her feet, and soon began another of her wild little ditties. As she sang on, she forgot the exact words, and put in some of her own, which harmonized just as well with the air. The stranger was so much pleased that he gave her another fip, and called for another song, and still another. At length he asked the child to whom she belonged. She told him that she belonged to her old master. "And what is your old master's name?" asked the gentleman. Ratie, who had never been 2 miles beyond the borders of the plantation, laughed, thinking it a fine joke that anybody should not know the name of her old master, for to her he was the most important personage in the world. So she only laughed and shook her head derisively in answer. "Will you not tell me his name?" again asked the stranger. But the child smiled still more incredulously, so the gentleman deemed it best to follow her home, which he accordingly did, and found that Colonel Williams, a rich old planter, was the owner of this little melodious blackbird. The stranger alighted, and asked to see Colonel Williams. After a little conversation he proposed to buy Ratie from her master. Colonel Williams had never thought of selling the little deformity. He kept her on the place more through charity than aught else. The extent of her musical genius was unappreciated, and even unknown to him, but as she was a happy little creature, much liked by all the family, and was only a trifling expense, he had never thought of parting with her. Now, however, when a handsome price was offered, she assumed something like importance and interest in his eyes. He called her into the house, and she obeyed with great alacrity, coming in neatly dressed, with a fresh white apron, and sundry bits of bright-colored ribbons tied round her head and neck. "Give us one of your best songs, Ratie," said her master. The girl broke out in a wild, warbling strain, clear, bird-like, and musical, filling the long room with gushes of melody, until the lofty arches echoed and re-echoed with the wild notes. When she had finished, the enthusiastic stranger exclaimed, "That throat is a mint of gold!" And so little hunchback Ratie sang song after song until she exhausted herself, when her master sent her off to the slave quarters, where she continued her ditties out under the broad soft light of the low-hanging southern moon. The gentlemen sat up late that night, talking upon different subjects, but before they parted, it was arranged that the stranger should buy Ratie at the high price he offered. The next morning, long before the sun rose, little Ratie was up, walking through the quarter. She stooped down to look at every drop of dew that glittered and sparkled on the green leaves and shrubs, and when the great, round, golden sun began to creep up the eastern sky, and set it all ablaze with red and gold and purple clouds, glorious as the pavilion of the prophet, Ratie's little spirit danced within her, and broke forth in hymns of music such as the wise men long ago, 1800 years past, sang at the foot of a little manger in a stable in Bethlehem of Judea. The child was too young and ignorant to know the meaning of the emotions which fluttered and set on fire her own soul, but she was none the less happy for this ignorance. God is very good. As Ratie wandered on, singing to herself, she grew so happy that the rush of passionate fervor half frightened her. Tears came to her eyes and choked the song in her throat. She paused in her walk and seated herself on a little rock that lay in one corner of the quarter. As she sat there alone, she continued to sing and weep, wherefore she could not tell. By and by the great rusty bell of the quarter rang out from its hoarse iron tongue the morning summons for the slaves to assemble. Ragged, tattered, unshorn, and unshaven, dirty, ill, and angry looking, the negroes, Men, women, and children in large numbers, collected in the quarter–yard, where the overseer, an ugly, harsh white man, with a pistol in his belt, knife at his side, and whip in hand, stood to call the roll. At the mention of each name a slave came forward, saying with a bow, "Here I am, massa." Ratie, who had no particular work to do, went limping on past the place of the roll–call, when she saw her master and the strange gentleman coming toward her. She did not, however, notice them. They were talking together quite earnestly, and looking at her. Her master shouted out, "Stop, Ratie! Come this way." She obeyed the order with pleasing readiness. "Ratie," said the master, "how do you like this gentleman?" The child smiled, but made no answer in words. The master also smiled, as he added, "He thinks that you sing very prettily, and he has bought you. He will be very kind and good to you, and as soon as you have had breakfast, you must get your things ready to go off with him. Here is a present for you." And he tossed her a bright, shining silver coin. The child seized the money, but did not seem to comprehend her master's words. To be sold to her implied some sort of disgrace or hardship, which she did not think she deserved. Besides, she had always lived on the old plantation. She knew no other home. She did not want to leave the people of the quarter, nor did she feel happy in going away from the white folks, particularly the young mistresses, who had always been so kind to her. She had also some vague yearning of heart to be close to her mammy's grave, rough as it was, and near also to grandpap's cabin, where she roasted apples and potatoes on winter nights. She looked around upon the familiar quarter, the well–known people, the row of cabins, and strained her gaze far away to the rolling fields in the distance, where the negroes, like a swarm of crows, were busy at their morning's work; and as she gazed, the whole landscape flushed with the bloom and beauty of the risen sun. Then the wild, pealing horn called the sons of toil from their morning hour's work to their frugal breakfast. Ratie's little heart began to beat in its narrow limits as the word "sold" wrote itself there, and broke through her comprehension with all its horrors. She started quickly after her master, and with the freedom of a petted slave caught hold of the skirt of his coat. Colonel Williams turned suddenly round, and there, crouching on the earth at his feet, was the hunchback child. She held up the money which he had given her, and in a sweet, tremulous voice asked, "Massa, why has you sold me? I has not behaved bad, as de boys did dat you sold last year. I doesn't steal nor tell lies. Is it because I's lazy? I do all de work dey gives me to do. I'll do more. I'll go into de fields. I'll plant and pick de cotton. Please don't sell me. I doesn't want to leave the old place. Mammy is buried here, so I wants to be when I dies. I wants allers to live here." The stranger and Colonel Williams were much moved. They did not venture to speak to the child, but tried to get away from the sound of her plaintive cries. When the negroes drew around their morning meal and learned that Ratie was sold, they were unhappy, and refused to eat anything. They looked sorrowfully at one another, and turned away from their untasted food. "Poor Ratie!" exclaimed the old negroes, as they shook their heads in mournful discontent. "We shall not hear any more of her sweet songs in the evening time." The young mistresses came to Ratie with kind gifts and kinder words. They told her, with tears in their eyes, how sorry they were to part with her, how good they knew she had been, and how much they wished their papa would allow her to stay. Words and acts like these softened the blow to the unfortunate child, and strengthened her for the coming trial. She looked up smilingly through her tears, as she said to her young mistresses, "Please not to cry for me.
God is good, and de preacher says he is everywhere, so I shall not be far from de old plantation." When she was starting away, each of the negroes brought her some little gift, such as cotton handkerchiefs, old ribbon ends, bright-colored glass beads, or autumn berries, dried and strung on threads for neck ornaments. Each of these humble little tokens possessed an individual interest which touched some spring in Ratie's little heart. When the hour of separation came, she had nerved herself to the highest courage of which she was capable. She took leave of each of the slaves, all of them calling down the blessings of God upon her life. An old lame negro man, whom the slaves addressed as Grandpap, hobbled from his cabin on a broken crutch to utter his farewell. "Good-bye, Ratie," he began, and his voice choked with emotion. "Good-bye, little Ratie, and may de good Lord be wid you. Him dat cares for de poor, de lowly, and de despised up yonder, way far and high up dere, is a God dat loves all his childens alike. He doesn't care for de color of their skin, or de quality of their hair. In his sight, wool is just as good as de fair, straight hair. He loves de heart, and looks straight and deep into dat, and cares for nothing else. Never you be afeard, Ratie. Him will take care of you and all such as you, because he loves dem dat he smites and afflicts. Now he didn't break your poor little back for nothing. Him has Him's eye upon you. You is a lamb of the fold, that the great Shepherd will go far and long to look arter. Him hold you in the holler ob Him's hand, and He'll keep you there. Mind what I tell you. Good-bye, Ratie. God bless you. Allers trust Him. 'Member my last words, that is, allers trust Him. Look to Him, and He'll never forget you." As he uttered these words, in a slow, oracular manner, he brushed a tear from his eye with the back of his old hard hand, and looking tenderly toward the child, his lips moved slowly, and the words seemed to melt unheard in the thin morning air. He turned from her, and hobbled off in the direction of his cabin. The other slaves were more passionately demonstrative in their farewells, but little Ratie bore up with a beautiful and proud composure. The new owner proved very kind to the gentle little creature, but her heart had received a blow from which it could not recover. The master took her to New Orleans, intending to have her taught music, that she might make money for him. But the poor child pined for "de old plantation," and "de old folks at home," the kind people, "my people," as she fondly called them, with whom she had been brought up. In the great city of New Orleans she was literally lost. She missed the free country air, the green trees, the sweet singing birds, the fields blooming with early flowers, the meadows and the running brooks. It was easy to see that the little hunchback was not happy. She grew thinner and thinner, and her voice lost its flexible sweetness, its clear and liquid roundness of tone. At last she fell away to a mere skeleton. Then sharp, burning fever set in, and little Ratie was taken down to her bed. Day and night, in the delirium of fever, she raved for "de old plantation" and her own people. The new master promised, when she got better, to take her back to her old home, at least for a little while. But, alas! she never grew any better. She faded slowly away, until one evening, just at sundown, in the gay city of New Orleans, little Ratie breathed her last. Just before she died, she lifted her head from the pillow, and resting on her hand, she pointed eastward, saying, "Over dar is de old plantation. Don't you see how pretty and nice it looks? Dar is all de peoples at work. how busy dey is. But I's not gwine dere. I doesn't want to, any more. Dere up dere is God's plantation, and it is betterer far. Dere is no slaves dere, but all is free and happy, loving friends, and it is dere dat I wants to go, and I hopes dat all de plantation folks will come to me." And so little Ratie died. From the New York Independent. End of Ratie. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Section 25 of the Freedmen's Book by Lydia Maria Child. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Kingdom of Christ by James Montgomery. Hail to the Lord's anointed, great David's greater Son! Hail in the time appointed, his reign on earth begun! He comes to break oppression, to set the captive free, to take away transgression, and rule in equity. He comes with succor speedy to those who suffer wrong, to help the poor and needy, and bid the weak be strong, to give them songs for sighing, their darkness turned to light, whose souls, condemned and dying, were precious in his sight. To him shall prayer unceasing and daily vows ascend, his kingdom still increasing, a kingdom without end. The tide of time shall never his covenant remove. His name shall stand forever. That name to us is love. End of The Kingdom of Christ. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Section 26 of the Freedmen's Book by Lydia Maria Child. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Progress of Emancipation in the British West Indies, Part 1, by L. Maria Child. Nothing has ever been done in this world more wicked and cruel than the slave trade on the coast of Africa. But the temptation to carry it on was very great, for hundreds of men and women could be bought for a cask of poor rum or a peck of cheap beads, and could be sold in the markets of America or the West Indies for thousands of dollars. 100 years ago men were not at all ashamed of growing rich in this bad way. They were respected in society as much as other men. They were often members of churches and professed to be very pious. Perhaps they deceived themselves as well as others, and really thought they were pious, because they observed all the ritual forms of religion. But above all their prayers, God heard the groans and the cries of the poor tortured Africans. He put it into the heart of a young Englishman named Thomas Clarkson to inquire into the wicked business that was going on under the sanction of the government, and unreproved by the Church. In the course of his investigations, this young man discovered that the most shocking cruelties were habitually practiced. He found that poor creatures stolen from their homes were packed close, like bales of goods, in the dark holds of ships, where they were half choked by bad odors from accumulated filth, and where they could hardly breathe for want of air. The food allotted them was merely enough to keep them alive. Many died of grief and despair, and still more of burning fevers and other diseases. Living and dead often remained huddled together for hours, and when the corpses were removed they were thrown out to the sharks. But the sea captains engaged in this horrid traffic were selfish as well as cruel. They did not like to have their victims die, because every one they lost on the passage diminished the dollars they expected to get by selling them. So at times they brought the poor half-dead wretches on deck, and drove them round with a whip for exercise, and insulted their misery by compelling them to dance and sing the songs they had sung in their native land. Thomas Clarkson called public attention to the subject by publishing these things in a pamphlet.
More than 30 years before, the humane sect called Quakers had forbidden any of its members to be connected with the slave trade. But though the abominable traffic had been carried on more than 250 years by various nations calling themselves Christian, there had been no attempt to excite general attention to the subject till Clarkson published his pamphlet in 1786, 79 years ago. He became so much interested in the question that he gave up all other pursuits in life, and wrote and lectured and talked about it incessantly. The assembled representatives of the people, which we call a Congress, is called a Parliament in Great Britain. He tried to bring the subject before that body, and succeeded in gaining the attention of some members, among whom the most conspicuous was the benevolent William Wilberforce. He soon joined Mr. Clarkson in the formation of a society for the abolition of the slave trade. This of course gave great offence to the sea captains and merchants engaged in the profitable traffic. Clarkson met with all manner of insult and abuse, and his life was sometimes in danger. The British government did as governments are apt to do. It sided with the rich and powerful as long as it was politic to do so. But though many of the aristocracy were haughty and selfish, the generality of the common people were ready to sympathize with the poor and the oppressed. When they became aware of the outrages committed in the slave trade, they determined that a stop should be put to it. They wrote and talked and petitioned Parliament, till the government was compelled to pay some attention to their demands. When the friends of the infernal traffic found that a resolution to abolish it was likely to be passed, they contrived to get the word gradual inserted into the resolution, and thus defeated the will of the people. For the gradual abolition of crime is no abolition at all. It was as absurd as it would have been for them to say that they would abolish murder gradually. But though the law was insufficient to accomplish the desired purpose, public opinion against the trade exerted an increasing influence. The friends of those who were engaged in it began to apologize for it as a necessary branch of trade, and pleaded that laborers could not be supplied in the hot climate of the West Indies in any other way. They were even shameless enough to defend it and praise it as a benevolent scheme to bring savages away from heathen Africa and make good Christians of them. Mr. Boswell, a well-known English writer of that period, went so far as to pronounce it a trade which God had sanctioned, and he declared that to abolish it would be to shut the gates of mercy on mankind. Such pretenses deceived some, but the English people have a great deal of good common sense, and it was not easy to convince them that stealing men, women, and children from their homes, torturing them on the ocean, and selling them in strange lands, to be whipped to incessant toil without wages, was a pious missionary enterprise. Clarkson, Wilberforce, and others continued their unremitting labors to suppress the unrighteous traffic. The kindly sect of Quakers everywhere assisted them, and benevolent people in other sects became more and more convinced that it was their duty to do the same. All manner of obstacles were put in the way of the desired reformation. But at last, after 22 years of violent agitation, the slave trade was entirely abolished by Great Britain at the commencement of the year 1808. 16 years later, it was decreed by law that any British subject caught in the traffic should be punished as a pirate. The king, George III., was opposed to the abolition, and so were all the royal family, except the Duke of Gloucester. The nobility and wealthy people, with a few honorable exceptions, took the same side. The measure was carried by the good sense and good feeling of the common people of Great Britain. There were no slaves in Great Britain. It had been decided by law that any slave who landed in that country became free the moment he touched the shore. But many of the West India Islands, lying between North and South America, were under the British government, and the laborers there were held in slavery. The English people knew very little what was going on in those distant colonies. When West India planters visited their relatives and friends in Great Britain, they made out a very fair story for themselves. They said none but negroes could work in such a hot climate, that sugar must be made, and negroes would not work unless they were slaves. They represented themselves as very kind masters, and described their bondmen as a very contented and merry class of laborers. These planters were generally dashing men, who spent freely the money they did not earn, and their fine manners and smooth talk gave the impression that they must be gentle men. People were slow to believe the accounts of cruelties practiced in the West Indies by these polished gentlemen, but more and more facts were brought to light to prove that there was little to choose between the slave trade and the system of slavery. When the honest masses of the British people became convinced that the slaves in the West Indies were entirely subject to the will of their masters, however licentious that will might be, and that they were kept in such brutal ignorance they could not read the Bible, they said at once that such a system ought to be abolished. They sent missionaries to the West Indies to teach the negroes. The planters considered this an impertinent interference with their affairs. They said if slaves were instructed they would rise in rebellion against their masters. The English people replied that it must be a very bad system which made it dangerous for human beings to read the Bible. The more closely they inquired into the subject, the more their indignation was roused. Brown faces and yellow faces among the slaves told a shameful story of licentious masters, while the chains and whips and other instruments of torture found on every plantation proved that severe treatment was universal. Again the honest masses of the English people rose up in their moral majesty and said that wrong should be righted. The government was unfavorable to the abolition of slavery, and the aristocracy, with a few honorable exceptions, sympathized with the slaveholders. The West Indian planters were boiling over with rage. They pulled down the chapels where the negroes met together to hear the words of Jesus. They mobbed the missionaries. They thrust them into dungeons, and 2 or 3 of them were killed. Some of the planters thought slavery was a bad system, but they had to be very cautious in expressing such an opinion, for if they were even suspected of favoring abolition, their neighbors were sure to make them suffer for it in some way. Even women seemed to be filled with the spirit of furies whenever the subject of slavery was mentioned. One of them said, if she could get hold of Mr. Wilberforce, she would tear his heart out. Everywhere one heard mournful predictions of the ruin and desolation that would follow emancipation. They insisted that negroes would not work unless they were slaves, and of course no crops could be raised. And what was still more to be dreaded, they would murder all the whites and set fire to the towns. Sometimes they would present the subject from a benevolent point of view, and urge that it would be the greatest unkindness to the negroes to give them freedom, for when they had no kind masters to take care of them, they would certainly starve. The slaves of course found out that something in their favor was going on in England. They watched eagerly for the arrival of vessels. They took notice of everything that was said. If they could get hold of a scrap of newspaper, they hid it away, and those who could read would read it privately to the others. If their masters were unusually cross, or swore more than common, they would wink at each other and say, "There's good news for us from England." The masters, on their part, watched the slaves closely. If they were more silent than common, or if they appeared to be in better spirits than common, they suspected them of plotting insurrections. But the negroes did more wisely than that. They believed that good people in England were working for them, and they tried to be patient till they were emancipated by law. There was but one exception to this. The planters in Jamaica were more bitter and furious than in the other islands. They formed societies to uphold slavery, and made flaming speeches against the people and Parliament of Great Britain for setting the slaves loose upon them, as they called it. They did not reflect that their colored servants, as they passed in and out, heard this violent language, and had sense enough to draw conclusions from it. But they did draw from it a conclusion very dangerous to their masters. They had heard talk of emancipation for several years, and it seemed to them that the promised freedom was a long time coming. In 1832 the speeches of the planters were so furious against the doings in Parliament that the slaves received the idea that the British government had already passed laws for their freedom, and that their masters were cheating them out of the legal rights that had been granted them. It was a sad mistake for the poor fellows, and brought a great deal of suffering upon themselves and others. They rose in insurrection, and it is said destroyed property to the amount of $6,000,000. But instead of being protected by the British government, as they had expected, soldiers were sent over to put down the insurrection, and many of the negroes were shot and hung. Meanwhile their friends in England were working for them zealously. They published pamphlets and papers and made speeches, and urgently petitioned Parliament to let the people go. One petition alone was signed by 800,000 women. One of the members, pointing to the enormous roll, said, "There is no use in trying longer to resist the will of the people. When all the women in Great Britain are knocking at the doors of Parliament, something must be done." The government and the aristocracy were very reluctant to comply with the demands of the people. But at last, after 11 years of more violent struggle than it had taken to suppress the African slave trade, slavery itself was abolished in the British West Indies forever. The decree was to go into effect on the 1st day of August, 1834. Up to the very last day the planters persisted in saying that the measure would ruin the islands. They said the emancipated slaves would do no work, but would go round in large gangs, robbing, stealing, murdering the whites, burning the houses, and destroying the fields of sugar cane. If the negroes had been revengeful, they might have done a great deal of mischief, for there were 5 times as many colored people in the islands as there were whites. But they were so thankful to get their freedom at last that there was no room in their hearts for bad feelings. The tears were in their eyes as they told each other the good news, and said, "Bress de Lord and de good English people." But many of the masters really believed their own alarming prophecies. When they found that emancipation could not be prevented, numbers left the islands. Some of those who remained did not dare to undress and go to bed on the night of the 31st of July, and those who tried to sleep were generally restless and easily startled. But while masters and mistresses were dreading to hear screams and alarms of fire, their emancipated slaves were flocking to the churches to offer up prayers and hymns of thanksgiving. In the island of Antigua there were 30,000 slaves when the midnight clock began to strike 12 on the 31st of July, 1834. And when it had done striking they were all free men and free women. It was a glorious moment, never to be forgotten by them during the remainder of their lives. The Wesleyan Methodists kept watch night in all their chapels. One of the missionaries who exhorted the emancipated people and prayed with them thus described the solemn scene: "The spacious house was filled with the candidates for liberty. All was animation and eagerness. A mighty chorus of voices swelled the song of expectation and joy, and as they united in prayer, the voice of the leader was drowned in the universal acclamations of thanksgiving and praise and blessing and honor and glory to God, who had come down for their deliverance. In such exercises the evening was spent, until the hour of 12 approached. The missionary then proposed that when the cathedral clock should begin to strike, the whole congregation should fall on their knees and receive the boon of freedom in silence. Accordingly, as the loud bell tolled its first note, the crowded assembly prostrated themselves. All was silence, save the quivering, half-stifled breath of the struggling spirit. Slowly the tones of the clock fell upon the waiting multitude.
Peal on peal, peal on peal, rolled over the prostrate throng, like angels' voices thrilling their weary heartstrings. Scarcely had the last tone sounded when lightning flashed vividly, and a loud peal of thunder rolled through the sky.
It was God's pillar of fire, his trump of jubilee. It was followed by a moment of profound silence. Then came the outburst. They shouted, "Glory, hallelujah!" They clapped their hands, they leaped up, they fell down, they clasped each other in their free arms, they cried, they laughed, they went to and fro, throwing upward their unfettered hands. High above all, a mighty sound ever and anon swelled up. It was the utterance of gratitude to God. After this gush of excitement had spent itself, the congregation became calm, and religious exercises were resumed. The remainder of the night was spent in singing and prayer, in reading the Bible, and in addresses from the missionaries explaining the nature of the freedom just received, and exhorting the people to be industrious, steady, and obedient to the laws, and to show themselves in all things worthy of the high boon God had conferred upon them. The 1st of August came on Friday, and a release from all work was proclaimed until the next Monday. The great mass of the negroes spent the day chiefly in the churches and chapels. The clergy and missionaries throughout the island actively seized the opportunity to enlighten the people on all the duties and responsibilities of their new relation. The day was like a Sabbath indeed, when the wicked ceased from troubling, and the weary were at rest. The most kindly of the planters went to the chapels where their own people were assembled, and shook hands with them, and exchanged hearty good wishes. At Grace Hill, a Moravian missionary station, the emancipated negroes begged to have a sunrise meeting on the 1st of August, as they had been accustomed to have at Easter, and as it was the Easter morning of their freedom, the request was granted. The people all dressed in white, and walked arm in arm to the chapel. There a hymn of thanksgiving was sung by the whole congregation, kneeling. The singing was frequently interrupted by the tears and sobs of the melted people, until finally they were overwhelmed by a tumult of emotion. There was not a single dance by night or day, not even so much as a fiddle played. There were no drunken carousals, no riotous assemblies. The emancipated were as far from dissipation and debauchery as they were from violence and carnage. Gratitude was the absorbing emotion. From the hilltops and the valleys the cry of a disenthralled people went upward, like a sound of many waters. Glory to God! Glory to God! Mr. Blebley, one of the Methodist missionaries in Jamaica, thus describes the same night in that island: "The church where the emancipated people assembled at 10 o'clock at night was very large, but the aisles, the gallery stairs, the communion place, the pulpit stairs, were all crowded, and there were thousands of people round the building, at every open door and window, looking in. We thought it right and proper that our Christian people should receive their freedom as a boon from God, in the house of prayer, and we gathered them together in the church for a midnight service. Our mouths had been closed about slavery up to that time. We could not quote a passage that had reference even to spiritual emancipation, without endangering our lives. The planters had a law of constructive treason that doomed any man to death who made use of language tending to excite a desire for liberty among the slaves, and they found treason in the Bible and sedition in the hymns of Watts and Wesley, and we had to be very careful how we used them. You may imagine with what feelings I saw myself emancipated from this thraldom, and free to proclaim liberty to the captive, and the opening of prison doors to them that were bound. I took for my text, "Proclaim liberty throughout all the land, unto all the inhabitants thereof." It shall be a jubilee unto you." A few minutes before midnight I requested all the people to kneel down in silent prayer to God, as befitting the solemnity of the hour. I looked down upon them as they knelt. The silence was broken only by sobs of emotion, which it was impossible to repress. The clock began to strike. It was the knell of Slavery in all the British possessions. It proclaimed liberty to 800,000 human beings. When I told them they might rise, what an outburst of joy there was among that mass of people! The clock had ceased to strike, and they were slaves no longer. Mothers were hugging their babes to their bosoms, old white-headed men embracing their children, and husbands clasping their wives in their arms. By and by all was still again, and I gave out a hymn. You may imagine the feelings with which these people, just emerging into freedom, shouted, "Send the glad tidings o'er the sea, his chains are broke, the slave is free." But though the dreaded 1st of August passed away so peacefully and pleasantly, the planters could not get rid of the idea that their laborers would not work after they were free. Mr. Daniel, who managed several estates in Antigua, talking of the subject 2 years afterward with an American gentleman from Kentucky, said, "I expected some irregularities would follow such a prodigious change in the condition of the negroes. I supposed there would be some relaxation from labor during the week that followed emancipation. But on Monday morning I found all my hands in the field, not one missing. The same day I received a message from another estate, of which I was a proprietor, that the negroes, to a man, had refused to go into the field. I immediately rode to the estate, and found the laborers, with hoes in their hands, doing nothing. Accosting them in a friendly manner, I inquired, "What is the meaning of this? How is it that you are not at work this morning?" They immediately replied, "It's not because we don't want to work, massa, but we wanted to see you, first and foremost, to know what the bargain would be." As soon as that matter was settled, the whole body of negroes turned out cheerfully. Another manager declared that the largest gang he had ever seen in the field, on his property, turned out the week after emancipation. And such, in fact, was the universal testimony of the managers throughout Antigua. End of Progress of Emancipation in the British West Indies, Part 1. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Section 27 of the Freedmen's Book by Lydia Maria Child. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Progress of Emancipation in the British West Indies, Part 2, by L. Maria Child. In the days of Slavery it had always been customary to order out the militia during the Christmas holidays, when the negroes were in the habit of congregating in large numbers, to enjoy the festivities of the season. But the December after emancipation, the governor issued a proclamation that in consequence of the abolition of Slavery there was no further need of taking that precaution, and it is a fact that there have been no soldiers out at Christmas from that day to this. Unfortunately, the British government had been so far influenced by the representations of the planters that the plan of emancipation they adopted was a gradual one. All children under 6 years old were unconditionally free. The magistrates alone had the power to punish, and no human being could be sold. But the slaves, under the new name of apprentices, were obliged to work for their masters 6 years longer without wages, except 1 day and a half in the week, which the law decreed should be their own. The numbers of hours they were to work each day was also stipulated by law. This was certainly a great improvement in their condition, but it was not all they had expected. They were peaceable, and worked more cheerfully than they had done while they were slaves; for now a definite date was fixed when they should own all their time, and they knew that every week brought them nearer to it. Still they felt that entire justice had not been done to them. Sometimes white men asked them if they would work when they were entirely free. They answered, "In slavery time we work. Now we work better. Den how do you tink we work when we free, when we get paid for work?" Sometimes people said to them, "I suppose you expect to do just as you please when you are your own masters." They replied, "We 'spect to obey the law. In other countries where dey is all free dey have the law. We couldn't get along without the law. In slavery time massa would sometimes slash when we do as well as we could, but the law don't do harm to anybody dat behaves himself. Prenticeship is bad enough, but we know the law make it so, and for peace sake we will be satisfied. But we murmur in we minds." In the island of Antigua planters rejected the plan of apprenticeship. They said, "If the negroes must be free, let them be free at once, without any more fuss and trouble." The result proved that they judged wisely for their own interest, as well as for the comfort and encouragement of their laborers. When the negroes found that they were paid for every day's work, they put their whole hearts into it. So zealous were they to earn wages, that they sometimes worked by moonlight, or by the light of fires kindled among the dry cane stalks. In all respects the change from the old order of things to the new went on more smoothly in Antigua than it did anywhere else. In the islands where apprenticeship was tried, the irritability of the masters made it work worse than it would otherwise have done. All that most of them seemed to care for was to get as much work out of their servants as they could, during the 6 years that they were to work without wages, and it vexed them that they could not use the lash whenever they pleased. They took away various little privileges which they had been accustomed to grant, while during 4 days and a half of the week the apprentices received no wages to compensate them for the loss of those privileges. Being deprived of the power to sell the children, they refused to supply them with any food. In fact, they contrived every way to make the colored people think they had better have remained slaves. But if they called out, "Work faster, you black rascal, or I'll flog you," the apprentices would sometimes lose patience, and answer, "You can't flog we now." That would make the master very angry, and he would send the apprentice to a magistrate to be punished for impudence. The magistrates were the associates of the planters. They ate their good dinners, and rode about in their carriages. Consequently, they were more inclined to believe them than they were to believe their servants. The laborers became so well aware of this that they were accustomed to say to each other, "It's of no use for us to apply to the magistrates. They are so poisoned by Massa's turtle soup." It has been computed by missionaries that in the course of 2 years 60,000 apprentices received, among them all, 250,000 lashes, besides 50,000 other legalized punishments, such as the treadmill and the chain gang. The planters were full of complaints to travelers who visited the West Indies. If they were asked, "Why don't you emancipate your laborers entirely, and give them wages, as they do in Antigua? They have no such troubles there," the prejudiced men would shake their heads and answer, "Negroes will not work without being flogged. We must get what we can out of them before 1840, for when they are their own masters they will rob, murder, or starve, rather than labor." Planters who manifested a more kind and considerate disposition had pleasanter relations with their servants, and they never found any difficulty in procuring as much labor as they wanted. Some made it easy for their apprentices to buy the remainder of their time, and it was soon observed that those who owned all their time worked faster and better than those who were without that stimulus. The idea gained ground that unconditional emancipation would be better for both masters and servants. The Marquis of Sligo, the humane governor of Jamaica, set a good example by emancipating all his apprentices. People in England began to petition Parliament to abolish the apprenticeship, on the ground that it proved unsatisfactory and troublesome to all parties. The result was that all the apprentices in the British West Indies were made entirely free on the 1st of August, 1838. Mr. Phillippo, a Baptist missionary in Jamaica, thus describes the observance of the day in that island: "On the preceding evening the missionary stations throughout the island were crowded with people, filling all the places of worship. They remained at their devotions till the day of liberty dawned, when they saluted it with joyous acclamations. Then they dispersed through the towns and villages, singing, 'God save the Queen,' and rending the air with their shouts, 'Freedom's come! We're free! We're free! Our wives and children are free!' During the day the places of worship were crowded to suffocation. The scenes presented exceeded all description. Joyous excitement pervaded the whole island. At Spanish Town, the governor, Sir Lionel Smith, addressed the emancipated people, who formed a procession of 7,000, and escorted the children of the schools, about 2,000 in number, to the Government House. They bore banners and flags with various inscriptions, of which the following are samples: Education, Religion, and Social Order. August 1st, 1838, the day of our freedom. Truth and justice have at last prevailed. The children sang before the Government House, and His Excellency made a speech characterized by simplicity and kindness, which was received with enthusiastic cheers. The procession then escorted their pastor to his house. In front of the Baptist chapel were 3 triumphal arches, decorated with leaves and flowers, and surmounted by flags bearing the inscriptions, "Freedom has come, slavery is no more. The chains are broken, Africa is free." There were many flags bearing the names of their English benefactors, Clarkson, Wilberforce, Sligo, Thompson, etc. When these were unfurled, the enthusiasm of the multitude rose to the highest pitch. For nearly an hour the air rang with exulting shouts, in which the shrill voices of 2,000 children joined, singing, "We're free! We're free!" Several of the kindly disposed planters gave rural fêtes to the laborers. Long tables were spread in the lawns, arches of evergreens were festooned with flowers, and on the trees floated banners bearing the names of those who had been most conspicuous in bringing about this blessed result. Songs were sung, speeches made, prayers offered, and a plentiful repast eaten. Mr. Phillippo says: "The conduct of the newly emancipated peasantry would have done credit to Christians of the most civilized country in the world. They were clean in their persons, and neat in their attire. Their behavior was modest, unassuming, and decorous in a high degree. There was no crowding, no vulgar familiarity, but all were courteous and obliging to each other, as members of one harmonious family. There was no dancing, gambling, or carousing. All seemed to have a sense of the obligations they owed to their masters, to each other, and to the civil authorities. The masters who were present at these fêtes congratulated their former dependents on the boon they had received, and hopes were mutually expressed that all past differences and wrongs might be forgiven." On some of the estates where these festivals were held, the laborers, with few individual exceptions, went to work as usual on the following day. Many of them gave their first week of free labor as an offering of good will to their masters. Thus the period from which many of the planters had apprehended the worst consequences passed away in peace and harmony. It is now 27 years since the laborers in the British West Indies have been made entirely free, and the missionaries, the magistrates, and even the masters agree that the laborers are much more faithful and industrious under the new system than they were under the iron rule of Slavery. It is true, some of the old planters growled as long as they lived. They had always predicted that freedom would bring ruin on all classes, and it vexed them to see the negroes behaving so well. They, however, made the most of the fact that there was less sugar made than in former years. It was their own fault. The emancipated slaves wanted to stay and work on the plantations where they had always lived. But the masters could not give up their old habits of meanness and tyranny. Their laborers could scarcely support life with the very small wages they received, and yet they took from them the little patches of provision ground which they had formerly had, and charged them enormously high rent for their miserable little huts. It seemed as if they wanted to drive them to robbery, that they might say, "We told you it would be so, if you set them free." But the freedmen disappointed them. Under all discouragements, they persisted in behaving well. When they found that they could not get a living on the old plantations where they wanted to stay, they went to work on railroads, and wherever they could find employment. They laid up as much as they could of their wages, and bought bits of land, on which they built comfortable cabins for themselves, and laid out little gardens. Their wives and children raised poultry and tended a cow, and carried vegetables and butter and eggs to market, in baskets poised on their heads. With the money thus earned they bought more land, and added to their little stock of furniture. Though the men received only from 18 to 24 cents a day, out of which they boarded themselves, they were so industrious and saving that in 4 years the freedmen in Jamaica alone had bought and paid for 100,000 acres of land, and put up dwellings thereon. Mr. Phillippo states that during that time as many as 200 new villages of freedmen were formed. These villages generally received the names of benefactors, such as Clarkson, Wilberforce, Thompson, etc. To their own little homes they also gave names indicative of their gratitude and contentment. They called them Save Rent, A Little of My Own, Heart's Love, Liberty and Content, Happy Retreat, Jane's Delight, Thank God to See It, etc. Mr. Phillippo says, "These free villages are regularly laid out. Their houses are small, many of them built of stone or wood, with shingled roofs, green blinds, and verandas, to shield them from the sun. Most of them are neatly thatched, and generally plastered and whitewashed both outside and in. They now have looking-glasses, chairs, and sideboards decorated with pretty articles of glass and crockery. Each dwelling has its own little plot of vegetables, generally neatly kept, and many of them have flower gardens in front, glowing with all the bright hues of the tropics. The groups often presented are worthy of the painter's pencil or the poet's song. Amid the stillness of a Sabbath evening, many families, after their return from the house of God, may be seen gathered together in the shadow of the trees, which overhang their cottages, singing hymns or listening to the reading of the Scriptures, with none to molest or make them afraid." Mr. Charles Tappan of Boston, who visited Jamaica several years after emancipation, writes, "On landing at Kingston I must confess I was half inclined to believe the story so industriously circulated, that the emancipated slave is more idle and vicious than any other of God's intelligent creatures. But when I rode through the valleys and over the mountains, and found everywhere an industrious, sober people, I concluded all the vagabonds of the island had moved to the seashore, to pick up a precarious living by carrying baggage, begging, etc., and such, upon inquiry, I found to be the fact. Wherever I went in the rural districts, I found contented men and women, cultivating sugar-cane and numerous vegetables and fruits on their own account. Their neat, well-furnished cottages compared well with the dwellings of pioneers in our own country. I found them in mahogany furniture, crockery and glassware, and shelves of useful books. I saw Africans, of unmixed blood, grinding their own sugar-cane in their own mills, and making their own sugar. I attended a large meeting called to decide the question about inviting a schoolmaster to settle among them. There was only one man who doubted the expediency of taking the children from work and sending them to school. One said, "My little learning enabled me to see that a note given to me in payment for a horse was not written according to contract." Another said, "I should have been wronged out of 40 pounds of coffee I sold in Kingston the other day, if I hadn't known how to cipher." Another said, "I shall not have much property to leave my children, but if they have learning, they can get property." Another said, "Those that can read will be more likely to get religion." All these people had been slaves, or were the children of slaves. I saw no intoxicated person in Jamaica, and when it is considered that every man there can make rum, it strikes me as very remarkable. One of the most striking characteristics of this colored peasantry is their desire to obtain education for themselves and their children. After a hard day's work, women would often walk miles, with babies in their arms, to learn the alphabet. With the first money they could spare they build schoolhouses and chapels and hire teachers. They also form charitable societies and contribute money to help the aged and sick among them. In the days of slavery they herded together like animals, but now it is considered disreputable and wrong to live together without being married. In the days of slavery they wore ragged and filthy garments, but freedom has made them desirous of making a neat appearance. Their working clothes are generally well mended and clean, and they keep a pretty suit to attend meeting and other festival occasions. They are very careful of their best clothes. When they go to dances or social gatherings, they carry them in a basket, nicely folded and covered up, and put them on when they arrive, and when they are about to return home they again pack them up carefully. When they have far to walk to meeting over rough and dusty roads, they carry their shoes and stockings till they come in sight of the church. This is not at all like what the old planters prophesied, when they said that if the negroes were freed they would skulk in the woods and steal yams to keep them from starving. But all that silly talk has passed away. Everybody in the British West Indies acknowledges that emancipation has proved a blessing both to the white and the black population. There is not a planter to be found there who would restore slavery again, if his own wish could do it. End of Progress of Emancipation in the British West Indies, Part II. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Section 28 of the Freedmen's Book, by Lydia Maria Child. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Last Night of Slavery, by James Montgomery. Let the floods clap their hands, let the mountains rejoice, let all the glad lands breathe a jubilant voice. The sun that now sets on the waves of the sea shall gild with his rising the land of the free. Let the islands be glad, for their king in his might, who his glory hath clad with a garment of light, in the waters the beams of his chambers hath laid, and in the green waters his pathway hath made. Dispel the blue haze, golden fountain of morn, with meridian blaze the wide ocean adorn. The sunlight has touched the glad waves of the sea, and day now illumines the land of the free. End of The Last Night of Slavery. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Section 29 of the Freedmen's Book, by Lydia Maria Child. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Madison, Washington, by L. Maria Child. This man was a slave, born in Virginia. His lot was more tolerable than that of many who were doomed to bondage, but from his early youth he always longed to be free. Nature had in fact made him too intelligent and energetic to be contented in slavery. Perhaps he would have attempted to escape sooner than he did, had he not become in love with a beautiful octoroon slave named Susan. She was the daughter of her master, and the blood of the white race predominated in several of her ancestors. Her eyes were blue, and her glossy dark hair fell in soft silky ringlets. Her lover was an unmixed black, and he also was handsome. His features were well formed, and his large dark eyes were very bright and expressive. He had a manly air, his motions were easy and dignified, and altogether he looked like a being that would never consent to wear a chain. If he had hated slavery before, he naturally hated it worse after he had married Susan, for a handsome woman, who was a slave, is constantly liable to insult and wrong, from which an enslaved husband has no power to protect her. They laid plans to escape, but unfortunately their intention was discovered before they could carry it into effect. To avoid being sold to the far South, where he could have no hopes of ever rejoining his beloved Susan, he ran to the woods, where he remained concealed several months, suffering much from privation and anxiety. His wife knew where he was, and succeeded in conveying some messages to him without being detected. She persuaded him not to wait for a chance to take her with him, but to go to Canada and earn money enough to buy her freedom, and then she would go to him. He traveled only in the night, and by careful management, after a good deal of hardship, he reached the Northern States, and passed into Canada. There he let himself out to work on the farm of a man named Dickson. He was so strong, industrious, intelligent, and well behaved, that the farmer hoped to keep him a long time in his employ. He never mentioned that he was born a slave, for the idea was always hateful to him, and he thought also that circumstances might arise which would render it prudent to keep his own secret. He showed little inclination for conversation, and occupied every leisure moment in learning to read and write. He remained there half a year, without any tidings from his wife, for there are many difficulties in the way of slaves communicating with each other at a distance. He became sad and restless. His employer noticed it, and tried to cheer him up. One day he said to him, "Madison, you seem to be discontented. What have you to complain of? Do you think you are not treated well here? Or are you dissatisfied with the wages I give you?" "I have no complaint to make of my treatment, sir," replied Madison. "You have been just and kind to me, and since you manifest so much interest in me, I will tell you what it is that makes me so gloomy." He then related his story, and told how his heart was homesick for his dear Susan. He said she was so handsome that they would ask a high price for her, and he had been calculating that it would take him years to earn enough to buy her. Meanwhile he knew not what might happen to her. There was no law to protect a slave, and he feared all sorts of things. Especially he was afraid they might sell her to the far South, where he could never trace her. So he said he had made up his mind to go back to Virginia and try to bring her away. Mr. Dickson urged him not to attempt it. He reminded him of the dangers he would incur, that he would run a great risk of getting back into slavery, and that perhaps he himself would be sold to the far South, where he would never be able to communicate with his wife. But Madison replied, "I am well aware of that, sir, but freedom does me no good unless Susan can share it with me." He accordingly left his safe place of refuge, and started for Virginia. He had free papers made out, which he thought would protect him till he arrived in the neighborhood where he was known. He also purchased several small files and saws, which he concealed in the lining of his clothes. With these tools he thought he could effect his escape from prison, if he should be taken up on the suspicion of being a runaway slave. Passing through the state of Ohio, he met several who had previously seen him on his way to Canada. They all tried to persuade him not to go back to Virginia, telling him there were 9 chances out of 10 that he would get caught and carried back into slavery again. But his answer always was, "Freedom does me no good while my wife is a slave." When he came to the region where he was known, he hid in woods and swamps during the day, and traveled only in the night. At last he came in sight of his master's farm, and hid himself in the woods near by. There he remained several days, in a dreadful state of suspense and anxiety. He could not contrive any means to obtain information concerning his wife. He was afraid they might have sold her, for fear she would follow him. He prowled about in the night, in hopes of seeing some old acquaintance, who would tell him whether she was still at the old place, but he saw no one whom he could venture to trust. At last fortune favored him. One evening he heard many voices singing, and he knew by their songs that they were slaves. As they passed up the road, he came out from the woods and joined them. There were so many of them that the addition of one more was not noticed. He found that they were slaves from several plantations, who had permits from their masters to go to a corn shucking. They were merry, for they were expecting to have a lively time and a comfortable supper. Being a moonless evening, they could not see Madison's face, and he was careful not to let them discover who he was. He went with them to the corn shucking, and, keeping himself in the shadow all the time, he contrived, in the course of conversation, to find out all he wanted to know. Susan was not sold, and she was living in the same house where he had left her. He was hungry, for he had been several days without food, except such as he could pick up in the woods, but he did not dare to show his face at the supper, where dozens would be sure to recognize him. So he skulked away in the woods again, happy in the consciousness that his Susan was not far off. He resolved to attempt to see her the next night. He was afraid to tap at her window after all the people in the great house were abed and asleep, for as she supposed he was in Canada, he thought she might be frightened and call somebody. He therefore ventured to approach her room in the evening. Unfortunately, the overseer saw him, and called a number of whites, who rushed into the room just as he entered it. He fought hard, and knocked down 3 of them in his efforts to escape. But they struck at him with their bowie knives till he was so faint with loss of blood that he could resist no longer. They chained him and carried him to Richmond, where he was placed in the jail. His prospects were now dreary enough. His long-cherished hope of being united to his dear wife vanished away in the darkness of despair. There was a slave-trader in Richmond buying a gang of slaves for the market of New Orleans. Madison Washington was sold to him, and carried on board the brig Creole, owned by Johnson and Epperson, of Richmond, and commanded by Captain Ensign. The brig was lying at the dock waiting for her cargo, which consisted of tobacco, hemp, flax, and slaves. There were 2 separate cabins for the slaves, one for the men and the other for the women. Some of the poor creatures belonged to Johnson and Epperson, some to Thomas McCargo, and some to Henry Hewell. Each had a private little history of separation and sorrow. There was many a bleeding heart there, beside the noble heart that was throbbing in the bosom of Madison Washington. His purchasers saw that he was intelligent, and they knew that he was sold for having escaped to Canada. He was therefore chained to the floor of the cabin and closely watched. He seemed quiet and even cheerful, and they concluded that he was reconciled to his fate. On the contrary, he was never further from such a state of mind. He closely observed the slaves who were in the cabin with him. His discriminating eye soon selected those whom he could trust. To them he whispered that there were more than 100 slaves on board, and a few whites. He had his saws and files still hidden in the lining of his clothes. These were busily used to open their chains, while the captain and crew were asleep. They still continued to wear their chains, and no one suspected that they could slip their hands and feet out at their pleasure. When the Creole had been 9 days out, they encountered rough weather. Most of the slaves were seasick, and therefore not watched so closely as usual. On the night of November 7th, 1841, the wind was blowing hard. The captain and mate were on deck, and nearly all the crew. Mr. Henry Hewell, one of the owners of the cargo of slaves, who had formerly been a slave-driver on a plantation, was seated on the companion, smoking a cigar. The first watch had just been summoned, when Madison Washington sprang on deck, followed by 18 other slaves. They seized whatever they could find to use as weapons. Hewell drew a pistol from under his coat, fired at one of the slaves, and killed him. Madison Washington struck at him with a capstan bar, and he fell dead at his feet. The first and second mates both attacked Madison at once. His strong arms threw them upon the deck wounded, but not killed. He fought for freedom, not for revenge; and as soon as they had disarmed the whites and secured them safely, he called out to his accomplices not to shed blood. With his own hands he dressed the wounds of the crew, and told them they had nothing to fear if they would obey his orders. The man who had been a chained slave half an hour before was now master of the vessel, and his grateful companions called him Captain Washington. Being ignorant of navigation, he told Merritt, the first mate, that he should have the freedom of the deck, if he would take an oath to carry the brig faithfully into the nearest port of the British West Indies, and he was afraid to do otherwise. The next morning Captain Washington ordered the cook to prepare the best breakfast the storeroom could furnish, for it was his intention to give all the freed slaves a good meal. The women, who had been greatly frightened by the tumult the night before, were glad enough to come out of their close cabin into the fresh air. And who do you think was among them? Susan, the beautiful young wife of Madison, was there. She had been accused of communicating with her husband in Canada, and being therefore considered a dangerous person, she had been sold to the slave trader to be carried to the market of New Orleans. Neither of them knew that the other was on board. With a cry of surprise and joy they rushed into each other's arms. The freed slaves threw up their caps and hurrahed again and again, till the sea gulls wondered at the noise. Oh, it was a joyful, joyful time! Captain Washington was repaid for all he had suffered. He had gained his own liberty, after having struggled for it in vain for years. He had freed 134 of his oppressed brethren and sisters, and he had his beloved Susan in his arms, carrying her to a land where the laws would protect their domestic happiness. He felt richer at that moment than any king with a golden crown upon his head. There had been but 2 lives lost. One white man was killed in the affray, and he was the slave driver who shot down one of the slaves. Captain Ensign and others who were wounded were kindly cared for by Captain Washington. They proved ungrateful, and tried to regain possession of the vessel and the slaves. The blacks were so exasperated by this attempt that they wanted to kill all the whites on board. But Captain Washington called out to them, "We have got our liberty, and that is all we have been fighting for. Let no more blood be shed. I have promised to protect these men. They have shown that they are not worthy of it, but let us be magnanimous." Next morning the Creole arrived at Nassau, in the island of New Providence. Captain Washington and his companions sprang out upon free soil. There he and his beloved Susan are living under the protection of laws which make no distinctions on account of complexion. End of Madison Washington. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Section 30 of the Freedmen's Book, by Lydia Maria Child. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Extract from the Virginia Bill of Rights. The election of members to serve as representatives of the people in assembly ought to be free, and all men having sufficient evidence of permanent common interest with and attachment to the community have the right of suffrage, and they cannot be taxed or deprived of their property for public uses without their own consent or that of their representatives so elected, nor can they be bound by any law to which they have not assented in like manner for the public good. The Virginia Bill of Rights was unanimously adopted by the people in June, 1776, and when they met in January, 1830, to amend the Constitution of the State, they voted that the Bill of Rights needed no amendment. End of extract from the Virginia Bill of Rights. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Section 31 of the Freedmen's Book, by Lydia Maria Child. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Praise of Creation by George Horton. Creation fires my tongue. Nature, thy anthems raise and spread the universal song of thy Creator's praise. When each revolving wheel assumed its sphere sublime, submissive earth then heard the peal, and struck the march of time. The march in heaven begun, and splendor filled the skies, when wisdom bade the morning sun with joy from chaos rise. The angels heard the tune throughout creation ring. They seized their golden harps as soon, and touched on every string. When time and space were young, and music rolled along, the morning stars together sung, and heaven was drowned in song. End of Praise of Creation. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Section 32 of the Freedmen's Book by Lydia Maria Child. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Frederick Douglass, Part 1, by L. Maria Child. Captain Anthony owned 2 or 3 farms on the eastern shore of Maryland, and held about 30 slaves. One of them, a black woman named Betsy, married a free man named Isaac Bailey, and they had a numerous family of children, all of whom were, of course, slaves to Captain Anthony. When she became an old widow she lived in a hut separate from the other slaves, and was principally employed in nursing troops of babies, which her children brought into the world for the benefit of their master. Somewhere about the year 1817, Harriet, the youngest of her 5 daughters, gave birth to a boy, on whom she bestowed the high-sounding name of Frederick Augustus Washington Bailey. As she could not be spared from field work, baby Frederick joined the band of little slaves that were under his grandmother's care. Her hut was made of logs, with no windows, a clay floor, and a mud chimney; but the children were as well satisfied with it as if it had been a palace. They were too young to know that they were slaves, and they were as happy as little wild animals. They imitated the noises made by cats, dogs, pigs, and barnyard fowls, and rolled over and over on the ground, laughing at their own fun. If the mud or dust made them uncomfortable, they walked into the river without undressing, for the short-toe skirt, which was their only garment, was washed by swimming, and soon dried in the sunshine. There was a wood close by, and it was one of their greatest pleasures to watch the squirrels as they frisked about, or sat on the stumps eating nuts. Near the hut was a well, with its beam placed between the boughs of an old tree, and so well balanced that the children could easily help themselves to water. Down in a valley not far off was a water-mill, where people went to get their corn ground. It was capital sport to play at fishing in the mill-pond, with thread-lines, and hooks made of bent pins, and they were never tired of seeing the big wheel turn round, throwing off great drops of water that sparkled in the sunshine. They lived mostly on corn-mush, which they ate from a big wooden tray, with oyster shells for spoons. But they were as healthy as little pigs, and enjoyed their coarse food as well. The greatest of their blessings was their good grandmother, who nursed them kindly and did all she could to make them happy. They loved her dearly, and when she was obliged to leave them for a short time, they greeted her return with merry shouts. She was advanced in years, and the hair that peeped from under the folds of her turban was very gray. But she was remarkably strong for her age, straight in her figure, and quick in her motions. She was very expert at catching fish, and sometimes spent half the day in the water. She also made excellent nets to catch shad and herring, and as these nets sold extremely well, Captain Anthony still found the old slave profitable. She had the name of being born to good luck, because whatever business she undertook prospered in her hands. She raised such excellent sweet potatoes that people often sent for her to plant for them, saying, If Grandma Betty touches them they'll be sure to flourish." But the secret of her good luck was her intelligence and carefulness. When she dug potatoes she took pains not to cut or bruise them, and in winter she protected them from frost in a hole under her hearth. Freddy's poor mother was not allowed the comfort of being with her child. She was let out to work in the fields 12 miles off. Whenever she went to see her little boy she had to walk over all those miles twice in the night time, after a hard day's work, for if she was not back in the field by sunrise she was severely whipped. Freddy saw her but 4 or 5 times, and never by daylight. Sometimes she would lie down beside him and talk to him till he fell asleep, but when he woke she was always gone. He always remembered that she once took him on her knee and gave him a cake in the shape of a heart. Her rare visits made such an impression on him that he never forgot her personal appearance. She was tall and finely proportioned, with regular features and a deep black glossy complexion. Her manners were very sedate, her countenance downcast, and her eyes very sad. When he was nearly 7 years old, she died, but he knew nothing about it till long afterward. In later years he heard that she could read, and that she was the only one of all the slaves in the neighborhood who possessed that advantage. He never discovered how she had learned. When she died he was too young to have heard anything from her lips concerning his father. He was always told that he was the son of a white man, and some whispered the name of his master. But he never knew who was his father, and could only conjecture why the eyes of his poor mother had such a sad expression. Captain Anthony did not carry on any of his own farms. He employed overseers for that purpose, and however cruelly the slaves might be treated by the overseers, they never could obtain any protection by applying to the old master, as they called him. All the interest he took in them was to have as much work as possible forced out of them, and to sell one every year to add to his income. He himself managed the affairs of Colonel Lloyd, a wealthy gentleman with numerous plantations and 1,000 slaves. His home plantation on the River Miles, where he resided with his family, was about 12 miles from the hut where Frederick had been nursed. His manager, Captain Anthony, lived in a house on the same plantation, and was personally a stranger to his own little slaves. But the children had seen and heard of things which made the name of the old master a terror to them. Frederick's first great trouble was when he discovered that he was a slave, and that as soon as he was big enough to work he would have to go to old master. Nothing could exceed his dread of leaving the dear old home, and being separated from the kind friend of his childhood. When he was about 8 years old, Captain Anthony sent for him, but his grandmother kept it a secret, knowing how it would frighten him. One bright summer morning she told him she was going to Colonel Lloyd's plantation, and invited him to go with her. He had a curiosity to see the grand place, of which he had heard so much. So she took him by the hand and led him away from the happy home of his childhood, to which he never returned. She carefully concealed from him how her heart was swelling, and her tender ways did not lead him to suspect it. When the unconscious little boy began to be overcome with fatigue, she toted him on her strong shoulders. She scarcely seemed to feel the burden, and insisted upon carrying him a long way, but he felt too much of a man to permit it. He was, however, a little afraid as they walked through the thick, dark woods, for sometimes the old knotted and gnarled stumps, when seen from a distance, looked like creatures with eyes and legs, and he kept a tight hold of her gown till the monstrous things were safely past. It was afternoon before they reached the famous home plantation of Colonel Lloyd. There he found everything very different from the solitude and poverty to which he had been accustomed. The plantation seemed like a village. There were so many large houses, and stables, and outbuildings, and mechanic shops, and such a long row of huts for the slaves' quarters. Children were shouting and singing, and a great many men and women were hoeing in the fields. The children came crowding around Frederick, and asked him to go and play with them. He looked in his grandmother's face, and seeing that she seemed very sad, he began to suspect that he was going to live with the old master. He was unwilling to lose sight of her for a moment, but she patted him on the head and said, "Be a good boy, and go play with the children. That one is your brother Perry, that is your sister Sarah, and that is your sister Eliza." He had heard of these brothers and sisters before, but he had never seen them, and they seemed like strangers. He kept close to his grandmother, but at last she persuaded him to follow the children to the back part of the house. He felt so shy that he stood leaning against the wall, looking on, while the others played. After a while a little boy, who had been left in the kitchen, ran up to him, exclaiming, "Bed, bed! Grandmammy's gone!" He rushed after her, and when he found that she was gone far out of sight, he threw himself on the ground and sobbed. His brothers and sisters brought him peaches and pears, but he flung them away, and continued sobbing, till, overcome with sorrow and fatigue, he fell into a deep sleep. As Captain Lloyd's plantation was not near any town, the barrels, wheels, shoes, and cloth that were needed by the numerous slaves were manufactured by themselves. Large crops of grain and tobacco were raised and shipped for Baltimore. All the business of 20 or 30 other farms was transacted at this plantation, which was distinguished by the name of the Great House Farm. And as Captain Anthony was overseer of all the overseers, he was kept very busy all the time. He took no notice of Freddy at first, but when told who the newcomer was, he patted him on the head and said, "You are my little Indian boy." Occasionally when he met him he would speak affectionately to him, but he was a violent-tempered man, and Freddy soon learned to watch him closely when he saw him coming. If he was shaking his head or muttering to himself, he hastened to get out of his way, lest he should catch a blow without knowing what it was for. The slave children had no one to care for them but cross Katy, the cook, who cuffed them about and kept all, except her own children, in such a half-starved condition that Freddy often had a tussle with the dogs and cats for the bones that were thrown to them. Summer and winter they had no clothing but a coarse tow shirt that reached to the knees. They were provided with 2 a year, and if they wore out before allowance day came round, they went naked. They slept anywhere on the floor without covering. Freddy suffered much from cold. His naked feet were cracked open in great gashes in the winter. When he could get a chance he would creep into the meal bag at night. So much for the care taken of their bodies, and it fared no better with their souls. All the instruction they received was from Uncle Isaac, a crippled slave, who, being unable to work, taught the children to say the Lord's Prayer after him by rote, and switched them whenever they made a mistake. But Freddy was at an age to bear privations and troubles lightly, and to enjoy thoughtlessly whatever pleasant things came in his way. He had never seen anything so grand as the great house, in which Colonel Lloyd resided. It was a large white building, with piazza and columns in front, surrounded by arbors, and grain houses, and turkey houses, and pigeon houses, interspersed with grand old trees. There was an extensive lawn, kept as smooth as velvet, and ornamented with flowering shrubs. The carriage road to and from the house made a circle round the lawn, and was paved with white pebbles from the beach. Outside of this enclosed space were extensive parks, where rabbits, deer, and other wild animals frisked about. Flocks of red-winged blackbirds made the trees look gay, and filled the air with melody. Vessels on their way to Baltimore were continually in sight, and a sloop belonging to Colonel Lloyd lay in the river, with its pretty little boat bobbing about in the sparkling water. There was a windmill not far off, and the little slaves were never tired of watching the great wings go whirling round. There was a creek to swim in, and crabs and clams and oysters to be got by wading and digging and raking for them. Freddy was glad enough to catch them when he had a chance, for he never had half enough to eat. He had one friend at the great house. Daniel Lloyd, the Colonel's youngest son, liked to have him assist in his sports.
He protected him when bigger boys wanted to make war upon him, and sometimes he gave him a cake. Captain Anthony's family consisted of a son, Andrew, and a daughter, Lucretia, who had married Captain Thomas Auld. Mrs. Lucretia took a fancy to bright little Freddy. She liked to hear him sing, and often spoke a kind word to him. This emboldened him so much that when he was very hungry he would go and sing under the window where she sat at work, and she would generally give him a piece of bread, sometimes with butter on it. That was a great treat for a boy who was fed all the time on corn mush, and could not get half enough of that. His business was to clean the front yard, to keep fowls out of the garden, to drive the cows home from pasture, and to run of errands. He had a good deal of time to play with his little relatives, and with the young slaves at Colonel Lloyd's, who called him Captain Anthony Fed. He was such a mere boy that it is no wonder so many new people and things soon cured him of homesickness for his grandmother, who could very seldom get time to trudge 12 miles to see him. But though his slave life was not without gleams of enjoyment, he saw and heard much that was painful. At one time he would see Colonel Lloyd compel a faithful old slave get down upon his knees to be flogged for not keeping the hair of his horses sufficiently smooth. At another time the overseer would shoot a slave dead for refusing to come up to be whipped. Ever and anon some of them were sold to Georgia slave traders, and there was weeping and wailing in the families they left behind. On the premises of his own master, he was not unfrequently wakened in the night by the screams and groans of slaves who were being lashed. One of Captain Anthony's slaves, named Esther, was the sister of Freddy's mother. She had a pretty face and a graceful shape.
She and a handsome young slave of Colonel Lloyd's were much attached, and wished to marry.
But her old master, for reasons of his own, forbade her to see her lover, and if he suspected them of meeting, he would abuse the poor girl in a most shocking manner. Freddy was too young at the time to understand the full significance of this cruel treatment, but when he thought of it in after years, it explained to him why his poor mother had always looked so downcast and sad. As for himself, he managed to escape very severe punishment, though Captain Anthony not unfrequently whipped him for some carelessness or mischief. But when he saw the plantation laborers, even of so rich a man as Colonel Lloyd, driven out to toil from early morning to dusk, shivering in the cold winds, or dripping with rain, with no covering but a few coarse tow-rags, he could not help thinking that such was likely to be his fate when he was older. Young as he was, he had a great dread of being a field-hand. Therefore he was rejoiced when Mrs. Lucretia told him he was to be sent to Baltimore, to live with her husband's brother, Mr. Hugh Auld. She told him if he would make himself very clean, she would give him a pair of new trousers. The prospect of exchanging his little tow-shirt for new trousers delighted him so much that he was ready to scrub his skin off to obtain them. He was moreover very eager to see Baltimore, for slaves who had been there told fine stories about the grand houses and the multitude of ships. He had been only 2 years at Captain Anthony's, and he had formed no attachment so strong as that he had felt for his old grandmother. It was with a joyful heart that he went forth to view the wonders of the city. When he arrived in Baltimore, his new mistress met him at the door with a pleasant smile. She said to her son, "There's little Freddy, who has come to take care of you." And to him she said, "You must be kind to little Tommy." Mrs. Sophia Auld had earned her own living before her marriage, and she had not yet acquired the ways of slaveholders toward servants. While her own little Tommy was on her knee, Freddy was often seated by her side, and sometimes her soft hand would rest upon his head in a kind motherly way. He had never been treated so since he left his good old grandmother. In a very short time he loved her with all his heart, and was eager to do anything to please her. It was his business to go of errands and take care of Tommy. The boys became as much attached to each other as if they were brothers. there was nothing to remind Freddy of being a slave. He had plenty of wholesome food to eat, clean clothes to wear, and a good straw bed with warm covering. Mrs. Auld was much in the habit of singing hymns and reading the Bible aloud, and Freddy, who was not at all afraid of Miss Sophie, as he called her, said to her one day that he wished she would teach him to read. She consented, and he was so quick at learning that he was soon able to spell small words. His kind mistress was so much pleased with his progress that she told her husband about it, and remarked with much satisfaction that Freddy would soon be able to read the Bible. Mr. Auld was displeased, and forbade her giving any more lessons. "It is contrary to law to teach a nigger to read," said he. "It is unsafe, and can only lead to mischief. If you teach him to read the Bible, it will make him discontented, and there will be no keeping him. Next thing, he will be wanting to learn to write, and then he'll be running away with himself." This was said in the presence of Freddy, and it set his active mind to thinking. He had often before wondered why black children were born to be slaves, and now he heard his master say that if he learned to read it would spoil him for a slave. He resolved that he would learn to read. He carried a spelling-book in his pocket when he went of errands, and persuaded some of the white boys who played with him to give him a lesson now and then. He was soon able to read. With some money that he earned for himself, he bought a book called The Columbian Orator. It contained many speeches about liberty. The reading of them made him discontented. He was no longer light-hearted and full of fun. He became thoughtful and serious. When he played with white boys, he would ask, "Why haven't I as good a right to be free, and go where I please, as you have?" And sometimes the generous-hearted boy would answer, "I believe, Fred, you have just as good a right to be free as I have." End of Frederick Douglass, Part 1. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Section 33 of the Freedmen's Book by Lydia Maria Child. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Frederick Douglass, Part 2, by L. Maria Child. He knew that his present situation was uncommonly favorable, but the idea of being a slave for life became more and more hateful to him. He had not been in Baltimore quite 4 years when an event occurred which proved to him the extreme uncertainty of a slave's condition, even when circumstances seemed most favorable. His old master, Captain Anthony, died, and his slaves were to be divided between his son Andrew and his daughter, Mrs. Lucretia Auld. Frederick was in terror lest it should be decided that he belonged to Andrew, who was a confirmed drunkard and excessively cruel to the slaves. It was a month before the division of the estate was decided by law, and the anxiety of his mind was so great that it seemed to him half a year. He felt as if saved from a sentence of death when he was informed that he belonged to Mrs. Lucretia, who had been kind to him in his hungry boyhood. As she had no occasion for his services, it was agreed that he should remain in Mr. Hugh Auld's family, a circumstance which pleased Master Tom and his mother about as much as it did Freddy. But in a short time he was again painfully reminded of the uncertainty of his condition. Mrs. Lucretia and her brother Andrew both died, each of them leaving one child. Neither Captain Anthony nor his children left any of the slaves free. Even Frederick's old grandmother, who had nursed her master when he was a baby, waited upon him through his boyhood, worked faithfully for him during all her life, and reared up a multitude of children and grandchildren to toil for him. Even she was left in slavery, with no provision made for her. The children she had tended so lovingly were sold, or let out in distant places. All were unable to write to inform her where they had gone. All were unable to help her, because they were not allowed to have their own earnings. When her old master and his children were dead, the owners of the property thought Grandma Betty was too old to be of any further use. So they put up a hut with a mud chimney in the woods, and left her there to find food for herself as she could, with no mortal to render her any service in her dying hour. This brutal proceeding increased the bitterness of Frederick's feeling against slavery. By the blessing of God the consolations of religion came to him, and enabled him to look beyond his troubled and transitory world. A pious colored man, called Uncle Lawson, became interested in him. They attended prayer meetings together, and Frederick often went to his house on Sundays. They had refreshing times together, reading the Bible, praying, and singing hymns. Uncle Lawson saw that his young friend had uncommon intelligence, and he often said to him, "The Lord has a great work for you to do, and you must prepare yourself for it." Frederick replied that he did not see how a slave could prepare himself for any great work. But the pious old man always answered, "Trust in the Lord. He will bring it about in his own good time. You must go on reading and studying Scripture." This prophecy inspired him with hope, and he seized every opportunity to improve himself. But he had many obstacles to contend with. His master, Mr. Hugh Auld, was made irritable by an increasing love for brandy. When he found out that Frederick read and spoke at religious meetings, he threatened to flog him if he continued to do it. His kind mistress, who used to pat him on the head and call him "Little Freddy," was changed by the habit of having slaves, and talking with slaveholders. The pleasant, motherly expressions of her face had become severe. She watched Frederick very closely, and if she caught him with a book or newspaper in his hand, she would rush at him in a great rage and snatch it away. Master Tommy had grown to be a tall lad, and began to feel that he was born to be a master, and Fred to be a slave. Frederick would probably have tried to run away, had it not been for the friendships he had formed for Uncle Lawson and the religious young men he met at the meetings. Notwithstanding his master's threat, he contrived to find opportunities to read and pray with good Uncle Lawson, and it had a blessed influence on his spirit, making him feel at peace with all men. Now that he had a taste of knowledge, it was impossible to prevent his getting more. His master sent him of errands to the shipyard almost daily. He noticed that the carpenters marked their boards with letters. He asked the names of the letters, and copied them with a bit of chalk. When the family went from home, he diligently copied from the writing books Master Tommy had brought from school, and his zeal was so great that in a short time he could write as well as his master. He picked up bits of newspapers wherever he could find them, and he listened attentively when he heard slaveholders talking about the Northern States and cursing the abolitionists. He did not at first know what was the meaning of abolitionists, but when he read in a newspaper that petitions were sent into Congress for the abolition of slavery, light dawned upon him. He told trustworthy colored friends about it, and they were comforted by the thought that there were people in the North trying to help them out of bondage. But a new blow fell upon him. Captain Thomas Auld married again, after the death of his wife, Mrs. Lucretia, and removed to St. Michael's, an old village, the principal business of which was oyster fishing. He got into a quarrel with his brother, Mr. Hugh Auld of Baltimore, and demanded that Frederick should be sent back to him. So he was put on board a ship for St. Michael's. When swift steamboats on their way to Philadelphia passed the sloop that carried him, he bitterly regretted that he had not escaped to the free States from Baltimore, where he could have had so many more opportunities for doing it than he could at the old fishing village. Captain Thomas Auld and his new wife were both great professors of religion. He was an exhorter and class leader in the Methodist Church, but their religion was not of a kind that taught them humanity to their fellow creatures. They worked their slaves very hard, and kept them half fed and half clothed. Scolding and flogging were going on incessantly. Frederick soon discovered that they were violently opposed to colored people's knowing how to read. But when a pious young man in the neighborhood asked him to assist in a Sunday school for colored children, he resolved to seize the opportunity of being useful. When his master found out what he was doing, he was very angry, and the next Sunday he and 2 other Methodist class leaders went to the school, armed with clubs and whips, and drove off both teachers and scholars. It was agreed that Frederick had been spoiled by living in Baltimore, and that it was necessary to cure him of his dangerous thirst for knowledge. For that purpose he was sent to a famous negro breaker in the neighborhood named Covey. He was a great professor of religion, but a monster of cruelty. Frederick was almost killed by hard labor, and not a week passed without his being cruelly cut up with the whip. Escape was impossible, for Covey was on the watch at all times of day and night. 6 months of such treatment well nigh crushed all manhood out of him. But cruelty was carried so far that at last he became desperate, and when his master attempted to beat him, he struggled with him and threw him down. He expected to be hung for it, according to the laws of Maryland. But Covey prided himself on his reputation as a negro breaker, and he was ashamed to have it known that he had been conquered by a lad of 17. Frederick's time was not out for 6 months longer, but Covey never attempted to whip him again. The next 2 years Frederick was let out to do field work for Mr. Freeland, who fed his slaves well, and never worked them beyond their strength. Some of his slaves were intelligent and desirous to learn to read. On Sundays they had meetings in the woods, and 20 or 30 young men were taught by Frederick. After a while they formed a plan of escape in a canoe, but some unknown men excited suspicion against them, and they were seized and thrust into prison. They kept their secret so well, however, that no proof could be obtained against them, and they were released without even a whipping. But some of the neighboring slaveholders said Frederick was a dangerous fellow, that he knew too much. They would not have him tampering with their slaves, and if he was not sent out of the neighborhood they would shoot him. Captain Thomas Auld talked of selling him to Alabama, but he finally concluded to let him out again to his brother Hugh, with a promise that if he behaved well he should be free at 25 years old. When he returned to Baltimore he was let out to work at caulking vessels, and he soon became so expert at the business that he earned from $7 to $9 a week. He was trusted to make his own contracts, but was required to pay Mr. Hugh Auld his earnings every Saturday night. On such occasions a 6 pence or a shilling was sometimes given him, for which he was expected to be grateful. But it naturally occurred to him that the whole of the money rightfully belonged to him who earned it. He was attached to a worthy girl named Anna, but he was reluctant to form family ties while he was subject to the vicissitudes of slavery. He often thought of escaping to the free States, but the regulations were so strict that it seemed a hopeless undertaking unless he had money. When Captain Thomas Auld visited Baltimore, he tried to make a bargain with him to buy his time for a specified sum each week, being free to earn as much more as he could. The reply was, "You are planning to run away, but wherever you go I shall catch you." The master then tried to coax him with promises of freedom in the future, but Frederick thought it very uncertain when they would be willing to give up a man who brought them in $9 a week. He concluded to go to the free States. How he accomplished it he never told, for he was afraid of bringing trouble upon those who helped him. When he arrived in New York, he says he felt as he should suppose a man would feel who had escaped from a den of hungry lions. But the joyful feeling was soon checked. He met an acquaintance who had recently escaped from slavery. He told him the city was full of Southerners, who had agents out in every direction to catch runaway slaves, and then he hurried away, as if afraid of being betrayed. This made Frederick feel very desolate. He was afraid to seek employment as a caulker, lest spies from his master should be on the watch for him. He bought a loaf of bread and hid away for the night among some barrels on a wharf. In the morning he met a sailor, who looked so good-natured and honest that he ventured to tell him he was a fugitive slave, and to ask him for advice. He was not deceived in the expression of the man's face. He invited him to his house, and went in search of Mr. David Ruggles, a worthy colored man, well known as a zealous friend of his oppressed race. The fugitive was kept hidden for a few days, during which time Anna was sent for, and they were married. By help of Mr. Ruggles, employment at caulking was obtained in New Bedford, a large town in Massachusetts, where a great many ships are constantly employed. There he found many intelligent colored people, not a few of whom had been slaves. They lived in convenient houses, took newspapers, bought books, and sent their children to good schools. They had various societies for improvement, and when he attended their meetings, he was surprised to hear their spirited discussions on various subjects. His bright mind was roused into full activity by the influences around him. He changed his name to Frederick Douglass. He was called Mr. Douglass now, and felt like it. He worked hard, but that was a pleasure, now that he could enjoy his own earnings. He felt safe, for there were so many abolitionists and so many intelligent colored people in New Bedford that slaveholders did not venture to go there to hunt for fugitives. The cruel treatment he had received from hypocritical professors of religion had not destroyed his faith in the excellence of real religion. He joined a church of colored people, called Zion Methodists, and became a class leader and preacher among them. He took a newspaper called The Liberator, edited by William Lloyd Garrison, wherein he found the rights of colored people vindicated with great zeal and ability. His wife proved a neat and industrious helpmate, and a little family of children began to gather round him. Thus furnished with healthy employment for his mind, his heart, and his hands, he lived over 3 years in New Bedford. At the end of that period, in the year 1841, a great anti-slavery meeting was held in the vicinity, and Mr. Douglass went to hear Mr. Garrison and others speak. He did not suppose that any one at the meeting knew him, but a gentleman was present who had heard him preach in Zion Church, and he went to him and urged him to address the anti-slavery meeting. He was bashful about speaking before such a large and intelligent audience, and when he was persuaded to mount the platform, he trembled in every limb. But what he said flowed right out from the depths of his heart, and when people of any intelligence speak in that way, they are always eloquent. The audience was greatly moved by what he told them of his experiences. It was the beginning of a great change in his life. The Anti-Slavery Society employed him to travel in the free States to lecture against slavery, and that you may be sure he could do with a will. Crowds went to hear him, and his ministration was greatly blessed. The prophecy of good Uncle Lawson was fulfilled. The Lord had a great work for him to do, and in his own good time he had brought it about. People who were in favor of slavery said he was an impostor, that he did not look like a slave or speak like a slave, and that they did not believe he had ever been in the Southern States. To prove that he was not an impostor, he wrote and published an account of his life, with the names of his masters and the places where they resided. The book was ably written, and produced almost as great an effect as his lectures. Slaveholders were very angry that one of their escaped chattel should produce such an excitement. There was great danger that some of their agents would kidnap him as he went about the country lecturing. It was therefore concluded that he had better go to England. In 1845 he took passage for Liverpool in the English steamship Cambria. He was invited to deliver a lecture on deck. Some slaveholders from New Orleans and Georgia, who were a little under the influence of brandy, swore they would throw him overboard if he did, but the captain of the vessel threatened to put them in irons if they behaved in a disorderly manner. When they arrived in England, they tried to injure Mr. Douglass by publishing that he was an insolent, lying negro, but their efforts only served to make him famous. He delivered a great number of lectures, and attracted crowds everywhere. In the free States of his own country he had been excluded from many places of improvement, and often insulted on account of his color, but he had no such prejudice to encounter in England. He behaved like a gentleman, and was treated like a gentleman. Many distinguished and wealthy people invited him to their houses, as a mark of respect for his natural abilities and the efforts he had made to improve himself. But he felt that his labors were needed in America in behalf of his oppressed brethren, and he wanted to return. His friends in England entered into negotiations with Captain Thomas Auld for the purchase of his freedom, which they succeeded in obtaining for a little more than $700. After an absence of 2 years he returned to the United States a free man. He established himself with his family in Rochester, New York. There he edited a weekly newspaper called the North Star, and from time to time traveled about the country to deliver lectures, which were always fully attended. After he was free he wrote a spirited letter to his old master, Captain Thomas Auld, in which he asks, "What has become of my dear old grandmother, whom you turned out like an old horse to die in the woods? If she is still alive, she must be near 80 years old, too old to be of any service to you. Oh, she was father and mother to me, so far as hard toil for my comfort could make her so. Send her to me at Rochester, and it shall be the crowning happiness of my life to take care of her in her old age." I never heard that any answer was received to this letter. During the rebellion Mr. Douglass labored zealously to raise colored regiments, and one of his sons enlisted in the service of the United States. After the proclamation of emancipation, he was invited to Baltimore, where he delivered an address before a large audience of respectable citizens. How different was free Maryland from the slavery-ridden state which he had left, secretly and in terror, nearly 30 years before. End of Frederick Douglass, Part II. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman.
Section 34 of the Freedmen's Book by Lydia Maria Child. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How the Good Work Goes On. In the spring of 1865 an association of colored men was formed in Baltimore for moral and intellectual improvement. They bought a building formerly used by the Newton University, for which they paid $16,000. In honor of their able pioneer, Frederick Douglass, they named it the Douglass Institute. On the day of its dedication he delivered an address before the association in Baltimore, in the course of which he said, "The mission of this institution is to develop manhood, to build up manly character among the colored people of this city and State. It is to teach them the true idea of manly independence and self-respect. It is to be a dispenser of knowledge, a radiator of light. In a word, we dedicate this institution to virtue, temperance, knowledge, truth, liberty, and justice." End of How the Good Work Goes On. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Section 35 of the Freedmen's Book by Lydia Maria Child. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Dedication Hymn by J. M. Whitefield. Written for the Vine Street Methodist Episcopal Church of Colored People in Buffalo, New York. God of our sires, before thy throne our humble offering now we bring. Deign to accept it as thine own, and dwell therein, Almighty King. Around thy glorious throne above, angels and flaming seraphs sing. Archangels own thy boundless love, and cherubim their tribute bring. And every swiftly rolling sphere that wends its way through boundless space, hymns forth, in chorus loud and clear, its mighty Maker's power and grace. It is not ours to bear the parts in that celestial song of praise. But here, O Lord, with grateful hearts, this earthly fane to thee we raise. O let thy presence fill this house, and from its portals ne'er depart. Accept, O Lord, the humble vows poured forth by every contrite heart. No sacrifice of beast or bird, no clouds of incense here shall rise, but in accordance with thy word we'll bring a holier sacrifice. Here shall the hoary-headed sire invoke thy grace on bended knee, while youth shall catch the sacred fire, and pour its song of praise to thee. Let childhood, too, with stammering tongue, here lisp thy name with reverent awe, and high and low, and old and young, learn to obey thy holy law. And when our spirits shall return back to the God who gave them birth, and these frail bodies shall be born to mingle with their kindred earth, then, in that house not made with hands, new anthems to thy praise we'll sing, to thee, who burst our slavish bands, our Saviour, Prophet, Priest, and King. End of Dedication Hymn. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman.